Hello, hello, hello. I'm here. I'm here. Hopefully, my microphone works. It stays put. So far, it is. I notice it looks like it does it. It just did it. So it only does it once StreamYard is actually live, and then it constantly keeps adjusting the sound level. Oh well, as long as y'all can hear me. Open panel. Just I wrapped my day up and had time this evening and didn't really have anything else to do, so I thought I'd open it up. If anybody needs it, wants it. I think Vance was speaking or going to speak. I watched a JD Vance speech from a couple of years ago. He's saying every single thing I've been saying for the last 4 years. It's still nobody doesn't look like anybody important's on yet. About DEI and how bad it is, and how much we need to get out of government, and how it's taken over every single institution, um, and how our one chance of doing something about it is through government, through like getting power somehow and being able to address it. Um, I couldn't fault him for anything. I didn't hear anything that I didn't agree with. And I'm glad somebody's finally standing up and saying it out loud and not caring what the he talked about cancel culture. I just got canceled. Um, all of that. He's hitting all the right buttons on my accordion. So I feel a lot better now about it from watching that. Just that one. Here, I'll try to find the link. It's really good. Let's see if this is. I forgot. I forgot how I found it. Let's see. It was like the crisis in American culture, something like that. Our civilizational crisis from Intercollegiate Studies Institute. There you go. If y'all are interested, we could maybe watch it here. You think it's copyrighted? He delves into the complexities of the American dream and the civilizational crisis facing our nation today. Hosted, let's see, the evolving concept of the American dream, its impact on different communities, because he was canceled for being supposedly racist. Like actually canceled to where people stopped doing business with him, etc. And so he was one of the first. He or earlier than I did, and the people I know was experiencing cancel culture, and so he got to kind of take a good look at it and mount a defense against it pretty early. All right. Well, I don't really have anything. I'll just wait for people to show up. Oh yeah, Biden has COVID. If y'all need that. Oh, he's introducing himself to the nation tonight. When? Will introduce himself to the nation. Wednesday night address. Yeah, I would love to watch it. Maybe that's what we could do. I should have just made this JD Vance night, I guess. When do they announce? Um I'm looking for how to watch Vance's speech whenever it is. I'll just leave it in the background, or we can keep checking back. I don't think he's on now. Hey, Chuck.
Well, hey, what's going on, Jeff?
When is Vance supposed to speak tonight? Do you know?
Oh crap! If you look up RNC schedule, it will tell you. They got a schedule that pops up. I could ask, my wife's upstairs. She's been watching. I could probably go ask her
Let's see. I'm looking
if
it
I
up.
had to.
Events, master calendar. What's today? 17th.
I accidentally hit the wrong button, but that's okay. I'm here.
Oh, you didn't mean to come in?
It's okay. I just got off of Barney Midlife Bros channel.
Oh, what's going on over there?
We were discussing the B-19 with Biden.
Oh, I saw that TML is on and Hank was up there. Did you get to have your conversation yet?
No, not yet. He was kind of pleasant towards me over at Jack, so
Oh, does he not
I
like
was
you?
to Hank. No,
Yeah.
Hank hadn't liked me for a long time.
Oh, I didn't
You
know
didn't
that.
know that?
Mm-mm, did not. Why is
But
this thing so hard to find? I'm on their calendar and you have to like zoom around and navigate and find
really,
the
let me
slot you're
see.
looking for. It's just a pain. There's
It
got to
might
be
kick
easier way
me.
to do this.
Let
Come
me
on. If I'm
see.
going to switch bubbles, y'all got to do better than this.
Let's see what I get.
This is the RNC schedule. Let's see.
And why is it not coming up now?
Master event calendar. Okay, this one's a little better. Um, what time zone are they in? Central.
I think so. Minutes ago. Let's see what this does.
I'm not getting a lot of detail. Man, I missed the TV guide where you would just open it up and you could actually find the times that things come on. I have to search all over the internet now. Does anyone know? Maybe they don't know when he's speaking. It just says the third night he's set to make his speech. All right. In a bid for party unity. Okay, wait. So it said when I typed in Vance RNC speech on YouTube, I got one of those little blue developing news stories. It says in a bid for party unity, former Republican state rep swaps support from Haley to Trump. So Republicans once divided over more than a dozen candidates. Oh, that's from 2 days ago. Why are they showing me this now? I just want to see the Vance speech. Hey, Daniel. How are you? We're trying to find Vance is supposed to speak, or did he already speak? Oh, they showed him being nominated, but I don't think he actually spoke yet. He got introduced or declared.
Hey Jeff, can you hear me?
Yeah,
9:30.
9:30 their
Cent-
time,
that's what it looked like.
Central.
Let me double check that. 9:30 p.m. Wednesday night, and I think Milwaukee Central. You'll have to look it up because every time I click over, I lose you.
So that's like in an hour.
What is it? Eight? Yeah, I would say an hour. But they did. There was a little article that today's got a little jumbled up for some reason. So it might 9:30 ish is what they're saying.
Oh, okay. So we got like another hour. Well, we could
Yeah,
watch that speech, I guess, if it's not copyrighted.
it's not.
The one from 2 years ago.
Oh, I don't know about that. I can't answer that question.
You know what? If they strike me, well, for supporting Vance, that's just shitty.
I agree. Yeah, I jumped over to Jack's earlier, and I actually jumped up on his panel to try to talk with him.
So the loop, in other words.
Well, I made a comment in the chat about myself, my own personal, what do you call it, antidote or
Hmm.
whatever, and he called me out for it against him. So I went up there to let him know that I said, read it again. It says nothing. It's about me. I said me, I. So we got into a conversation. So, and I was being hospitable. I wasn't being argumentative. And he shit on me.
So, in other words, the loop,
Yep.
the same loop.
The loop.
Oh,
You're not you're not talking about what I want to talk about. You're not agreeing with everything I say,
but
therefore
you're
you're
part of the
wrong.
loop too, because you went on in the first place. And
Right.
it's like in the comic books where it's the same little routine each
But I
week.
st-
It's
but I
just a
started
different
off
plot.
I started off with a whole different tone, a
You
whole
always,
different
I know, but
attitude.
that's all part of the loop because you do that every time. It's a dance. It's like a specific
Well,
dance
I was
that,
I was trying to be sincere with him,
but
and I was telling my story, and he got mad because I wasn't talking about him.
but this is still the loop because that's exactly what happens every single time. There's
You're
nothing
right.
different about this time. So all you're
Wait a
describing
minute.
is
Wait a
this
minute.
one
Let me
loop.
let me let me get laid down on the couch and get your notepad out so I can get diagnosed.
Oh no, I'm not. Oh, I wouldn't dare. Um,
I'm just being
I'm just
facetious.
saying this nothing. This is like a
I'm
rerun
done.
of.
I'm done with him. Hank
No, you,
invited me to go up, so that's why I went up.
I predict. Watch it now. It's on stream. Timestamp it. I prophesy and I predict. No, you ain't. You're gonna be on that panel. If not tomorrow, within 3 days.
No, I ain't been on
I
that.
don't think you're capable of staying away from
I
that
hadn't
panel.
been on that panel in weeks, if not months.
Okay. Everyone's on TMLs right now. Pill Eater is on.
What what the hell's TML subject?
Um, I don't know. They're watching some kind of probably
You know,
conspiracies. I don't know. Honestly, I don't
I,
know.
I I went back and I tried to watch the TML Andrew Wilson debate.
From way back,
Yeah, and
screaming match.
I was disgusted by both of them.
Oh, that was one of my
T,
favorite ones.
well, I'm just saying TML will get right in the toilet too, and I found that rather absurd.
Oh no, that's the TML I know.
Oh, well, for somebody that speaks of being so philosophical and religious and psychotic and
Psychotic.
I'm not psychotic. Freudian slip. I'm describing myself now. Um, it's calm demeanor and articulate.
He's calm demeanor until he gets agitated like any of the rest of us. There's two levels of emotion, and his steady level is fine. It's when something gets
Then
him.
he goes into Spurgville. Yeah,
Right, but we all do. I do. Everybody on here does it.
I don't.
Well, you don't, but most of us. But I don't. You're
I
not a
got my
Spurg either.
I got the Spurg locked up in the closet.
Oh.
I can let him out though. I used to let him out on check a long time ago when I was playing Mr. Meanie.
Oh Lord. If the Panoverse is gonna substitute for people's actual social lives, I guess
We're screwed.
water's gonna seek its own level or something. People are gonna play out the same patterns they play out if this was real life.
And poor Brown's boy, he was on Jack's panel first, and then I went up, and because he said one word that I had said, Jack just automatically tossed him.
Oh.
Then he started banning people out of chat. It was crazy. Same old, same old.
Yeah.
The man,
It's
the
it's a
man is sick.
comforting
I'm
loop for
sorry.
a lot of people. It's like a
And you know
ritual.
what?
It's
You
like
know what
church.
though? You know he had the audacity to tell me. He said, "Why don't you go pray for me? It ain't gonna do no good." I said, "Whoa, back up, buddy."
Meaning because it's you praying or because it's him that you're praying for?
Because I guess because it's me praying. I guess
Oh,
he doesn't believe in prayer or something.
I don't know.
It was I thought we started off pretty good, but it went south fast. And I was like, "Oh, I'm trying as hard as I can. I'm laying on the floor. I got my hands tied, my feet tied. Be good, be good. Don't say nothing mean. Talk about yourself." And that's what I was doing. And he still got mad because I wouldn't talk about him. I like, "Oh, you're killing me." I said, "You told me not to talk about you, so I'm not. I'm talking about me." He said, "That ain't what I brought you up here for. You're supposed to talk about me." Oh shit. I'm I'm lost. I'm totally lost. I'm insane. That's what it is.
It's gonna be sadomasochism or something, or like Freud's theory of trauma mastery, where
Tina's envy.
we repeat. It's the compulsion to repeat to master some past trauma. So you have something tied up with Jack on a deep level.
I told you what it was. One alcoholic to another.
It's you not being able to let go of the fact, like draw a boundary between your 12-step journey and Jack's. You have yours enmeshed with his somehow, and
Well,
it,
I'm trying to throw him a rope, and he keeps setting it on
you're trying
fire.
to rescue, but that's not your role in 12
I
steps. You're supposed
know.
to walk your own path. So there's something about you that is enmeshed with Jack over this AA thing. That's not. It's taking you off of your own path
Yes, I'll agree. I'll agree.
because you're seeing some part of your history with that play out through him.
Yes, yes. And that's exactly what I was trying to speak to him about so that we could hit a
But nothing to
mutual.
do about him because it's happening in your head.
You might be right. You got to
Like
be
like
right on
he's
that
not
one.
doing AA the way you think he should do AA, and it bothers you. But that's
Oh,
not
it's got
anything to do
no,
with
no,
Jack.
no. It's got nothing to do with AA. Besides
That's
that, yeah. But it is me. You're right. It's me.
or
I'll give
whatever
you that.
whatever he said about the alcoholics.
It's me. 100%. I will
Well,
take credit
whatever
for
he
that.
said that day really, really bothered you because it has you going back
Oh,
ever
I'm
since.
telling you, I got. Well, my biggest problem is I've been to the gate. I've been to hell and back, and I have great empathy. for suffering people because I know what it was like to be in that state of hell. And I know I can't save anybody. I can only change myself. But I don't know why I keep going back to get a whipping like that. I guess I'm a sadomasochist or whatever they call it.
You might be. I don't know though. You didn't know what a gimp was. That's a point in your
Yeah.
favor. Who knows?
I just know beat me, hurt me, whip me, but love me in the end. What was the subject tonight? I didn't mean to throw your show off.
Oh, there is just open panel. There's no show.
Oh, okay.
Um, I thought Vance was going to speak earlier than he is.
I did. I think they pushed it back, if I'm not mistaken, from that article I read.
Also, it makes me feel a lot better about Trump because there's somebody like semi sane and normal. So if anything
And
goes
then,
wrong, it like we
and
have a level, stable head in there.
and I actually think he will offer some pushback if it's needed against Trump.
He seemed like these speeches. He's pretty straightforward about his feelings about things. He doesn't seem like the type of guy to hold back.
Right. That's what I've seen about him. I was I was really shocked when they first mentioned his name as being in contention because I would have thought Trump would have went for a uh, a veteran, so to speak,
Well, he
of
was in the
the
military, I think.
no, I mean veteran of the political system.
Oh, well, that
See, that's
speech
what
I was watching, I have been waiting forever for somebody to speak up for the American working class, and that's exactly what he's doing in that speech. In addition to speaking against DEI, he's speaking for the working class, and he's even tying DEI to like why it's bad specifically for the working class. He even calls it a class war.
I expect a hell of a speech tonight out of him.
I'm excited. Let's see.
As long as he nibbles
His
on some
messages
shit.
sound normal. They sound like sane, traditional, normal American values that we've always had. They don't sound like anything weird like you hear out
Yep,
of some of the politicians on the left.
yep. Did you watch Biden's interview with Lester Holt last night?
Mm-mm.
Oh, it was awful. It was awful. Made a total. You heard he came down with the coupe
Hmm.
today, didn't you?
I did. I saw the headline.
It was a little confusing because they knew at 6 o'clock this morning. So they must have sent news by carrier pigeon to him. And you know they plan on him not showing up to the DNC, don't you? To the convention.
No, I don't know anything about that actually. I don't follow the DNC
They
much
want
at
the DNC wants to have an early video vote, like on the 1st of August, to give him the nomination, like 3 weeks before the convention. And the convention people are saying, "Well, wait a minute, we might want somebody else on the ballot. We're not decided yet."
So he's not officially nominated. Like he's
Correct.
not
He is not the official nominee yet. And did you see Adam Schiff today?
who?
Came out,
Oh yeah,
came
I
out.
did.
Yeah, called for Biden to step down. Biden's living in fairy tale land.
I don't what's the fairy tale part? He seems pretty normal to me. He seems like the speeches he gave after Trump got shot, they were very presidential and kind of the same type of
Oh,
Biden that I'm used to seeing.
the interview sure wasn't. Lester Holt would ask him a question, and every answer had to do with Trump. At first, he made it sound like Trump caused this himself.
What did he
The
say?
Well, he said he started talking to Lester Holt, asked him his thoughts about what happened Saturday. And Biden went into this diatribe that, well, January 6th, what else would you expect?
They can't get over that. That's
Oh, I
part of the
know.
like threat to democracy thing. They see January 6th as something that I don't really think it was.
Oh, he said that again in the interview that
That's
Trump
part of
was
their
a
their
threat
story,
to
their narrative.
democracy.
Yeah.
I did find out something interesting today that there was a three-person sniper squad that belonged to the local police that were inside the building that the shooter was on,
Mm.
but they were covering the crowd from there, not the roofs. So there's actually three cops inside that building. Crazy. So what else is good news, Jeff?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Nothing at all.
Anybody here, or is it just us?
Um, we have one viewer. So if you have your YouTube open, then it's you. You're the viewer.
I thought Daniel or somebody was here.
Well, they don't always stick around.
Oh, I hadn't seen him in a couple of days either. Was his name Daniel Price?
Oh, that Daniel. No, I haven't either. I don't know if he's coming back.
Oh, he got butt hurt.
I don't know. I don't know what happened to him. He had a
Man,
moment.
he's oh man, these guys got some ginger feelings.
Well, they're Spurgs. You got to keep in mind. They're,
I even tried to put a to reach neutral ground with Cynthia today. Not to fix anything, just hit neutral ground
what is
between me and
neutral? She
her.
has beef with you too.
Yeah,
Oh,
she's had to be with me for a while. I'm such a bad guy.
well,
I
she
guess because
potentially has a beef with anybody because you never know. It just comes out of nowhere. So anybody can have beef with her at any time in her mind. If she just sees the wrong thing the wrong way.
yeah, I have a tendency when I poke, I go for the phone. Bad. That's a bad habit of mine.
I don't think it's a bad habit.
I call it my bullshit filters. If I see bullshit, I'm going to call it out. Call it a truth serum. Call it what you want. Oh Lord, come on, folks, liven up out there. If there's anybody out
They're
there.
probably all at machines.
Oh, is he still alive?
Oh yeah, he goes all night until the sun comes up. So they'll be there all night. Hank's
Oh,
there.
I thought I saw I-Fi was live.
He's on
I could,
machines.
um, duh.
Oh my
I
God, they're
guess he.
playing really bad country music right now.
Oh, I love country music.
This is bad
Unless it,
country.
unless it's the new stuff.
It's what's his? Is it Travis Tritt? What's one of the long-haired? It's what I
I,
believe in. Does that sound familiar?
no,
American
I
Spirit. I don't want to play it because it's probably
I
copyrighted.
believe in you. That would be early '70s.
He's a cowboy. He has long straight hair like down to his shoulders.
Well, show
And
me
he's
without
surrounded by
playing.
black people in American flag T-shirts. They're all black.
Show me
It's
the
like a choir.
picture without the sound,
All right, let me see if I can.
if
Well,
you
now they're
can.
fading away.
Oh,
Oh wait, hang on. Oh
was
fuck,
this
they
at the
left.
convention?
Yeah, that's what I'm watching now. I'm trying to wait for Vance's speech.
Oh,
That's
okay. I was shocked You know the song "I'm Proud to Be an American"?
Is that Lee Greenwood?
Yeah,
Yeah,
he
they
was
used to have
actually,
that one at the Bellagio. The Bellagio fountains would do that.
but he was actually there at the convention singing it when Trump showed up, which surprised me. Because at first, when Trump was using that song, he had a problem with Trump. But I guess he's changed his ways or something, his thinking.
His ways. Having a problem is not a way.
Well, that's just a simple talk there.
Oh.
The word ways, but yeah, that I think who was it? Was that under Reagan when he wrote that song
Oh, does it go that
for
far?
Reagan?
Oh,
Yeah,
I didn't know that. I thought it was older. I mean, more recent than that. Let me see.
I think it was for Reagan.
Proud to be an American. Cause
Or does it have to do with 9/11? I can't.
damn, 83, 84. I didn't know it was that old. I don't even remember it.
Reagan, I told you, Reagan.
I do not remember. Oh, because it was. Was it country?
Yeah, it's
I didn't
country.
listen to country, but it was always on, like everybody else did. So I'm surprised I don't remember it playing in the background.
Oh yeah, they played the hell out of that song.
November 83. Damn, that is way early. That's before Bruce Springsteen, Born in the USA, before John Mellencamp, the Little Pink Houses album, before all of those like working class anthem albums.
Achy breaky heart.
That one. That came. That was the '90s because they used to
Was
line dance to that at the gay bars. That was one of their line dances. In fact, I think I know it. It's like one of the few line dances that I know. And the freeze.
it?
Oh, is Trump on? Hang on.
Oh,
Hang
show it.
on.
2024, the most important day in the history of our country. That's what it's going to go
Look
down
at his
as.
energy. He just almost died. Oh, that was just the commercial.
No, yeah, I was going to say
Ladies
that
and
had to be.
gentlemen, please welcome recent Harvard University graduate Shabbos Kestenbaum.
I don't know him.
Yeah, but it's Keston.
I
It
got
must
fooled
be
by a
his.
commercial. I'm like, wow, look at that. Energy is after being shot. This is like some little 20-year-old kid. He looks like somebody that would call into the PF Young show,
Hmm.
except his hair is combed.
Well, Trump. Biden was supposed to be at a Mexican rally in Vegas today.
To combat anti-Semitism.
Good for him. If the Republican Party is making themselves the party of anti-Semitism, that just reinforces why I'm in it. I kept
I
saying,
came to Harvard to
hang
study
on.
religion, the foundation of Western civilization.
No, it's one of. It's
what
not
I
the
found
foundation.
was not theology, but a contempt for it. My
There is
problem with
that
Harvard
for
is not its
some people.
liberalism, but its illiberalism.
Yes.
Too often, students at Harvard are taught not how to think,
This is the kind of stuff
but
Vance
what
would say.
to think.
They're becoming the
Yeah.
party of
I found
anti-DEI
myself immersed in
and
a
the working
culture
class
that is
and
anti-Western,
the Jewish people.
that is anti-American, and
Yes.
that is anti-Semitic.
Fuck, I don't know who this
He's young.
kid is. I'm already ready for it.
After October 7th, the world finally and so many
Oh, and I was talking about it on my street.
we planted 1,200 Israeli and American flags on campus. They were all vandalized within 24 hours.
That's worse than the gays.
I was harassed by my peers merely for being a Jew and have received past death threats online.
That's true.
The crowd.
Students and professors have openly called for new Hamas-style attacks against the United States.
What?
And
Against the
perhaps most
U.S.?
damning,
What
when
you know?
Hamas
They stopped the
terrorists
Iranian
butchered 45
assassination plot
American
against Trump.
citizens on October 7th
Yeah,
when they
I do.
took 12 Americans hostage. Harvard refused to immediately and
I remember
unequivocally
that, and I remember when they
condemn
went in front of
this
Congress
atrocity.
and got their asses fed to them.
My fellow Americans,
There's
the
still
anti-Semitic
Americans held
bigotry,
hostage
unfortunately, extends far beyond the universities.
in Gaza.
Although I once voted for Bernie Sanders, I now recognize that the far left has not only abandoned the Jewish people, but the American people.
This is everything I've been saying for 4 years. This is so validating to hear it from Vance, from Trump, from him.
The Democratic
This is,
Party, the
too
party
good to
I
be true.
registered to vote for the day I turned 18, has become ideologically poisoned. And it is this poison, it is this corruption
Yeah.
that is infecting far too many young
Glad
American
they're putting it out there.
students.
Yes.
I thought about
yes.
that
Let's
today,
be
Provo.
clear. The far left's anti-Semitic extremism has
Yes.
no virtue,
Yes.
and the radicalism on our campuses and on our streets has no moral legitimacy.
You go, girl.
Amen. You get them.
Sadly, the far left-wing tide of anti-Semitism is rising. But tonight we fight back.
I am so
I am
glad they're giving a
proud.
home to
I am
the Jewish
proud
people on the
to
left that
support
want a place
President
to
Trump's
go, an
policies
alternative.
to expel foreign students who violate our laws, harass our Jewish classmates, and desecrate our freedoms. Let's elect a president who will instill patriotism in our school once again. Let's elect a president who will confront terrorism and its supporters
I don't think you
once
can
again.
force
Let's
patriotism.
elect a president who recognizes that although Harvard and the Ivy Leagues have long abandoned the United States of America, the Jewish people never will, because Jewish values are American values, and American values
Yeah, I know some
are
people that are going to
Jewish
freak out about this
values.
one.
God bless
Yes,
the
sir.
United
PF.
States. God bless the land of Israel.
We
God
come up and
bless,
talk if you want.
protect, and return
This
the
is triggering some
American
people. I know it
hostages
is.
in Gaza now.
Wow!
I
Wow!
don't know.
Wow! This next to the fist. This is.
Ladies and gentlemen,
is-
please welcome the parents of an American hostage held in Gaza.
All right. I'm gonna pause it just a bit because I don't want to.
Yeah. Oh,
Wow!
I do. What was that school?
Provo, we all do. I'm trying to exploit it and turn it into something good. What do we do about the digital addiction? Just turn it unplug? But then we
Is he
miss
still-
you and all your content.
Is he still here?
I don't know.
He's ragging on me, is what it is. But see, these people fail to realize I can only sleep like 4 hours a night.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
And so anytime you're not sleeping, you're on a stream?
Well, not on a stream, but I'm probably watching YouTube.
Oh,
Something on YouTube.
yeah, that's what I meant. You and Hank both.
Unless I'm taking care of the wife and kid or feeding the ducks and chickens, things like that. But with this heat wave and this ear surgery I just had, I ain't been able to do much. So, and I don't
Yeah.
watch TV. So,
Provo is saying that the amount of hours you put on these things, you could be capitalizing off of it as content of your own.
yeah, I thought about that today. I mean,
Would somebody watch Chuck just by himself?
I already got haters, so I'm already well on my way.
You could do reaction videos.
You know the Raging Tomato, right?
I just know that she's the one that hosted that Oracle
Right.
debate. I
Well,
don't know her.
She said today she'd be my troll if I needed one.
Oh, well, I would take her up on it. She's kind of a big thing, isn't she?
Yeah. Well, she ain't that. I don't know how big she is, to be honest. I don't even go by
I thought
that.
she was pretty big. Let's see.
I was on base today. I was on
You went up?
chaotic. Yeah, I was on Chaotic Truth this morning.
What did you do today, honey? Oh, well, I was on based this morning, and then I was on Chaotic Truth in the
Yep,
afternoon. Then we went on Jack. We've
that was
never
the
been able to
short one.
talk like that before until this age, this point in time.
That was the short one with Jack, though. I don't even count that one.
Yeah, that's just
I
you
got,
working out your. That's just your church.
I got,
That's your
I got
ritual.
I got 2 people kicked off
You get to
panel.
pay your homage to your trauma.
Well, I don't know. It's crazy. I'm a lunatic. What can I say?
I think that's as good an explanation as any for a lot of the panel verse.
Sometimes my empathy overtakes my logic, or my compassion overtakes my logic, however you want to look at it.
Compassion for Jack.
As a human being, yeah.
So you go on because you feel sorry for him?
Not sorry. I
Compassionate
do feel,
towards.
yeah, because of being disconnected from his son. I understand that part.
Oh, I see.
But I'm an asshole, so we'll just
But you
chalk that
also
one
have
up
some
to the wind.
judgment, and people sense that.
I'm allowed to.
I know,
If you
but I'm
look,
just saying, people, it makes intimacy harder when that judgment is hanging around. You're not going to have the relationship you want with Jack as long as that judgment is
but I
between
went in.
you and it comes
I
from.
went. I went in today with a clean slate.
You sure about that?
I'm positive. I said not one negative thing to
It's
Jack
not what you
about
say;
Jack.
it's that it's in there at all.
How can it be in there?
Because you've talked about it many times.
But I
I'm,
sincerely, I
I'm sure
cleared
it's
that
not like it
out,
did just
and I
go
went
away.
in there with a clean mind, trying to strike anew to see if we could bridge the gap. Nothing else but bridge the gap.
This time, the 8,799th
Well,
time might be the one time the gap gets bridged.
what's that old saying? You keep doing the same thing, get the same results, is the definition of insanity. So I might be insane.
I don't think it's insanity. I think it's that compulsion to replay out whatever issue has you tied to him in the first place. But I think that's true against about almost like 90% of his viewership.
And it's not that I want to fix him. I just want to help him if I can, or assist him any way I can.
Assist him
And
with what? He's a grown man. Assist him with what?
he's not a grown man.
He is an adult male human male. He absolutely is. He's not a child and he's not a victim.
Oh, if he was a child, I'd have
He has
skunked
the
him by
ability to make
now.
choices and make decisions and be accountable. He is not don't infantilize him.
Mm.
Let's see who's coming up next. Another white guy in a business suit. Lee Zeldin.
I should have went to that dinner that Trump invited me to.
Trump invited you to dinner.
Yeah, but they thought I still lived up there in the St. Louis area at the a while back, and they sent me an invite, and I had to respond to them that I no longer lived in the area.
Have you ever gotten to meet Trump?
No.
Did you go to any of the events?
Rallies? No.
Huh.
I didn't need to. Because, like I said, disregard the man. I go by the policies.
Yeah,
I
me
go
too.
by I go by the meat.
And the fifth.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
Forget the
same
man.
here. I know that he's going to back the policies that I want to see America, the direction I want America to go in.
He's got some good ideas if they can get implemented.
The theme I noticed so far that's resonating or seems to be with the American people is finally somebody's calling out the DEI. That's the leadership we needed this whole time because nobody knows how to say no to it for some reason. So
Exactly.
to see people finally stand up to it and get it out in the open and say what everybody's already been thinking about it, and then the working class thing that we're part of America. We need a middle class. The working class help build this country, and we are stakeholders in this too. And somebody needs to be paying attention to us.
Yep.
And I think those two things, I don't see how they cannot resonate with that. I, I assume it's a broad middle. I hope it's a broad middle.
Well,
Like I
the
would imagine there's even Democrats, like from our generation, that would resonate with, like the working class again, because they used to be the party of the working class.
well, unless he files it up, what I see right now is a repeat of Reagan's landslide election, where the
Well,
whole
I
map
don't think
was
he's going
red.
to get Washington and Oregon, maybe, and not count. I don't think it's going to be a complete Reagan.
I think it might be if Biden stays in there.
It's not. I guarantee the people I live up here, they will never vote for Trump. That Washington is not going red, and neither is
Oh,
Oregon.
really?
I promise you. Why? The state is like 99% progressive woke. Why would they vote for Trump?
Oh, yeah. You're up there in DEI country. That's right.
Those states are not going red. Those are the states that are paranoid that he's a threat to democracy.
Well, they're talking about another, shall we say, not lockdown, but uh, pandemic level. We'll call it that.
Is this internet gossip or is it coming from like some authentic medical
No,
source?
it was some news we covered on Barnabas's
Oh, it's
channel.
not even from the internet. It's from a stream.
Oh, yeah, but he pulled up articles
Something.
about, yeah, it just wasn't chit chat. But whatever medicine they're giving Biden or his coof that he got today, it falls underneath the emergency uh, doctrine for a medicine, whatever the hell that means.
I don't know. It sounds like some kind of bureaucratic technicality.
I think that's that program, the Trump one where you're allowed to try things if you want or use things if you want that aren't FDA approved yet or whoever handles that, CDC.
Oh,
I can't remember my mind went blank. I can't remember the verbiage they used. Emergency use authorization, I think was what they called it. Come on, JD. Get on stage. Is Trump there? Have you seen
no,
him?
it's still that white guy.
Or that kid, that young kid?
No, that old white guy.
Old white guy. Hey, leave me alone. I can't believe we ain't got nobody over here. They don't love us no more, Jeff.
There's probably other things going on, I'm guessing. It's
Let's
it's
see.
it's prime
Jenna
time. There's probably
Jeff
other panels.
007.
Because right now, I can tell you what people want to talk about right now. They want to talk about all the conspiracies about
Oh, I
Trump
can't do
and
it.
everything that happened after that. So the panels that are doing that are where all the people are.
I can't do it. I can't do it. Mm. What is it? 9 o'clock? Oh, 9 o'clock my time.
Yeah, 9:01. Probably about half an hour.
What is it? 7:01 or 6:01 for you?
7.
7. Okay.
Hey,
It's when
Philip.
daylight kicks in. Is that King Philip?
Uh-huh.
Philip, come up, please. Help me. I'm starving to death here. I bored the shit out of Jeff already. But I see
I'm doing multiple things at once, which I shouldn't be, but I'm trying
I
to keep an eye
see.
on this
Yeah, I
RNC thing
understand.
too.
I see I-5 starting to get sucked back into the.
He never let. Why do people think I-Fi leaves? Just because he says he leaves, you think that he's gonna leave?
Yeah, one day and he's back. Now, Philip, he's in what? California, I think, or
Not
California.
much. We're JD Vance was supposed to speak, and we've been here like an hour waiting on him, and he's still not speaking. And so it's probably gonna be another half an hour. And so it's a bunch of dead air and killing of time until Vance comes on. I should probably focus on another topic. Oh, he decided to pull.
Yeah, I
I
heard
saw
that
where he had
too.
threatened to. It was only a matter of time. He would have pulled over something one way or
Welcome to
another.
the show, Plasma and Philip.
It's going to Texas.
Texas.
Good, like good. Everything can shift to the red state. I
Steers
want to
and
go to Utah.
queers. Utah, what do you want to be a Mormon?
There's more than just Mormons in Utah. You think it's all Mormon?
It is. It's
They
all
have some
Mormon.
old military guy speaking now. Let's see what he has to say.
I'm
Is
90
that a veteran?
years old.
Sure is. Bless his heart. Do I got to stand up?
Some call us the greatest generation.
Oh wow.
World War II?
That's an honor, considering America is the greatest nation in the history of the world.
Oh, he's got a Silver Star, a Bronze Star.
I will never forget and witness the horror of the Nazis' war camps. In the Battle of the Bulge, my friends and I fought to stop the Nazis' last major push in the Western Front.
Been there. I'm getting goosebumps.
A few months later, Hitler was dead. Hitler was dead. The Nazis were defeated.
Right. There's not Nazis in America right now.
We gave thanks to Almighty God for delivering us from evil. But not
Microphone,
many
dude.
of us came home. I still miss a lot of my friends on that beach,
Amen.
and there were many of us left. There aren't many of us left today. But for us, those of us who are here, that America is still worth fighting for.
Damn right it is. Damn right. There's that fist bump. See what Trump started?
We're taking this back from the gays and the BLM.
And them damn California commies. That was a jab at
It hurts
Philip.
my heart to see
Oh, I'm not even seeing comments.
what our current president and vice president have done to the country I love so well. They humiliated us in Afghanistan. We pushed
Oh,
around
really?
with
They
China.
passed a
Terrorists
pro-trans
run
law?
wild in the Middle East,
Yeah, they don't have
and
to
they let
repair.
our own
Louisiana
southern
passed the
border
opposite. So,
get
like, states
overrun.
now have opposite policies on this issue, just like with weed.
America, people say,
They had to go put the.
people
I,
America is an idea,
I
but
really.
I believe America is much
That mic
more
is a struggle, dude.
than that.
I can relate.
He's old, dude. He's
America is
old.
our home.
Monkey punch.
Give us some more fist bump.
Look at him.
There he is.
He picked the biggest, whitest, brightest patch he
Bandage.
could find to put on that ear. I'm
That's
sure
a weird-
everybody saw that war wound.
That is a weird bandage, though.
He's gonna have one with the star and the American flags on it, and he's gonna sell.
That's what I
Come
would
get
have.
your old
That's
ear
what
patch.
I'd have had the fist bump on it.
You know, and I was fighting in Europe, and I came back home. I kissed the ground, thanking God
Yep.
that I'm back home,
Oh fuck.
not for my country.
Oh my
Been
god.
there, done that.
And where I come from, when somebody comes for me or my home, you dig in your boots in
And
the ground and never look back.
the fist. Look at this dude. This dude is gonna. He's gonna be all over the internet.
That's the attitude that saved the free world. And those
How
years
did we
ago-
lose this? This was so
And President Trump, back
bedrock
in
America for most
commander-in-chief,
of my life. And I
would
haven't
go
heard it
back
in
to
years. And all of a sudden to
re-enlist
hear it again
today.
Look
sounds
how
so
proud
good.
he is.
Look
Look
at
at
that.
him.
That's not the Trump from 4 years ago.
He's humble.
Something, yeah. I think he's as much as a narcissist can grow. There seems to have been some kind of transformation or growth in him. We'll see
Wasn't
how
it
long
the
it
Grinch?
I was
The
stormed
Grinch that grew a heart.
whatever.
I think
piece
he's
of
like
wood
found
my
a new
country
source of
wanted
narcissist supply. Like now, if he can be
to-
loyal and patriotic and benign, he gets this whole new wave of admiration.
God bless you. God bless our home. And the United States of America.
Amen. Hail Satan. Look at that. I used to
Yeah,
hate seeing that man's face on TV.
But
It made
he's
my
got-
skin crawl. It made me want to
He's
throw
he's
things.
got a different demeanor about him.
I know. I look at him now and I'm like, wow. I feel so proud to be an American.
I think
Oh,
that
copyright.
bullet gave him a piece of humble pie. You know?
Something happened.
What song are
Something
they
happened
singing?
within seconds of getting shot. Something kicked in.
Yeah, it's called divine intervention.
Well, you think he has an angel in him now, a spirit?
Yep.
Do you believe in spiritual warfare?
Yep.
Oh Lord. Okay.
I've seen the demons. They're real.
Well, I've dated a few of them.
I'm talking. I don't know what you call them. I won't get into it because I don't even know how to describe it myself.
Were you sober?
Yep. He's as real as I'm sitting here talking to you right now. Had a whole room full.
Was it at your house?
Yep.
Dang.
Scared the living shit out of me.
Your current house, or was this?
No, my other house that burned down. I broke to my knees and I prayed like I never prayed before.
So you just walked in your house and there was a bunch of demons sitting around?
I was in my house when they showed up.
Chuck, I love your stories.
Hey, call me a whack job. Go ahead.
Oh my God.
I
Um,
wouldn't say it if I didn't see it, I wouldn't have said it. I'd have said you're lying, you're nuts. I've said that to people before. Not anymore. Not
so
after that
you're at
experience.
home hanging out. How many years ago was this?
Let me think. It's probably 2001, 2002,
Oh,
somewhere
that's a
there
long
about.
time ago. So like around 9/11.
I don't remember if it was before or after 9/11. I'm
So
gonna be
you're
honest with
hanging out
you.
at your house. Is it nighttime?
Yep.
And what happened? The the
Oh, you
demon
want me
showed
to
up.
tell the story?
How can we not now?
All right. Let me set the
You'll kill
stage.
time until Vance comes on.
Have you ever been sitting in a chair and close your eyes, not asleep, just you're resting your eyes, and you can see flashes of things moving around you, through
Can
the
see what?
light, like objects. If
Like
somebody
when
was
you
to
with your
walk
eyes
it,
closed, those phosphines behind your eyelids.
no,
Oh,
I'm talking about. All right, you got your eyes closed, and if somebody was to walk in front of you between the light and you know
oh
how
yeah.
you can, tell somebody walked in front of you
Uh-huh.
from the shadows or whatever you want to call it, that from blocking the light. Well, that's exactly. I was sitting and had my eyes closed for a couple of minutes, and I kept seeing that the something was breaking the light. So when
Did
I opened my eyes, there's these black things. I don't know how to describe them. These black things all around my room where I'm sitting. And first I thought, I'm losing my mind. That's it. I'm done. I've done lost my mind. And they start moving around in a circle around the room.
how many were there?
Shit, 20 at least.
Oh my God. How, how was it? How big was your room? What room was it?
The room was probably 12 by 12 if I had to guess. It was
That's
it
a
was
lot of
the spare bedroom, but I had it set up as like a little office area.
that's a lot of demons in one room.
You damn right it is. Scared to and
And so
the
did they disappear after a while?
only after I broke to my knees and started praying the Lord's Prayer over and over again. And as fast as they were there, I don't know, I must have said the Lord's Prayer a dozen times. And poof, they were gone.
What in what time span are we talking about?
10 minutes.
Oh Lord, that's long. So you had demons around you for 10 minutes?
Yeah,
And,
because because the Lord's Prayer ain't exactly small.
right. It's like a you were
So
kind of
I
like making
said
your
it.
own rosary.
Yeah, I said it at least a dozen times, but I kept my eyes open the whole time.
Did you try to talk to them or
No,
you
I w-
just
I had this this god awful feeling on me. I can't describe it. It was a perception type thing, and when they were after they when they gone, I had this great sense of calm and relief come across my body. that I knew they were gone at that stage. I know it sounds nuts. Lock me up, put me in the rubber room.
No, I've heard worse or similar. Or what? Were you by yourself? Like, was your family in the house?
Yes, they were. They was in the other room. And you know what my fear was? I wasn't afraid. I was afraid for them, for my family.
Yeah. What did they look like? Were they like demons, or were they just
They,
blobs?
I called them demons. I don't know what else to call them. They were, they weren't round. They was kind of distorted shapes, and they was probably 12 to 16 inches in size.
Oh, so they were tiny.
Well, that's not exactly tiny when you got
Well, I thought you meant humans. Like they were human-sized demons. You
no
saw little creatures.
of some sort. Yes,
Oh,
what they
okay, like gremlin
and I,
sized.
and I never bothered to research what they might have been
I
because I
went.
didn't want to
Maybe it
know.
was that fur that we learned about the other day. The deer demon.
The deer demon.
They have,
I
yeah, I
can
need
never.
to study my demons. They have different types, and they have
Oh
different
Lord.
look. Like they look different looks, demeanors, visages. Did they look like creatures, or were they vague shapes?
Distorted shape is the best way I can put it. You know, people talk about orbs and things like that. They weren't round. They weren't. They didn't look like a balloon. They looked like a distorted balloon. Is the best way I can put it.
Hmm.
And had I not experienced it, I'd have never believed it because I'm the great doubting Thomas. But that made a believer out of me that day.
Are you
It's
sure
never
you've doubted this one as thoroughly?
yes.
Um,
If I
no, King Philip, I did not. I started looking at it and I realized that they are that's the they're not ready for me and I'm not ready for them. That's not my crowd at all. That's the fancy people. And
yeah yeah
I don't know. It's
plasma.
not.
The edges were real jagged. Plasma is the best way I can explain it. But they were black,
And there's
no
the whole
color.
believe in a supreme deity thing that I don't think I could pull off. So it's the combination of them being way out of my league and um, me not knowing if I could fully.
And I didn't
If I'm
research
not
it.
there for the right reasons, I don't want to mess it up for them. If they're all there sincerely believing in a supreme being and I'm just trying to pretend like I do just to get a husband, it's not going to, I don't know. There's something that feels false about
No, they weren't pixelated. Plasma. They definitely had shape definition, if you want to call it that. You know, you could. It was jagged edge balloon. One of these days, I'll have to try to draw it or look
Was
it
it
up.
like a void kind of made out of plasma like substance?
Well, I don't know what plasma looks like, but like I said, I didn't research it because I didn't want to bring the damn things back.
Did you do
Call
anything
me.
after that, like continuously, or was it just that one day and that was enough?
It was just that one day. I don't know why. I can't explain it. It's beyond my
It could be your
comprehension.
brain, it could be your eyeballs, something like little artifacts of your vision, floaters, that type of
I
stuff.
got I got floaters. I know what floaters are. They were not floaters. My eyeballs were wide open.
But I'm saying there could be naturalistic explanations for it. So without being able
Mm,
to rule those out and test and falsify them, um,
well,
there's
when I was
if
a
you did want a
kid,
little bit of doubt to hang on to, I could probably help you find some.
When I was a kid, I did see a Ouija board move by itself. We burned it. We burned it. It was all fun and games to that point.
We burned ours too, but we were drunk. We were melting
Yeah, I was
black
a
candle
kid.
wax
I
all over
wasn't drunk. Oh my God, you was trying to call Lucifer, weren't you?
it. We were trying to do I didn't believe in any of it. We were trying to do Ouija, and we were. I was probably in my 20s, so we were all like 19, 20, and it was some friends over. We were trying to do the Ouija. And we had, I said, I know what we'll do, because this was when I was a Wiccan. I said, I have some black candles. We can turn the lights off and burn the black candles, and maybe that will help
Oh
the
my
Ouija work
God,
better. And
Jeff.
so we did that. So we're sitting there in the dark with only these black candles, and we're drinking the whole time. And we eventually got drunk and we started playing with the candles and like taking them and dripping the wax on the board and making patterns with it. And we got so fascinated by that, we didn't realize that we were ruining the whole Ouija board. We had to throw it away.
But you were born in the land of voodoo, though.
Yeah, kind
Well,
of, sort of. More New Orleans, but there's all
Is
kind
he
of
on?
folk
Is
magic
he on
traditions.
stage yet?
Huh?
Is he on stage yet?
Mm-mm. It's Trump Jr.
Oh, again? Eric or Don or Baron?
Jr.
Okay,
Donald.
the the one that's got Gavin Newsom's
The hot one, the
ex-wife.
sexy one. That's never looked sexier.
Well, his
In
girlfriend
fact,
is
let's take a
Newsom's
look.
his girlfriend is Newsom's
Here, I'll just show
ex-wife.
you.
The entire
This
world
one.
has been turned upside down.
I remember him on The
Does
Apprentice,
any
where
of
he's
this
like this
sound
little
like a country
geeky
that's going in the right direction?
kid that would help judge the. He still does
And
look.
honestly,
He has that
who
like.
is actually running
I don't
the
know. I don't want
country anyway?
to put misinformation out there.
It's
He's
obvious.
got a good-looking old lady, though.
Do the fist.
So who are they asking us to elect? Seriously.
See,
who's
he's
running
feeding
things?
because he's doing the conspiracy thing.
Does anyone really know?
He's playing to that side of the
Is
aisle.
it Jill? Is it Hunter?
Come-
Barack Obama?
Who's behind the conspiracy of Biden?
No, who's pulling the strings for Biden is what he's inferring. But yeah, I'll take that story to my grave with me.
Oh, even though it might still be your brain or your eyeballs.
Unless I'm proved wrong otherwise.
Well,
You're damn right.
you have to explore more. Oh, the
I don't want.
globalists are operating Biden.
I don't want them back. If you want them, you can have them. I'll send them to
The
you.
demons? Yeah, I've been trying to summon incubi and find one to make a pact with so I could get some subs.
I could see Jeff mating.
Yes,
What do they call that? An incubus or
the
something
incubus.
like that?
Yes, an incubus. I don't know what's taking them so long. Maybe they only visit people that don't really want them there.
Well, you know, The Exorcist, the movie,
Yeah, that was one of my
that was
favorite comedies
that
growing
was
up.
based on the true story from the St. Louis diocese.
The
Except
William
it was
Peter
a
Blatty
boy.
novel.
It was a boy. It wasn't a girl originally.
It was inspired by a case he heard when he was a student at Georgetown. Blah blah.
Well, thank you, Plasma. If you find something, Jeff and
All
an
right,
incubus fall in love.
That was proud. An America that knew who it was and what it stood for. And it could
They're bringing
all
back
feel
patriotism.
like a
I think
distant
that
memory.
is
Mhm.
what.
Somewhere along the way, we stumbled.
Yeah.
Somewhere along the way, we lost ourselves. But we can't live on nostalgia. Yes, America was great, but our greatest days are yet to come.
Make America great once again. Magoa now.
Magola.
Because no
Magoa.
matter how far off that old photo may feel, it's not the end of our story.
No.
We're like that man who stood on that platform and felt the bullet pierce his flesh just days ago in Pennsylvania.
That
He may
man.
have moved to the ground, but he stood back up.
They're working that fist meme.
And then some. Yeah.
It's working though.
And when he did, my father raised his fist into the air. He looked out at the crowd.
There it is. There it is.
Fuck! That gets me every time. Oh
The
my god!
$100,000 shot.
I love that backdrop too. Look at that.
Yep.
The people said when it happened that is going to be an iconic man. They know it. They're already working it. They know what content he gave them that day.
Look at. I mean,
And we
look at
will
his
fight.
face with
We
the
will
blood
fight.
Yeah,
coming
that-
down.
We will fight
He
with
looks
our
like
voices.
fucking George Washington.
We will fight with our ideas.
There's gonna be a
and
statue
on
of
November
him.
5th, we will fight with our vote.
Did you
Battle
see
Box.
the Chicago mayors trying to remove the Washington Monument out of their building?
I've always been proud of him, but I've never been prouder of my father than I was in that moment.
When that
That's
was
when
done.
the world found out that there is tough, and then there's Trump tough.
Damn right.
They are
I'll
really
admit it.
excellent at branding. I wish they would come on my stream and help give me
I
some
had-
branding ideas.
My
And
my
the good
eyes
news
were wet.
is, America is Trump tough.
Fist bump. Ooh, ooh.
Such a showman, just like his dad. Maybe even better. Younger and fresher.
In 1912, more than a century ago, another legendary Republican president came right here to Milwaukee. At a political rally less than 1 mile from where we stand tonight, Teddy Roosevelt was struck by a would-be assassin's
They
bullet.
are working it. They're good.
But he
This is
didn't
good.
quit either.
They're making
Damn
all the
good.
Finished his
associations.
speech, and he kept fighting.
Man, they are taking that moment and running with it.
My friends, I don't believe in coincidences, but I do believe in God's plan.
Come on, man.
That's pretty Christian.
Yeah. He's a politician, this one.
Yep.
Today, Teddy Roosevelt's man in the arena has a name, and it's Donald J.
Oh, so now he's like an avatar.
He does look different though.
he looks way more relaxed. I just got
Remember,
shot, but I'm just gonna
My father didn't have to run
chill
for
out and
re-election
kick it
this
here
year.
for a while.
He doesn't need the money, the fame, the power.
the
Frankly,
bandage.
he doesn't need the witch hunts, the phony investigations, or the political prosecutions either.
That's true.
But he knew he had to run if there was any chance at saving America.
Hallelujah.
It's like the original Trump campaign with the 2.0 version. They're taking it to
Yep.
the next
He's
level,
not
but it's still the
doing it
same
himself.
spin. They're
He's
still
doing
working
it
the
for
crowd. They're still
everyone
hitting the
here
buttons, but in a
tonight,
much
for
more
everyone watching at
elevated
home.
way this time. It's like they're using their powers for good.
No matter who you are, you can be a part of this movement to make America great again.
I could vouch for that. Gay, Satanist, autism,
Look at me,
every weird thing
and
you
my
can think
friend
of,
J.D.
and I'm a
Vance.
part of it.
a kid from Appalachia and a kid from Trump Tower
He's
in
right,
Manhattan.
yeah. This is the new party of diversity. I'm not kidding. This is where it's at.
We grew up worlds apart.
This is
Yet
the real
now,
DEI.
we're both fighting side by side to save the country we love.
The gays and the straights, the
Humble.
And by the
devil
way,
worshippers of the
JD
Christians,
Vance is going to make one
He's
hell of a
humble
vice
now, I
the
think.
president.
normies, the nerds, and the jocks. We're all. So we got the whole Breakfast Club involved.
It might be
Breakfast Club
humility,
Alliance.
Plasma. Humility after realizing he could have been dead.
For those of you who have tuned out politics or have never even voted, I want you to know, if you're looking for a better life, a more prosperous future, a safer,
I sure
more
am.
wholesome and patriotic place to call home, there's room for you in this party and in this movement.
Fuck! I have never been this excited about politics since I got a little bit excited about Obama
In fact,
and
you're
Clinton.
the
I
ones who
registered to
matter
vote
most
for,
of
but
all.
I didn't have this kind of
My
like.
father has always said that the people he
Wow,
gets along
this
with
just-
best are the people who really
I love
work
this
for a
feeling.
living.
The working
This is
class.
people want something they can believe in. They want
It's
something that
because of
gives
his
them meaning,
background as
and
a
this is
builder in
doing it. This is
construction.
that story that I was
In
looking for that holds us
construction,
together.
It doesn't matter how smart your
And it's coming from
architect
Don
is
Trump
if you
Jr..
don't have the best guys laying the bricks.
If they would play the Pledge
People
of
with
Allegiance
grit.
by Red Skelton,
People who
that'd
get
really
their
get
hands
people.
dirty. That's a big problem with Washington, D.C. Most of the
All right, I'm
bureaucrats
gonna
who rule
This is good. I'm gonna take a break just for a sec. I don't want the
That's
whole
fine.
stream to be that. But yeah, he said it's time to build something real. That's what I've been saying. That's what I said during COVID. This is our chance to build. We don't have to
I-
come out of COVID and go back to
I
the way
think
we were doing things.
think he's rolling into the conclusion before they announce Vance.
My mind is like, this
Blown?
is so surreal. It's like I had a dream that Donald Trump almost got shot, and then Don Jr. was given the vision of America that I've been saying that we all need, and I was longing to hear somebody articulate, and I'm voting Republican, and then you wake up, you don't even wake up because it wasn't even a dream. You're still in it, except it's not. It's life. This is so. I'm trying to think if stranger things have happened. This might be one of the
Surreal.
strangest.
Surreal is the
But
word.
it has its own logical progression to it. I remember the journey. It's odd that it's taken me here. Oh, I'm gonna go back to it then. I just
J. Trump.
he's serene. He's transcendent.
Mhm.
He's
He doesn't have that arrogant look about him.
no. It's
Like
like
he
after
used-
you
like he
conquer
used to.
death,
We
there's
will
nothing
make
else.
America
There's nothing left to
great
conquer.
once again.
He's mastered it all.
Thank you.
He's gotten all the levels.
Thank you, Wisconsin.
Even he's less annoying and obnoxious. He's coming to his own too.
Watch the music.
Oh, thanks. Hopefully, it's generic Republican elevator music.
Okay, I just didn't want you to get a
No,
Star
you did the right
Spangled
thing.
Strut.
Absolutely.
I hope Vance talks about DEI because I think he's
Well, that's
a
all he
big-
talked about in the speech I watched, and the working class. That's the two things that I was waiting to hear someone talk about.
Now. See, Talcott's a big DEI supporter.
It's because he's a hippie, and he lives in Washington State. I'm the oddball up here.
I swear there's something in the water out there, or the air, or something.
It's just the people, the culture.
Lack of oxygen, something. Mm.
I wonder who the band is. Is it a band I should know, or is it just some house band?
I do not know.
They're not doing MAGA hats anymore. They all have cowboy hats, and they're waving them like this.
I just He ain't got here yet, but I got another MAGA hat coming from Trump. Free. Camouflage. Hope it gets here pretty soon.
Oh my God. I feel so. I didn't feel this during Clinton at all. Clinton was just a vote to keep Trump from winning. That is it. I
Clinton?
feel actually emotionally invested in America now and this campaign and this party and this movement.
Well,
I
I
feel like it has
remember.
I'm not on that margins of society anymore. It was the left that was marginalizing me, and they're the ones that complain the most about marginalization. It's pure projection. I don't feel marginalized in this new movement at all. I feel like people can look past all the weird stuff about me and there's still a place for me. Oh, that's the band Six Wire. Okay.
I remember when he came down that golden escalator to announce. Uh, and my first thought was, "You got to be kidding me!"
Because he had
But
tried to run before, I know, like once or twice too. So
no,
when he became
no,
a
he
candidate, it
never
was like,
ran.
oh yeah, he's done this before. No one's gonna take him seriously. He does this every time.
No, he's never ran before.
He tried to. He did a exploratory. That was not his
Uh,
first attempt to run.
But an exploratory is not running.
But the point is, he took steps to become a candidate. He didn't just think. He just didn't like. He,
I don't remember that. I'd
presidential
have to.
campaigns, 2000 to 2016. He ran in the California and Michigan primaries, and he became the Reform Party candidate for the 2000 presidential election, but he withdrew from the race in February. In 2011, he speculated about running against Obama in the 2012 election in front of CPAC, and then he announced he would not run. That's when he started the birther thing.
Yeah,
So he thought about running against Obama.
I remember when he speculated.
No, he made actual attempts. He tried to run against Bush or against, was it Kerry at the time?
He must have done really bad because I don't
And
remember his
I
name.
remember he got taken off, but he made it as a Reform Party candidate. So that's more than just speculating. And then he considered
Reform Party. I never
against
heard of
Obama,
them.
and he did it the research and decided not to do it. But I
Ah,
remembered that because that's when he came out with the birther stuff, and I thought how silly he was. I'm like, oh God, Donald Trump, the birther.
but what I did is I paid attention to what his policy were that he was talking about, as opposed to the garbage that he was tweeting about. I totally ignored all that.
Is this story?
I'm worried this music is copyrighted. That's why.
Well, just mute the sound
I
until
am, but
Vance
then
takes
we're
the
missing the
stage.
story.
Oh, he's talking about Vance.
They're telling
Okay.
his biography, and then he's about to speak.
Are they still playing music?
Yeah, this whole montage is set to music.
Uh,
I can't wait to see what the bad lip reading guy does with all of this. Yeah, whoever's behind this marketing campaign, this is brilliant.
oh, Obama. Actually, Obama was a treacherous person. I didn't realize he was as evil as he was.
Okay,
Ladies and
him.
gentlemen, the next vice president of the United States.
Well, maybe they could get these YouTube rules changed so we could hear music. Is that the wife?
Oh, it looks like it. She's a hottie.
Okay, can y'all turn the music off and let the lady talk, please? Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
When I was asked to introduce my husband, JD Vance,
She's
to all of
this
you,
is how she
I was at a
talks.
loss.
She has that
What could I
middle
say that
class
hasn't already been said before?
white lady way of talking.
After all, the man was already
If
subject to the
if I
Ron
wasn't
Howard
looking
movement.
at her, I was just talking to her phone. I was thinking she was a white lady from up here.
JD has shared much of his life through his own eloquent words. In his book, Hillbilly
She
Elegy,
comes across
during
as
his Senate
so
campaign,
insincere to me
and
right
now
now.
as
She's
a sitting
reciting a
United
speech.
States Senator.
I can't watch her. I'll save it for him.
Well, she shouldn't talk long because he's the headliner. She's
Yeah,
just out there
that's the
just
first time I saw
introducing.
her. I'm not. I don't know her as a person, but aesthetically, she's not
Just
making a very
remember, you
exciting
don't have
impression on me.
yeah. Just remember, Jeff, you don't have to sleep with her. It's okay.
I'll do anything with her.
I'll be right back. I gotta fix my boy's nighttime medicine.
Okay. Yeah, I just don't respond to that style of speaking at all. I like the speaking from the heart style, and like that Jewish guy was doing. And she has the speaking from the head style. Like it's very memorized. She's making sure to perfectly execute it like she practiced. That it doesn't convey any of the emotional data that I look for in communication. She's speaking to a different audience, is what she's doing. I'm not the audience for her speech. I don't trust people that put a public facing face. She's mad, but you don't really know them. You know the persona that they craft. And she's probably a lovely person. I'm just not motivated to get to know her or take her serious because she's already too confusing. I'm never gonna know when I'm getting the real person and when I'm getting the persona. I'm probably reading way too much into this lady. Oh, so you noticed it too? Like it's kind of what, canned, or it's packaged. I like people that just speak. I like people that go up there with little note cards with little bullet points, or maybe nothing at all. They just monologue. I tend to trust that better. Do they have kids? I think I saw kids in those videos. Yeah, this is the part where I would get up and go pee and stretch my legs. Oh, we got more viewers. We're about to watch JD Vance speak at the RNC convention. They're introducing him to the world. This is like his debut. And his wife is speaking now, and then they're going to, I presume he's going to speak after. There's no way I can convey. I think people in certain cultures, certainly not mine. I grew up with Cajun English, not even real English. Um, are very big on articulation and enunciation, and they learn it at a very early age. Like it's a value, it's a parental value that's passed on to the children. And so if you learn it at that early age, it's like learning a language. So it probably is natural to that person. They speak that way up here. They have this very, I call it the radio voice. It's like this very hello, could I get a latte, whatever, thank you, and how was your day? It's I can't describe it, but if you learn that from birth, that's probably normal. But to me, it sounds learned. And like natural humans don't speak that way. Like kids running around the playground don't talk to each other that way. Um, and so maybe it's cultural. Maybe I have a cultural bias against that style of speaking. Oh, he's back. He's coming. All right, here we go. Let me present Mr. Vance. Look at that. Look at is he hamming it up up there,
First of all,
Louisiana?
aren't I a lucky guy? Isn't she lovely? Isn't it amazing?
She was okay. I gave my opinion live for the whole world. Sorry about this, sir.
Greetings, Milwaukee, my fellow Americans and my fellow Republicans. My name is J.D. Vance from the great state of Ohio.
And Kentucky. Don't be ashamed of your white trash roots, sir. We all have them. Or many of us.
O-H-I-O.
Okay, don't get too silly with it. Come on.
You guys, we're gonna chill with the Ohio love. We gotta win Michigan too here. So
I think this is gonna be the year of the hot daddies, or the
my friends, tonight is
the
a night
administration of the hot daddies. The next
a celebration of
I'm
what
riding with
America
the
once
daddies.
was, and with God's grace, what it will soon be again. And it is a reminder
and
of the sacred
non-God
duty we have to preserve the
Hail
American
Satan.
experiment,
Don't forget him.
to choose a new path for our children and grandchildren.
I think we just stay on the same
As we meet tonight, we
same
cannot
path
forget
we were
that
on
this
before all
evening
this
could have been
craziness
so
started.
much different. Instead of a day of celebration, this could have been a day of heartache and mourning. For the last 8 years, President Trump has given everything he has to fight for the people of our country.
This is the time to do the fist.
He didn't need politics, but the country needed him.
I don't like the way you're setting it up.
Now, prior to running for president, he was one of the most successful businessmen in the world. He had everything anyone could ever want in a life. And yet, instead of choosing the easy path, he chose to endure abuse, slander, and persecution.
You laid it on a little thick
and
here.
he did it because he loves this country.
Talk about you. We want to know about you.
I want all Americans to go and watch the video of a would-be assassin coming a quarter of an inch from taking his life. Consider the lies they told you about Donald Trump, and then look at that photo of him, defiant, fist in the air. When Donald Trump rose to his feet in that Pennsylvania field, all of America stood with him.
Not a finger, a fist.
And what did he call us to do for our country? To fight for America. Even in his most perilous moment, we were on his mind. His instinct was for us, for our country.
Hey, Red.
To call us to something higher, to something greater, to once again be citizens who ask what our country needs of us. Now consider what they said. They said he was a tyrant. They said he must be stopped at all costs.
I saw the tweet.
But how did he
Biden said
respond?
that.
He called for national unity, for national calm, literally right after an assassin nearly took his life. He remembered the victims of the terrible attack, especially the brave Corey Compertori, who gave his life to protect his family. God bless him. And then President Trump flew to Milwaukee and got back to work. Now, that's the man I've gotten to know personally over the last few years. He is tough, and he is, but he cares about people. He can stand defiant against an assassin one moment and call
like
for
a daddy.
national healing the next. He is a beloved
want a
father,
representative,
and grandfather,
not a
and
leader.
of course, a once-in-a-generation
I do want a
business
daddy,
leader.
but not in the
He's
role
the
of
man
president.
who is feared by America's adversaries, but 2 nights ago,
In a
and I'll
different
share a
role.
moment, said goodnight to his 2 boys, told them he loved them, and made sure to give each of them a kiss on the cheek. And I will say, Don and Eric squirmed the same way my 4-year-old does when his daddy tries to give him a kiss on the cheek. Sorry, guys. He is all those things, but tonight we celebrate he is our once and future President of the United States of America.
Fist. Fight. Fight. I want to hear about Vance.
Now, I want to respond to his call for unity myself.
Okay.
We have a big tent in this party on everything from national security to economic policy. But my message to you, my fellow Republicans, is we love this country and we are united to win.
I think this is the beginning of a new political shift. The big tent Republicans.
Now, I think our disagreements actually make us stronger. That's
Yeah.
what I've learned in my time in the United States Senate, where sometimes I persuade my colleagues and sometimes they persuade me. And my message to my fellow Americans, those watching from across the country, is shouldn't we be governed by a party that is unafraid to debate ideas and come to the best solution?
No. I don't want to pause it because it's live.
That's the Republican Party of the
No.
next 4 years.
Represented by
United
a
in our
party,
love for
not
this
governed
country
by.
and
We are
committed to
self-governing.
free speech and the open exchange of
We elect
ideas.
representatives.
And so tonight, Mr. Chairman, I stand here humbled, and I'm overwhelmed with gratitude.
I'll even take it
Say,
ministered.
I officially accept your nomination to be Vice President of the United States
You
of America.
got to do the fist, dude. You got to do the fist. That's going to clinch your nomination. Yeah, did it. He did it. He did it. It was.
Did he?
But he did it. I'll take it. All right, you're in.
Everybody's doing the fist.
I feel like America came alive again. I feel like I've been Rip Van Winkle for the last 4 years, and now I finally have a country I could
Now,
participate in
never
again.
in my wildest
I don't have to
imagination
skulk around
would
the
I
sideline.
have believed that I'd be standing here tonight. I grew up in Middletown, Ohio,
I know where that's at.
a small town where people spoke their minds, built with their hands, and loved their God, their family, their community, and their country with their
Healthy.
whole hearts. But it was also a place that had been cast aside and forgotten by America's ruling class in Washington.
I don't.
Rust
When I
We
was in
don't have a
fourth grade,
ruling class.
A career
This is
politician
America.
by the name of Joe Biden supported NAFTA,
He's
a
working
bad
from
trade
an
deal that sent
authoritarian
countless good jobs
framework.
to Mexico. When I was a sophomore in high school, that same career politician named Joe Biden gave China a sweetheart trade deal that destroyed even more good American middle-class manufacturing jobs.
You heard that, Joe? What you got to say about that?
When I was a senior in high school, that same Joe Biden supported the disastrous invasion of Iraq, and at each step of the way, in small
Yeah, but that was
towns
a-
like
be
mine
careful
in
there.
Ohio,
That was kind
or
of a
next door
Republican
in
thing,
Pennsylvania
too.
or Michigan. In states all across our country, jobs were sent overseas, and our children were sent to war. And
He loves that finger. He's trying to adapt himself to the crowd instead of
Yep.
do your
Instead of
leadership.
controlling. Yeah.
What is
instead of
wrong with
controlling.
her? Oh my
I agree.
God. She's not
Big
having a
money.
good time.
And
That was big
somehow,
money, lady.
a real estate developer from New York City by the name of Donald J. Trump was right on all of these issues while Biden was wrong.
He was right on DEI. I have to give him that. He was.
President Trump knew even then that we needed leaders who would put America first. Now, thanks to these policies that Biden and other out-of-touch politicians in Washington gave us, our country was flooded with cheap Chinese goods, with cheap foreign labor, and in the decades to come, deadly Chinese fentanyl. Joe Biden screwed up, and my community paid the price. Now, I was lucky. Despite the closing factories and the growing addiction in towns like mine, in my life, I had a guardian angel by my side. She was an old woman who could barely walk, but she was tough as nails. I called her Mamaw, the name we hillbillies gave to our grandmothers.
Yep.
Mamaw raised me as her own, Mamaw raised me as my mother
He's a
struggled
grandma's
with addiction.
boy, just like me.
Mamaw was in so many ways a woman of contradiction. She loved the Lord, ladies and gentlemen. She was a woman of very deep Christian faith. But she also loved the F word.
I like her already.
I'm not kidding. She could make a sailor blush. Now, she once told me when she found out that I was spending too much time with a local kid who was known for dealing drugs, that if I ever hung out with that kid again, she would run him over with her car.
Damn.
That's true. And she said, JD, no one will ever find out about it.
What happened to his parents?
He might be Will Ferrell when he does stuff like that.
Wonder what happened to his parents.
Hillbilly
thanks
elegy.
to that Mamaw, things worked out for me. After 9/11, I did what thousands of other young men my age did in that time of soaring patriotism and love of country. I enlisted in the United States Marines.
As I did too, try to go back in.
Semper Fi to my fellow Marines. Now, I left the Marines after 4 years and went to the Ohio State University. I'm sorry, Michigan. I had to get that in there.
You're in Wisconsin, dumbass.
Yeah, but they're trying to win Michigan.
Oh.
Come on, come on. We've had enough political violence. Let's. Now, after Ohio State, I went to Yale Law School where I met my beautiful wife. And then I started businesses to create jobs in the kind of places that I grew up in. Now, my work taught me that there is still so much talent and grit in the American heartland. There really is. But for these places to thrive, my friends, we need a leader who fights for the people who built this country.
Come on, put some
We
zest
need a
in it.
leader who's not in the pocket of big business, but answers to the working man, union and non-union alike.
Did he do that last? I don't remember how well he did there. I know he gave the rich a bunch of
A
money.
leader who won't sell out to multinational corporations, but will stand up for American companies and American industry. A leader who rejects Joe Biden and Kamala Harris's Green New scam and fights to bring back our great American factories. We need President Donald J. Trump. Some people tell me I've lived the American dream, and of course they're right, and I'm so grateful for it. But the American dream that always counted most was not starting a business or becoming a senator or even being here with you fine people, though it's pretty awesome. My most important American dream was becoming a good husband and a good dad, of being able to give. I wanted to give my kids the things that I didn't have when I was growing up. And that's the accomplishment that I'm proudest of. That tonight, I'm joined by my beautiful wife, Usha, an incredible lawyer and a better mom, and our 3 beautiful kids, Ewan, who's 7, Vivek, who's 4, and Mirabelle, who's 2. Now, they're back at the hotel, and kids, if you're watching, Daddy loves you very much, but get your butts in bed. It's 10 o'clock.
I hope you didn't leave him with the bellboy.
But my friends, things did not work out well for a lot of kids I grew up with. Every now and then, I will get a call from a relative back home who asks, "Did you know so-and-so?" And I'll remember a face from years ago, and then I'll hear they died of an overdose. As always, America's ruling class wrote the checks.
We don't have a
Communities like
ruling
mine
class.
paid the price. For decades, that divide between the few with their power and comfort in Washington and the rest of us only widened. From Iraq to Afghanistan, from the financial crisis to the Great Recession, from open borders to stagnating wages, the people who govern this country have failed and failed again.
Put some balls in it, boy.
That is, of course, until a guy named Donald J. Trump came along.
Back to Trump.
President Trump represents America's last best hope to restore what, if lost, may never be found
I
again.
don't know. I think
A
we'll get.
country where a working class boy born far from the halls of power
I don't
can
know about
stand
that.
on this stage as the next vice president of the United States of America.
Did someone just wrap him up? That seemed abrupt.
Yeah. You know, it's been missing this whole convention, don't you? Trump's wife and other son.
But my fellow Americans here in this stage and watching at home, this moment is not about me. It's about all of us. And it's about who we're fighting
About Donald Trump.
It's about the auto worker in Michigan wondering why out-of-touch politicians are destroying their jobs. It's about the factory worker in Wisconsin who makes things with their hands and is proud of American craftsmanship.
Robots are going to be doing all that. So you're fighting a losing battle, I think.
It's about the energy worker in Pennsylvania and Ohio who doesn't understand why Joe Biden is willing to buy energy from tin pot dictators across the world when he could buy it from his own citizens right here in our own country.
Look at that.
Get him, Granny. Pete, give us some DEI.
You guys are a great crowd. Wow. And
Yes, we are.
What are they saying?
I think they're saying yes, we are.
And it's about, our movement is about single moms like mine who struggled with money and addiction, but never gave up. And I'm proud to say that tonight my mom is here. 10 years.
Oh, that's, ooh, that was his mom. I'm sorry, ma'am.
Oh my God, you're going to hell.
Okay. All right, now she has. Okay, I misread her body, or I don't think I misread it. The little clip I saw of it, I would have a talk with the cameraman and pull him aside because he could have captured something like this.
You better get the rosary out, Jeff. You got to repent.
I'll do a little ritual to Satan or something. He'll be okay.
Is that Mike Johnson standing next to her?
Is it?
I think so. The Speaker of the House from Louisiana.
She does. She looks like the ordinary American mom. Like everybody knows a mom like that.
That is Mike Johnson. Okay, we're going to put a druggie in the White House.
Mom, I was thinking it'll be 10 years officially in January of 2025. And if President Trump's okay with it, let's have the celebration in the White House.
She's only been sober for 10 years.
What is Mike's connect? They look like they've been hanging out. What is his connection with her?
Where do you think JD came from?
And who's the one between Mike and Trump?
Burgum.
And our movement, ladies and gentlemen, it's about grandparents all across this country who are living on Social Security and raising grandchildren they didn't expect to raise.
That's me.
And while we're on the topic of grandparents, let me tell you another Mamaw story.
You're not worried about them cutting Social
My
Security?
Mamaw died shortly before I left for Iraq in 2005.
Fears everyone
and when
has.
we went through things, we found
I'm not a
19
fearmonger.
loaded handguns. They were... Now, the thing is, they were stashed all over her house, under her bed, in her closet, in the silverware drawer.
So
And
she's a
we
druggie.
wondered what was going on. And it occurred to us that towards the end of her life, Mamaw couldn't get around so well. And so this frail old woman made sure that no matter where she was within arm's length of whatever she needed to protect her family. That's who we fight for. That's American spirit.
Mamaw. Fight for Mamaw. Do it for Mamaw. I'm gonna have to go teach him how to do that fist.
Kind of a wimpy pump, though.
Yeah, someone needs to teach him how to fist.
Now, Joe Biden has been a politician in Washington for longer than I've been alive. 39 years old.
True.
Kamala Harris is not much further behind.
What?
For half a century, he's been the champion of every
Seems a
major
little further
policy
behind.
initiative to make America weaker and poorer.
She's older
And
than you
in
think.
4 short years, Donald Trump reversed decades of betrayals inflicted by Joe Biden and the rest of the corrupt Washington insiders. He created the greatest economy in history for workers. Really was amazing. There's this chart that shows worker wages, and they stagnated for pretty much my entire life until President Donald J. Trump came along. Workers' wages went through the roof. And just imagine what he's going to do when we give him 4 more years.
Every time I see them signs, I think it says Trump Pence on it.
Months ago, I heard some young family member observe that their parents' generation, the baby boomers, could afford to buy a home when they first entered the workforce. But I don't
Nice
know, this
homes.
person observed, if I'll ever be able to afford a home. The absurd cost of housing is the result of so many failures, and it reveals so much about what's broken in Washington. I can tell you exactly how it happened. Wall Street barons crashed the economy, and American builders went out of business. As tradesmen scrambled for jobs, houses stopped being built. The lack of good jobs, of course, led to stagnant wages. And then the Democrats flooded this country with millions of illegal aliens. So citizens had to compete with people who shouldn't even be here for precious housing. Joe Biden's inflation crisis, my friends, is really an affordability crisis. And many of the people that I grew up with can't afford to pay more for groceries, more for gas, more for rent, and that's exactly what Joe Biden's economy has given them. So prices soared, dreams were shattered, and China and the cartels sent fentanyl across the border, adding addiction to the heartache.
Mexican cartel too. You got to.
But ladies and gentlemen, that is not the end of our story. We've heard about villains and their victims. I've talked a lot about that, but let me tell you about the future. President Trump's vision is so simple and yet so powerful. We're done, ladies and gentlemen, catering to Wall Street. We'll commit to the working man. We're done importing foreign labor. We're going to fight for American citizens and their good jobs and their good wages.
Well, we still want some immigrants.
We're done buying energy from countries that hate us. We're going to get it right here from American workers in Pennsylvania, and Ohio, and across the country. We're done sacrificing supply chains to unlimited global trade, and we're going to stamp more and more products with that beautiful label, made in the USA.
I remember that. Barbara, what's her name? Barbara Mandrell had that Walmart line. Yeah, I thought it was going to be over like half an hour ago.
Put people to work making real products
faking me out.
For American families, made with the hands of American workers. Together, we will protect the wages of American workers and stop the Chinese Communist Party from building their middle class on the backs of American citizens.
I want to hear about DEI.
Together, we will make sure our allies share in the burden of securing world peace. No more free rides for nations that betray the generosity of the American taxpayer.
Which ones are you talking about?
Together, we will send our kids to war only when we must. But as President Trump showed with the elimination of ISIS and so much more, when we punch, we're going to punch hard.
I think even Trump's getting tired.
Together, we will put the citizens of America first, whatever the color of their skin. We will, in short, make America great again.
Once again.
You know, one of the things that you hear people say sometimes is that America is an idea. And to be clear, America was indeed founded on brilliant ideas like the rule of law and religious liberty, things written into the fabric of our Constitution and our nation. But America is not just an idea. It is a group of people with a shared history and a common future. It is, in short, a nation. Now, it is part of that tradition, of course, that we welcome newcomers. But when we allow newcomers into our American family, we allow them on our terms.
That's what I thought we were doing the whole time.
That's the way we preserve the continuity of this project from 250 years past to hopefully 250 years in the future. And let me illustrate this with a story, if I may. I'm, of course, married to the daughter of South Asian immigrants to this country. Incredible people, people who genuinely have enriched this country in so many ways. And of course, I'm biased because I love my wife and her family, but it's true. Now, when I proposed to my wife, we were in law school, and I said, honey, I come with $120,000 worth of law school debt and a cemetery plot on a mountainside in eastern Kentucky.
I'm going to have to use that line.
And I guess standing here tonight, it's just gotten weirder and weirder, honey. But that's what she was getting. Now, that cemetery plot in eastern Kentucky is near my family's ancestral home. And like a lot of people, we came from the mountains of Appalachia into the factories of Ohio, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Now, that's Kentucky coal country, one of the 10 Now, it's one of the 10 poorest counties in the entire United States of America. They are very hardworking people, and they're very good people. They're the kind of people who would give you the shirt off their back even if they can't afford enough to eat. And our media calls them privileged and looks down on them. But they love this country, not only because it's a good idea, but because in their bones they know that this is their home. And it will be their children's home, and they would die fighting to protect it. That is the source of America's greatness. As a United States Senator, I get to represent millions of people in the great state of Ohio with similar stories, and it is the great honor of my life. Now, in that cemetery, there are people who were born around the time of the Civil War. And if, as I hope, my wife and I are eventually laid to rest there, and our kids follow us, there will be 7 generations just in that small mountain cemetery plot in eastern Kentucky. 7 generations of people who have fought for this country, who have built this country, who have made things in this country, and who would fight and die to protect this country if they were asked to. Now that's not just an idea, my friends. That's not just a set of principles. Even though the ideas and the principles are great, that is a homeland. That is our homeland. People will not fight for abstractions, but they will fight for their home. And if this movement of ours is going to succeed, and if this country is going to thrive, our leaders have to remember that America is a nation and its citizens deserve leaders who put its interests first.
Representatives, not leaders.
Now, we won't agree on every issue, of course, not even in this room. We may disagree from time to time about how best to reinvigorate American industry and renew American family. That's fine. In fact, it's more than fine. It's good. But never forget that the reason why this united Republican Party exists, why we do this, why we care about those great ideas and that great history is that we want this nation to thrive for centuries to come. Now, eventually in that mountain cemetery, my children will lay me to rest. And when they do, I would like them to know that thanks to the work of this Republican Party, the United States of America is as strong and as proud and as great as ever.
Look, there's a DEI.
That is who we serve, my friends. That is who we fight for. And the only thing that we need to do right now, the most important thing that we can do for those people, for that American nation that we all love, is to re-elect Donald J. Trump, President of the United States.
He's clapping for his own self. So Trump.
Mr. President, I will never take for granted the trust you have put in me. And what an honor it is to help
I'd be
achieve
worried
the
about the trust he
extraordinary
put in
vision
him.
that you have for this country. Now, I pledge to every American, no matter your party, I will give you everything I have to serve you and to make this country a place where every dream you have for yourself, your family, and your country will be possible once again. And I promise you one more thing. To the people of Middletown, Ohio, and all the forgotten communities in Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Ohio, and every corner of our nation, I promise you this: I will be a vice president who never forgets where he came from. And every single day for the next 4 years, when I walk into that White House to help President Trump, I will be doing it for you, for your family, for your future, and for this great country. Thank you. God bless
And
all
for
of
Memo.
you, and God bless our great country.
All right, folks, there we have it. Hey, Ren. Will he give you his plot?
It's noisy here for a minute, but I'll talk
Oh,
more in a
okay.
minute.
Is it too good to be true? Am I falling for false idealism? I mean, considering what's on the left, I don't mind taking the risk at all. I'm just going to go with it. It seems authentic to me, whatever this new groundswell movement is that I've been waiting for forever.
I'll tell you the biggest thing will be, was it Thursday night, tomorrow night, when Trump speaks? That will be the tell-all right there.
Oh, he's speaking tomorrow?
Yeah, he's got to accept a nomination. I think it's Thursday. Hell, I don't even know what today is. Wednesday. So I think tomorrow night. I think it was a 4-day convention. So I think he speaks tomorrow night. And if he speaks like he looks like right now, then he'll be all right. If he gets cocky and arrogant, he'll shoot himself in the foot.
So to speak.
Yeah, pardon the pun. He needs to get an ear patch though with that fist bump picture on it.
Yeah, I agree. There's potential for there's marketing real estate on that ear patch.
That's the dumbest Band-Aid I've ever seen.
He was proud of it. He wanted us to see it.
I wonder if he can even hear out of that ear right now. You know, after that shot rang that close.
Well, I was gonna say, yeah, there would have been some pressure from the ongoing lead.
I had my surgery last week on my ear, but it still ain't healed up, so I don't know. But mine was on the inside. His is on the outside.
Yeah. Well, I saw somebody say they probably just put that over it to kind of hide it and keep it clean. You know, that you can't really bandage an ear.
And I don't know if he ruptured his eardrum or not. Been there, done that. That sucks.
That sounds no bueno. At some point in my life, I started taking care of my ears. I had.
Yep, you better, because I sure didn't. Hearing aids suck.
Yeah, I saw enough of my family. Like, I was my left ear. That's what I call my sacrificial ears. So it's like if I have to shoot something without earplugs, I plug my right ear, or if I'm in a band, I always put my left ear towards the noise.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
So I'll at least have one good ear. I found that acceptable, but competent, but otherwise not. The one thing I'm impressed with is his grandma. I want her for vice president.
Who do you want?
His grandma.
Oh yeah,
I think,
Memo.
I want
I
Mama.
think,
I wonder if that's
I
the
think,
Glenn Close character from Hillbilly Elegy. She was awesome.
I think she's dead.
Oh,
Oh, I'm sure they would have shown her if she was available.
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
Well,
Since
and I
that's
think he
who
said.
raised
I
him.
think the guns and drawers count was at. I think he mentioned maybe it in that part of the speech. I don't know.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah,
Well,
I
my
honestly feel
uncle
like.
was.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Oh, I was
I
gonna
was.
say my uncle was the same way. He had stationed at each door something within reach, so he didn't have to run around the house trying to find one.
It's not a bad way to do it. I found what I saw of the speech well written, competently delivered, but there wasn't a lot of there wasn't any bold, and honestly, I found the actual wording of the speech. I could imagine anyone from either party basically saying that speech, except for the parts where he says, "and therefore Donald
Yeah,
Trump."
and the part
If
about
you,
yeah.
God, maybe.
Parts of it were generic.
But I still think it was the right message and the right tone that
well,
we
I
need to
think it will
hear.
appeal to the people that don't like Trump.
I think Don Jr.'s speech was pretty good.
Yeah, I haven't heard that one yet. I've been busy, so I have to. I just got back where I could watch the speeches.
Oh, Jeff was busy drilling on himself when he was speaking.
Oh,
Oh,
my God, you exaggerate so much. I was no more drooling on myself.
I'm just picking on you, Jeff.
I made one little comment about how he's never looked hotter. Like he really did for Donald Trump. This is some of the best he's ever looked, and all of a sudden I'm drooling on him. Um,
Oh,
that just saying that little part about like America's a place for everybody, regardless of race or all. He just threw in one little comment like about race, regardless of your race or whatever, and even saying that is gonna make it harder for them to make their case against white supremacy and all this other stuff.
Yeah, I
yeah.
mean,
I don't think I saw any of that tonight.
He said in his speech.
I meant white supremacy.
Oh, well, no, that comes from the left. You wouldn't hear it from him.
Did you see the veteran when he spoke? Ren from World War II.
Oh, the 100-something-year-old guy
Yeah.
from World War II. Yeah, and the Jewish guy. My God, he has
Yeah.
a career in politics. I think if he wants it.
He was fired up.
Yeah, there's a political realignment. It happened in 2020, and this is the next stage of it, or the
well, to
second
be
phase
fair,
of it.
Trump. I've always considered Trump kind of a middle. I mean, he's a middle ground centrist in a lot of ways. He's a
Hmm.
a populist, and
Yeah.
the thing is I feel like this is the Republican Party going, huh? Well, we don't really have a good identity, so that one seems to work. Let's let's try something different. Which, for better or worse, I think they needed to try something different
You
because
don't think it
they were
was?
losing their as a party. The party's been kind of lukewarm for a while.
It was recentering itself around Trump. Like
Yeah,
there was the battle
exactly.
between like and Trump was the one that
Yeah.
got it,
They've
but then
they've
look what he's doing
accepted
with
that
it. He's
that
doing exactly what I was waiting for somebody to do with this party. I didn't
yeah.
expect it to come from Trump.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was kind of getting at. They centered around Trump instead of trying to, you know,
Yeah.
they always kind of kept him at arm's length.
Yeah, I
They're
did
like,
too, because I didn't think he was the guy that could pull off my vision of America, but somehow he ends up being that guy anyway, or his team does.
yeah. I think he's
So
surprising a lot of
I
people.
got what I was looking for out of the Republican Party. I was hoping for this. I just had no idea Donald Trump is going to be the one to do it. I thought he would be the obstacle to, like, if we could keep him off the ballot, this is a chance for somebody with a really inspiring vision for America to come in and reorganize the party. But Trump ended up being that guy.
Yeah. Well, I liked your corrections. It's like no representative. I think where leaders come in is it's like when you get all the representatives in one place, then you want yours to be a leader, also.
Right, but then there's also and his rhetoric was a little more authoritarian than I
Yeah.
cared for. He kept it in terms like government and governed and leaders, and I would say represented and administered. Like we elect people to administer the country and represent us, but not to lead and govern us.
Yeah.
We're self-governing.
Yeah. No, I agree with that. But that was, like I said, it was. I think a lot of people will. I think everybody. My impression is that everybody really wants to like Vance.
Yeah, I think
And I
he's
think the
likable enough.
people that need to like people, that probably worked for most of them.
But I think we're not stuck in a situation anymore where, oh my God, these are our two choices, this old senile fuck and Trump. Now it's like, yeah, these are our two choices, but look at one of these choices. It's not just Trump, it's this whole other complex of ideas and visions and proposals. And so now that sense that we're stuck between two unappealing choices has been kind of widened and opened up again, and it allows this little chink of hope to come in through one of those sides.
Right. Well, and again, I'm excited to see the Republican Party at least reconsidering themselves.
Yeah, because I was waiting for one of the parties. I didn't care which one it was, but one of the
effective.
parties needed to do this. I just didn't
Yeah.
think it would be the left because they were not going to give up their DEI.
No, and
I
got a
hope
lot
my
further off the rails.
observation holds true. That it looked to me like Donald Trump's arrogance wasn't there this week.
Yeah.
I didn't see that arrogant face that he usually carries around.
I mean, I'm still processing what happened to him, and I just saw it on TV.
Yeah, we're not the ones that got hit, right?
Yeah, I mean, I can imagine something like that going on. I mean, and it's like I've been in life or death situations, and it's like it takes at least a day or two before you start looking back and going, did that really that was it really as bad? That was pretty intense, wasn't it? And did you see him when he walked in? I guess 2 nights ago, the first night of the convention. He was tearing up. He was very emotional. You could see he had lots of thoughts going through his head.
I think it's going to be another wild ride like it was the first time, but it's going to be a different kind of ride and a different kind of wild.
Well, I think, post the event, suddenly this is a different election. And I think you said something about that the other day.
Yeah.
Like, suddenly this is not a rerun.
And the speed at which they capitalized on this moment is kind of impressive too. Whether it's sincere or not sincere, their ability to execute, like to pivot and execute as quickly as they did around this moment is quite remarkable, actually.
Yeah, they didn't get COVID and cancel their speech.
No, they're like content. We know what to do with this. All right, I'm gonna go grab a refill. I'll be back. Y'all can keep chatting.
All right. Yeah, I just got my coffee. So.
Okay, that's what I'm going. I think I have to make another pot. Hey, Dom, Philip, MOSSAD, everybody else, Plasma. I saw Plasma out there.
I'm trying not to make too much noise. I'm doing kitty litter.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess we could do a little intermission, and I'll be
Somebody's
right
got to do the shitty work.
back. You don't have the fancy ones that just do it for you, like the little
Hell, I'm
motorized
not
one.
rich. Them things are expensive, dude.
We had my roommate had one. He wasn't rich.
At a what?
The automatic litter boxes that have the little grate that come and sweeps out the stuff, so you don't have to do it all the time.
I had a house cat once. I'm pretty good for a long time on that, I think. I don't do the smell well. Oh.
Did you hear that story today, Ren, about the 3 police snipers? The sniper squad were actually in the building that the sniper was on top of.
I've heard some interesting things. I did finally hear the story of the cop who got the gun pointed at him.
What'd you hear on that?
So I think it's like the mayor of the township or what, kind of anyway, he was going over it, and supposedly there weren't actually very many local cops, and the actual sort of like, now this was just like city police that, there was a few of them and they were all on traffic duty. But anyway, there was a couple of them after people started hollering, they ignored the traffic and were trying to see what was up. And one of them climbed up on the other one's shoulders near the lower the lower side of the roof. And the guy pulled himself up with his hands and peeked over the top.
Oh, shit.
And then the guy pointed the gun at him. And so he ducked and then he fell off and hurt.
Oh,
actually probably got hurt.
That would explain that. Yep.
So that one I've now read. Okay, that one's now explained. It's like, okay, that's one of the few ways in which you could try to get up on a roof, that if the guy points the gun at you, your only answer is to duck and fall off.
Yeah. I know too that the Inspector General of the Secret Service has opened an immediate investigation into the agent.
Yeah, well, I mean, it sounds like there were hardly any actual secret, full-blown
True
Secret
agent.
Service people.
Yeah.
On site, that it was, DHS and who knows what else, and
Treasury Department was part of it.
Right.
No,
I hope they, I assume, maybe they had some county sheriffs or something, and maybe that was who their extra, because I keep hearing that at least one of the sniper teams was local.
Yeah, I did too.
And
in fact,
city
I heard
cops don't
2
normally
of them
have them in the rural, but sheriff's deputies are a different breed in rural areas. So.
Well, the 3 that was in the building were at windows covering the backside of the crowd.
Well,
yeah,
that's incredibly.
Could you imagine that?
Convenient or inconvenient? Yeah, that would be embarrassing. Oh, I saw a great video of a bunch of them on the wrong side, I guess the fence.
Yeah,
the fence that kept them into the rally was keeping them out, and they're trying to get out of it. And the Benny Hill music plays in your head because it's like 15 of them, and they can't climb a fence.
Yeah, well, like I said, it's my understanding for what little research I did is he had a Secret Service detail for being former president, right?
Right.
But he wasn't entitled to the full complement until you're made the official nominee.
Yeah, I think
Ne-
that's sort of the automatic trigger of a greater compliment, but I from what I understand, there is a discretionary option as well, where it's
Is
like
there?
yeah, but well, I think he had a lot of private security the first time. He may need to go that route again.
Wait. Yeah, he would have had to. I think he would have had to turn down the Secret Service detail in order to do that. And
Oh,
once you
okay.
turn it down, you don't get it back.
Well, that's interesting rule, but it sounds like a rule that they would have.
Sounds like government bureaucracy.
Yeah, that sounds like a government rule. So.
All right, Kat, you're good. I just gave you a clean place. Go have fun. Oh,
We've got a cat, and my sister named it Dipstick, and apparently it's taking that a little too literally because it and its kitties are camping out under the hoods of all our pickups, which is an incredibly
that's
bad
normal.
idea.
That's
I know it's
normal for cats.
but it's extra funny when the cat's name is Dipstick.
And if you don't have cats, you'll end up with squirrels doing that. If you live in the city.
Yeah, we don't have a particular squirrel problem here.
My grandma
We
killed
get
some little
rats and
cat
stuff and mice.
growing up that was
But-
living in her tire. I mean,
In her tire.
in her
Oh,
car,
yeah.
like
Engine.
sleeping in the
Yeah.
under her car, or like the
Yeah,
wheel, the
that's what
tire
happens.
bed or something. The wheel.
Oh, okay. The wheel well. Yeah.
And she didn't know it was in there, and she turned the key and started backing out.
I got a couple of squirrels in my engine before. It made a mess.
Are they going to evolve over time to like recognize mechanical devices, like the
They
danger
already
in them,
do.
or is the technology going to evolve faster than they do, so there's no point in it?
You haven't seen the car insurance commercial where the squirrels are running cars off the road?
No, I don't watch
I,
commercials.
I have
and
seen
when
that.
one wrecks, they high five each other. It's cute. It's from a few years back, quite a few years back.
Oh,
Are you stupid? Must be.
Killer Bunnies is that's a game, like a card game or dice game or.
Rabbits just choke you out, Dominic. They, you know, you don't ever want to be somewhere where there's rabbits and no predators. That's
I remember.
That's how critters, take over. They
You-
just multiply.
You remember Michael Landon?
Yeah, Little House on the Prairie, Touched by an Angel.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He his neighbor had a pet bunny, and one day his dog brings his bunny home, and it's dead and dirty, and he freaked out. He said he thought his dog killed the bunny, so he said he took it out back and gave it a bath and cleaned the dirt off, and then went over and snuck it back into its cage. And he said the next day he went out to check the mail or something, and the neighbor was out at the same time. And he said, Mike, he said, the dangerous thing happened. And Michael said, what? He said, my bunny died and I buried it, and the son of a bitch is cleaned up and back in the cage. He said, he said he didn't say a word. He just turned around and went back in the house.
Michael Landon told people this story. What a weird story to tell.
Well, he thought his dog killed the bunny, and I guess he didn't want to be blamed for it or whatever. He could have been pulling people's leg too. Who knows?
Was this before he was famous?
No. This was after he was famous.
So he was a celebrity doing this?
Yeah.
Oh, this is just a weird story. A I love it though.
So if you ever find a clean dead buddy around you, you know where it came from.
Michael Landon.
You just scream at the sky, Michael Landon. Curse you, Michael
This is for
Landon.
you, Michael.
Oh, wait a minute. There was
Pour one
somebody
out
in
for my
chat
homie.
that wanted to play priest and choir boy with Jeff. Who was that?
Altar Boy.
Altar boy. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't really get to play that growing up. I mean, I was an Altar Boy, but I didn't get to play that particular game. I don't have a priest thing. That's not a sexy look to me. All those robes and vestments and collars and whatever else they have under there.
Uh,
Well,
I don't know,
what's up?
Dom. I don't think they do. I think once the bunny's dead, I think its reproductive days are finished.
That's how I know nature to work. But
I could be wrong. Prove me wrong.
was it abiogenesis or spontaneous generation? They could stick it in a glass jar and see if something generates from it.
Well, I for one am, and it's like I'm about tired of everybody else speaking, and I'm ready for Trump's speech tomorrow.
Yeah, it's been going for 4 days. It's about
I know
time to
that's a
wrap
long
it up.
time. I had to go to like a 2-day convention one time, and it's like only one
Is
of them
that
was
a
like a
pun,
full
Dom?
day.
If it is, I get it. I think
That
I
was
get it.
long enough.
The
But,
alter
and
ego.
even Milwaukee might be running out of booze at this point.
I went
Yeah,
to
we'll probably watch it here.
I went to Minneapolis, Minnesota for a convention. And it was a 4 or 5 day long ordeal. You get tired of conventions pretty quick.
Yeah.
And I think the biggest crowd I ever spoke in front of, I think, was 5,000.
It's pretty respectable.
You talking about being scared? Shit. But I just used my old college teaching tricks and got myself through it.
Yeah. I stopped being pretty much scared of crowds quite a ways back. I did enough stuff
Scared
to
of
run
them?
one. Yeah, not anymore. I don't even really get
Oh,
butterflies anymore. I honestly celebrate if I do something that gives me butterflies because that's exciting.
do you know if Gutierrez Reed filed a motion or not?
I haven't heard, and I've been
Okay.
watching the convention instead of my legal updates.
Yeah. Well, you know Biden's got the coup again.
Yeah, I heard that he, got the coof and
But
canceled his speech.
and even
I feel like that could it's like he must be in pretty bad shape if that was the better tactical move during the week
well
of the
there
GOP convention, right? If the best tactical move you
well
could
there was
make
a
was to
story
was
that
to say
came out
nothing.
like Monday. A story came out that they want to have virtual voting ahead of time so that Biden doesn't have to go to the convention, the DNC convention, at the end of August.
Yeah, because I heard there was some kind of pre-convention thing they were talking about doing or were going to do, and then decided not to, and that everything was going to be done at the convention and that they decided that like a few days ago.
Now they're backtracking.
Now they're backtracking.
Yep, once again.
Huh, surprise, surprise.
Mm-hmm.
Said sarcastically, yeah.
Come down with the coup. Mm.
Well, I read something that somebody said that they had, buddies in DC that told him that Biden sleeps about 16 hours a day, which I believe.
Well, his one staffer put out that he only worked from, was it 10 to 4 each day? 10 in the morning till 4 in the afternoon.
Yeah, I think I heard
he's
that.
not worth a crap after that.
Well, I mean, to be fair, that's my best hours if I have to work a job, but I get a lot done during that time. I don't really trust Biden to get much done, even at his best.
Well, it does take a little while to get that to 10 change.
Was it Greg Gutfield last night was saying, what was it? Said made a great. He had a great. The way he delivered it was perfect. I can't remember the exact wording, but he was like something, that something had changed, and after his night nurse had gone home, Biden had also been changed. It was. It made me laugh.
Yeah.
Yeah, gotta figure out who they're gonna put on the battles, or the
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 battle,
ballots to put in the battle box.
the battle ballot, I can't even say it now.
It's just too funny.
That was hilarious.
He said it twice. Former Trump. Yeah, because
What
I
do you call
listened
it?
to it again later a couple of times, and it was just
Battle
and then
bot.
Make
Bot.
America, think about it.
Oh yeah, that was funny.
That's great. I just want to know, what did the teleprompter actually say?
I bet you it didn't say that.
Yeah, I doubt it.
I mean, that's pretty good that even Biden's brainwashing the saying it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, he caught himself, and that was his lucid moment for the week.
It was funny though. Extremely funny.
It was.
Ugh.
So how does this presumptive nominee thing work? Because it said that he crossed the delegate threshold necessary to win the nomination in March, but that they can still change that
Yes.
for the official thing. Then
Yes.
what did he win in March? What's
Well, it's like, because the primaries and the caucuses that have already done, right? Like, most states have some sort of rule that tentatively in some way assigns their delegates to whatever the caucus or the primary vote went to, right? But I'll be honest with you, I believe I wouldn't, knowing what I know about party conventions and how many loopholes they keep for themselves, I learned a lot about that. But I wouldn't doubt, that there's some kind of provision that nothing is final until the convention happens.
Oh, it's just like 2016.
Always gives the party an out.
Is there a way to find that out?
Hillary won the vast majority of the primaries, but at the convention, there was enough delegates that put Bernie Sanders' name on the ballot too.
Yeah, because
and that's what until he bowed out.
Yeah, no, I
remember that.
They changed that superdelegate rule too after Trump.
The whole primary vote thing is I don't know what all of the provisions are and how loose it actually is, but I know the primaries are controlled a lot more by the party than we are led to believe.
I thought
superdelegate
was the D.
Okay, there's a whole Ballotpedia has a whole section on replacing a presumptive nominee before the national convention. So both parties don't formally nominate until the convention. The presumptive nominee received the majority after the state nominating events could be replaced at the convention. So let's see how. The DNC has the responsibility to fill vacancies in presidential and vice presidential nominations. In the event of a vacancy, so there has to be a vacancy first. Is that the issue?
No.
I don't know that there has to be.
Because
That
so
would be
far the
one.
rule this Article 2 of their bylaws is about how they can change out a president by filling a vacancy. It doesn't say how you get the vacancy in the first place.
But what about how about the rules for being nominated at the convention?
Yeah, because I'm
Well,
sure there's a protocol
those
for
are the
that.
delegate rules. They have the rules for how the delegates are assigned, but I'm at the part before he's at the I want to make sure he's at the convention and that I want to see what their options are for getting him out before that convention.
Well, that's what some of the
For him
Democrats are crying about.
him to sort of back away and like bow out is the.
But so because he's the
option.
presumptive nominee, are they obligated to nominate, like, or do the delegates have to vote for him as part of their duty at the national convention to cause him to be the nominee, or are they allowed to not nominate him even though he's the presumptive nominee? He won the right amount of delegates to
My
be the
money would be
presumptive
on
nominee.
there is some sort of technical out because that's how parties like it at conventions.
So the delegates might be able to all change their votes, and if enough of them do it,
Yeah.
that could keep him off. But that's what it would take.
That's
Yeah,
what some of the Democratic delegates are
somebody new
crying
gets
about.
nominated and therefore they
About
have to have a
holding.
revote or who knows. I don't know what the exact thing is, but I'd lay money they have it out because that's
Because
honestly kind of
But would
technical
it be in their
convention.
bylaw if they had it out? Would it be in the bylaws, or is this like hidden out that nobody knows about?
Well,
That
it
seems
depends
weird.
on who's bound by the bylaws.
But would the bylaws specify that?
I don't
Should.
know. I mean, because it may be for the there may be rules for the delegates, but somebody else has the ability to do something that takes that rule off of the delegates. Because like I said, say they nominate a new person for
And that's what
contention.
some of
Well,
these.
now we have to revote because this person wasn't given due consideration earlier, or I don't know. I'm just making stuff up, but I mean,
Well,
there's
the
I can think of ways that
AP
they can twist it.
AP has an article on could they replace him and how it could happen, although they say it's very, very unlikely. Changes can occur, but there are significant hurdles. It has been tried and it usually fails. You would need a strong, persuasive alternative, and right now there isn't one. The path to picking would be clear if Biden were to step aside. So it's what to do if he doesn't.
Yeah.
Are the delegates required to support the candidate to whom they are pledged? That's the question I was trying to get answered.
And I think that varies from state to state.
Candidates are entitled to a share of delegates in each state in rough proportion to the votes they received in that state's primary or caucus. The candidate who receives, let's see. The delegates are considered pledged, which means they were selected to fill delegate slots that Biden won as a result of his vote performance. However, under party rules, that pledge is more of a strong expectation rather than an ironclad legal obligation.
It's a loose. It's a courtesy to the state.
DNC rules encourage but don't specifically require delegates to vote for the candidate they're pledged to support. Instead, the rules say all delegates to the National Convention shall in good conscience reflect the sentiments of those who elected them. That's the actual obligation.
Mm-hmm. That sounds right.
But that's what some of these Democratic delegates are screaming about. They don't want this virtual voting early with only Biden as on the ticket. They want it at the convention so that in case somebody else gets nominated.
But here's the other loop that they said that one feature of the party's rules, first of all, it would have to be on a scale to make a difference. So many, many, many delegates would have to agree to do this.
A mass
But
deflection.
but
Yeah.
one feature of the rules is that the candidate has the right to review and make changes to the slate of delegates, so they could put people in the slots that they know would not defect on a mass scale.
Holy cow! Are you serious?
Yeah, that's in the rules.
I'm telling you, conventions are insane. they're they're the Wild West.
And I don't think after what Trump, the momentum they have now on the other side, I don't think like they're in chaos right now, and I don't think being even more chaotic is the way to go right now. I think they need to unite behind something and plant a flag and get on the battlefield.
Yeah.
Well, 2016 DNC was pretty chaotic because they had quite a few rounds of vote between Bernie and Hillary before there was a backroom deal made for Bernie to
Yeah.
take his name off the nomination.
I was gonna say you don't have to have enough to win immediately. You just have to have enough defecting,
So,
not defective.
yeah, so the other
delegates
person doesn't get
to
enough.
cause a revote, right? And so then
Yes.
and then you see how it goes. But you don't actually have to have the winning number to begin with. You just have to have enough to sort of throw off
Yeah, because
the normal proceedings and trigger a revote. And then you
Bernie
got a
was
shot.
doing pretty good at first at the nomination process.
Yeah.
And here's another thing that the procedures are set by the state party, but they have leeway to change the rules at any time. So in the weeks before the convention, they could vote to implement new rules addressing. So
Yeah,
Biden can
vote
replace
laws,
delegates, but they could
they're
always make new
rules, they're
rules.
party rules,
Yep.
and that's it. So they're always subject
So
to
it's still,
being
there is no
overridden
closure
or-
on this one. It's still going to
Yeah.
be in flux until
Yes,
the final
it's
nomination.
very loose.
Yeah,
Is the best way I can put it. Very loose.
yeah. Like I said, that's the way the parties like it.
That's a fact.
They like to have the ability to come in and really have more control than they care to admit to at the conventions.
Well, just own it. Like, just make your rules to reflect what you actually want to happen, and don't.
Well, scuttlebutt is somebody's going to try to nominate Hillary at the convention.
Why would you? Well, you think Hillary is gonna go up against the fist and win? Are you serious?
No,
Does
no. That's your powder puff pink pussy hat girls, I think, wanting to do that.
Yeah, I had somebody tell me in 2016 that I had to vote. Basically, when they found out I wasn't voting for Hillary, they're like, oh, "But you're a woman." Just like that was literally kind of the only response. I was just like, face palm.
Yeah,
I'm like, okay.
I remember when I lived up
So
north.
dumb.
When I lived up north, and I'd go in the vote, and you go to the registrar table, to get your ballot,
Right.
and they had like 6, 8 of the voting booth things,
Right.
and 7 of them were Democratic, and 1 was Republican.
Mm-hmm.
And the registrar, the guy would come over to try to direct you over, he'd come over and said, well, you're going to have to wait. And the registrar goes, he's one of them. I'm like, oh, give me a break. Why don't you put it on the 5 o'clock news for me,
Oh, man.
I'm not a them. I'm here to vote. Give me a break.
How dare you be not easily persuaded?
Well, it was a highly Democratic area I lived in. Drove me
Right.
nuts.
That would be
I
different.
remember
Well, at least you tried to vote.
during the lockdown, we had the goon squads, enforced. You know, the shutdown police.
Yeah, I had goon squads down here too. Our governor is
Did
one.
you?
Man, we didn't even have them
She's
up
literally
here in
like a
Seattle.
little, short, angry, unpleasant bully.
Oh
She's
yeah,
awful.
they
And
they was bust.
when she makes speeches, like whatever people have disagreed with her for, she just sort of like her idea of an argument is to holler it back at you to tell you what to do louder. Like I've literally seen it in action.
How does
Hmm.
that work? Like,
It does. And she does have like a staff member like sneakily carry a box around so that she can stand on it behind podiums because she is like when I've been at events where she was there, like I find her like I see the ring of obvious like bodyguards around her, and I'm like, oh, you never can see her. I'm like, okay, see that crowd of people in a circle, but you can't see who they're looking at or talking to. That must be where she's at. She's
Man, she
awful.
must have been short.
She's legitimately awful.
who is
But,
who is this?
Michelle Lujan Gresham.
But I mean,
Oh
what is she?
yeah.
Oh yeah, she's
What is she known for though? I don't know her.
she's the governor of New Mexico.
Oh, okay, that's what I was trying.
Yeah, and I mean she was sending people out into the state to places she didn't like, and boot stomping.
Not essential
Places.
business. What are you
Oh,
doing open?
God, they didn't even do that here at all. They didn't have to though. Everybody complied.
I mean, there
Oh,
were
see,
places in my town that only shut down, like there were that they refused to, and and
yep.
she would send her goons in, and then of course then they would shut down for the rest of that day, and then the goons go back to Santa Fe or wherever, and we go about our normal business. But it was just she's literally like she has the psychology of a bully. Like that is her psychology. Like that is her general methodology, and she's just an unpleasant bully.
She's extremely progressive, isn't she?
I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't wage that she hasn't, deeply held opinions, but but politically she does. She caters. She wants to be vice president. She wants to be like a vice presidential nominee or at least a cabinet member really bad. She's basically spent her whole her career. I mean, that would be my opinion of it. She's campaigning to be, to be promoted upwards, because she's a Hispanic female, and
Kind of like Buddha. I can't even say his name. Buttigieg.
yeah, same kind of thing. They do what gets them news coverage.
To get the limelight. Yep.
Yeah, that's what she does. She's
Isn't that politics?
well. It depends on if you do it by just like by just doing what's
Photo
I guess
ops?
to
Is that what they call
to
it?
me, there's a difference between fawning and standing out, right? There's people that are trying to. They're like, hey, look at me. Hey, look at me. Hey, look at me. I said that thing that you said that too. Like I said the things I'm supposed to say. Pay attention to me. Look at me. And then there's people who are actually stand out, right? Like, and those are two different sort of opposite tracks. She doesn't stand out. She's just in any good ways, right? Like she's a look at me kind of person. She does what she thinks will get her attention.
Yeah, keep the pot stirred.
Yeah, that sounds.
regardless
Oh,
of
that
her
like
current
sounds like
opinions.
normal.
I mean, no, a
That's
lot
what
of politicians
most
behave
like
that way. I would say
average
most of them.
politicians do.
Yeah.
Because if she
She's an
doesn't have a way
average
to actually
behavior.
stand out, that's all she has
Yeah,
to
no,
do. And not every politician is going to stand out equally. So they all have to do that in
Yeah.
relation to the ones that can actually stand out.
she's very committed to it. Oh, she's awful. But
Did you find that story about the Chicago mayor trying to take the George Washington monument out of the building or whatever the heck it was? I think that was
Who,
today.
Me?
Yeah.
This
What's
is
his
the
name?
first time I'm hearing what you're talking about.
The mayor of
What?
Chicago, the new mayor of Chicago, Brandon.
Are you sure it wasn't mid-bro? Because I don't.
Maybe it was.
He talks about more of that kind of stuff. It sounds like something that would come up
Okay.
on a mid-bro stream. This is the first time hearing it. I have no idea.
Okay. It might have been mid bros then.
No, I don't know anything. I don't even know who the mayor of Chicago is. It was that, what's her face, Lori Lightfoot, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's not her anymore.
Yeah,
It's
see, I don't even know.
Brandon somebody now.
Oh, yeah. Brandon Jones or something plain like that, isn't it?
I quit
I know what he
following
looks
after
like.
I got out of the state. I know that. Illinois was run by Chicago. All of Illinois.
Yeah, that's how it is up here.
99% of the state was red, but Chicago so big and blue that they overrode us people living out in the farmlands.
Yeah.
Yep. That's how it works.
But Illinois got a bad habit of selecting criminals for governor.
Oh. I have a friend, he calls it like the governor, her maiden name is Lujan, she's a Lujan. He calls it the Lujan crime family. There's a bunch of Luhans. Like 30 years ago there was one like good guy Lujan. And then but the other Luhans are all. So Ben Ray Lujan, right? He's a senator. He's a big shot Democrat, and he's a mealy mouthed guy too. But they've got that part figured out. But yeah, my buddy calls it the Lujan crime family, and he's not joking. I love it. I can find like political cartoons from 200 years ago talking about the Santa Fe ring, the political corruption. I had people call me on the phone and give me dire warnings of like, "Are you sure you want to do this?" When I decided to play politics.
Were you worried?
Not really.
Oh.
I mean, it would take,
I just don't think. I just
I'm
don't
pretty good
imagine
my
that
own
people would
bodyguard,
do
so
that
it
in
would take
America
a
in
lot,
this day and
right? Like
age.
it would take a concerted effort. It wouldn't take, it would take more than just a little something. I did ask my family, like that was kind of what I ran it by, that before I did it, I ran it by. I'm like, are you okay being, like this? It could get wild. You never know. Like I won't put, I'm okay with putting myself out there, but my immediate family, I did give them sort of veto powers if they didn't want to be
That was considerate.
potentially put in the crosshairs.
I know the present governor of Illinois, he got voted in right before I left the state. He's a billionaire of the Hyatt or Hilton family, one of the two. But he was a billionaire and got voted in.
They're
Because
part of America too.
one of our JFK or RFK's cousins was running against him and lost this last time.
We didn't. Well, let's just say the opposing party didn't have anybody decent running against Lujan this last time, but she turned it out at least this time around. But
Somebody making popcorn?
oh,
I thought that was you.
Sorry, that was me idly tapping.
I thought that was Jeff typing.
I thought like
My
Chuck was
fingers.
tapping his lighter on the table or something.
I thought you were typing like a madman, Jeff.
Oh no.
Yeah,
And then I heard
my fingers decided to have a mind of their own.
oh, that was your finger.
Are you on your phone? You're doing it from your phone?
No, I'm on my headphones. I'm on. I am on a like an iPad, but the mic is on my headphones. I don't tap things lightly. Delicate is not really my forte.
Yeah, I know about that. Well, any other topics or?
Oh no, I finally finished Brandon today, so I kind of like realized how tired I am. Been holding it together, and it's
So the
like,
cows are
okay,
done. It's over.
more or less. There's a few. There's a few miscellaneous ones that were like on the backside of the pasture that didn't get caught, and we'll gather them. They'll wander into the pens eventually, and
Wait a minute.
I'll get a
You're
call to
out
go help with one or
torturing
something.
animals? How dare you?
I don't necessarily enjoy it, but I am very good at it.
Do you use a branding iron or are you tagging them?
I would do both. So New Mexico does have we have pretty we don't have loose brand laws. Like, in order to sell a bovine in the state of New Mexico or out of it, it has to be branded with your brand.
Oh, okay.
That's how they know who to write the check to.
Yeah, I know it varies from a couple of different spots throughout the
Yeah.
state.
Yeah, different states have different. So, like, New Mexico has an entire sort of little mini law enforcement department that is dedicated to policing brands.
Yeah, what
Wow.
do they call them? Lane commissioners? Is that what they call them?
So New Mexico, there's the New Mexico Livestock Board, and we have
Livestock, that's it.
and then we have what we call, and then there's the brand, the brand board, and then the officers are brand inspectors, and they used to be like not full-blown law enforcement, but then I don't know, within my lifetime they changed the law to where to be a brand inspector they actually have to like go to like the 2-week seminar at the police academy and get their
I think that's how it is
legal
in,
law enforcement now.
like, Texas has got the lane commissioner, and I think they got the same setup. They're basically law enforcement people.
Yeah,
even though they're not.
Texas is different, like, because Texas I don't believe has as strict the brand laws. Like, branding is somewhat optional, I think, in Texas, but and I think used to the Texas Ranger, I don't know, no, maybe it is I don't know, it's a state agency that has other concerns. I don't think it's dedicated, they don't have one dedicated entirely to brand
Oh, okay.
enforcement. They're one of the state agencies sort of also handles that. I don't remember.
Well, I know, like, Texas has got the National Guard, but then they also got the State Guard,
right,
which is separate. They're nothing to do with the federal. They're strictly state soldiers.
They're state, and then you've also, like, law enforcement wise, they've got like the Rangers and stuff, which are a different.
Yeah, those are super cops.
Yeah, they're essentially like super state cops, I guess, in modern times.
Yeah. Well, I know when I lived in Illinois, the game warden, and it's the same down here in Tennessee. The game wardens are, you could classify them as super cops. They got more authority than the regular cop does.
Yeah. Yeah, Game and Fish always has a lot of authority.
That's pretty wild when you think about it.
Yeah.
Get pulled over on the highway by a game warden.
Yeah, the game wardens have like airplanes to fly around during hunting season and look for people.
Oh yeah,
Hunting where
truck,
they're not supposed to
airplane.
be.
Now, the one job I wouldn't want to have would be the state trooper up in Alaska. They got to fly their own little bushwhacker plane, and from what research I've done, that's rather a short career span. If you catch my drift.
Yeah, that would be interesting. Well, like I know some like state police from back in the day in New Mexico. Like I got, but I have heard there's some Wild West stories because there's parts of New Mexico where there's one cop, one state troop, one state police officer is the only law enforcement officer for hundreds
Yep.
of miles.
Yep.
And I have heard, and this guy I know, I trained in Taekwondo with him, and he's he was kind of like actually like Dirty Harry in real life. Like he carried a 44, and he is actually a good shot and knows what he's doing. I heard some wild stories from him where he ends up getting called to, disputes and feuds up in the hills and that sort of stuff.
Yeah, I was watching
down in the holler.
Yeah, it's him and his 44, and that's it.
I was watching that Alaska State Police. They had a show on a while back, a few years back, and
I just feel like most of the cops I know would be dangerous having, as a pilot because they're a little too gung ho. But
yeah, but these guys,
I would trust as cops. So
these guys up there were the same way. They get a call, and the call might be 200 miles away.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh my God.
Well, I was laughing during the Rust trial. They were like, "Why didn't you have call backup? Why didn't you have more officers there?" And the guy on duty at the time.
Oh yeah. I saw that.
He's like, "Look, I have 7 deputies on duty right now for the whole county. The guy that got there early was the swing shift guy, and he happened to be
on his way to work.
He was on his way to work, right?
Yeah.
So he's like me and another guy's like, we got there as fast as we could, and everybody else was on the far side of the county. And I'm like, people don't get that. Our counties are really big out here in New Mexico, and Santa Fe is a smaller county by all standards, but it's still bigger than some states.
The subdivision I grew up in Illinois was a single subdivision located between 2 towns. I mean, it butted up on both sides. We butted up to the town. So we were considered unincorporated. So if you needed the police, you had to call the sheriff.
Right.
Because they did at that time. Now that changed eventually, but at that time, either city police wasn't allowed to come respond to any calls.
Yeah, that's how we were. Our little town had one. I grew up in a town with no cop. It had one old man, and if you needed a cop, you called him at his house, and he would come, and he had this thing he could unlock your car if you locked your keys in it and stuff like that. That's the only time we ever had to call him. So I didn't even have police until I was a teenager. We moved to some other town.
Oh, kind of like
they had ambulance and fire stuff wasn't in our county, so if you ever had to call one, you had to pay a lot of money for them to come out to where we were because it wasn't
like the Andy Griffith show. Yeah.
Yeah, so we didn't have any of that, and I think that's so weird now that I look back. A town with no police, like one old man that you never see. And there was no cop car or uniform or anything. He just showed up in his normal car, in his normal clothes.
There's quite a few towns around here with no police. Only the really big towns have them.
Was he a sheriff or was he a cop?
He was a cop. Well, they had one. He was an old black man, and then at some point they got an old white man. They had a lecture. However, they would change him out. But I remember growing up, that's how they would discipline me. And my babysitters would threaten to call Mr. So-and-so if I don't meet him. And then they'd pretend to get on the phone, and they'd say, yeah, but so-and-so, this is so-and-so, and I have Jeff here, and he won't listen to me. And then they'd hang up, and they'd say, he's on his way. And I would run to my bed, and I would climb under the covers, and I would pretend like I was taking a nap in case they got there. I would pretend to be asleep, and I would lay there panic, and then nothing would happen. And I realized after a while that they weren't really calling the cops. It was just a trick to get me to go.
Was it his job to give out the spankings too?
No, that was the principal of the school. That's the only time I got a spanking. And we laughed about it the whole time. It was for running the halls or something. It was like second grade. And me and my friend, he took us in there, and he paddled us. It was the paddles with the holes, and he did the bend over thing. I had never been paddled in my life. I had no idea what was going on, and so we bent over, and he paddled our butts like 3 or 4 times, and he's like, "Go outside," and we went, and he said, "And walk," and so we walked, and we got to the door, and we opened it up, and we went outside, and we threw ourselves on the ground and laughed our ass off. We thought that was the funniest experience we had
I
just been
remember,
through.
I remember in 5th grade, 4th or 5th, and the police showed up to the classroom, and they arrested the teacher.
What? I love your stories.
Well,
Fuck you.
come to find out, little Julie had been out of school for a couple of days. We thought she was just sick. The teacher had a secret paddle. It was made out of rubber, and it had her name with raised letters on it, so that when you got hit by it, it would leave a welt of her name across your ass.
What? Was that legal?
No, that's why they arrested her.
Oh my God.
Julie got in trouble that one day, and they always waited till everyone else left before you got your swatch. Well, this
How
teacher was
fucking dumb. Does she not think a parent's gonna notice her name on their child?
apparently Julie told her parents about it, and they called the authorities.
No shit.
And when
Like she might have got away with it one time with a really dumb parent, but no more than twice. What's the
I
whole
don't, yeah,
point of that investment?
That's just so bizarre. Like, but
It's like
why?
that sounds like some sick sadomasochistic shit.
I'm telling you, I'm glad I never got in trouble.
What grade was she?
Fourth grade,
That's
I
even
think.
that's old to be paddling kid to me and leaving your
Fourth
name.
or fifth. Oh, they used to give out swats in high school still. When I was in
Are you
high
serious?
school,
Oh, I don't even think they were allowed to in high school. That was like a kid thing. But like before you could understand punishment and detention and
and
that kind of stuff.
then they passed a corporal punishment thing, and now you got to say, now Johnny, look here, Johnny, you can't do that, Johnny.
Our schools had an entire like you sent them to the office, but they had deans that were in charge of just discipline. So they had a department for just discipline that you could send them to, and that's where I would sit all my.
Holy
I didn't have to
shit!
do it myself. I would just say, "Here, go to the dean." But then they would never do anything because they were so scared of the parents. And so they would say, like, "Are you sure you want to push this issue? We're gonna have to call the parents if you do it." I'm like, "Yeah, it's your fucking yeah, absolutely. I want to push this issue because it was disrupting the classroom, etc." They would try to talk you out of escalating it to the parents, and so they didn't want to do their jobs because the parents had the school so petrified.
How come?
Because I think it was a voting system, so the parents had the final say at the battle box, and so
Oh,
the school board was always trying to appease the parents constantly. So anything that happened, the parent side of the issue is usually what they deferred to,
gotcha.
and so they were
Yes,
very skittish about disciplining the kids, and it showed
I,
in the classrooms.
I don't think any two school boards operate the same all
No.
across the country. It's amazing.
Even schools within the same cities don't operate the same. I mean, you could see the differences.
Oh, for the longest time, yeah, it used to be that way. I remember when they opened up a charter school up there where I lived, and it took off with flying colors. You'd had to get on a waiting list to get your kid in there. That's how popular it became. Well, the local school board figured out some way to chisel their funding down to almost next to nothing for that charter school, where they ended up having to close because school board was losing revenue. But it was a brand new state of the art type school that it focused on the 3 R's: reading, writing, and arithmetic.
Yeah, I remember arithmetic.
It took me a long time to figure that out when they kept saying the 3 R's. Where the hell are you
And
getting
that's
3 R's from?
that's
Because writing's got a W and
I know,
arithmetic's
that's what I'm saying.
got
I
an
don't think the 3
A.
R's were very helpful to kids.
That
I
must have
mean, the
come
3
from
R's
the
were, but framing it as the 3 R's, I don't think was very helpful.
that must have come from the Hick days or something. Yeah, you remember that, don't you, Jeff? Writing, arithmetic, and yeah.
It's just, said that 2 out of 3 are incorrect.
Right.
What's that?
That's what I'm saying.
But notably, spelling is not one of them. It's not included as part.
Exactly.
Oh.
Yeah, but man, when we went to school, especially junior high and high school, we had multiple options for classes that we could take besides your standard
Yeah, your
curriculum.
electives, because you change classes. Like
You could
you
take
didn't have the
wood
same teacher
shop,
all day.
you could take auto mechanics, you
Yeah.
could take computer lab, you could take home ec, not home ec, horticulture, things like that. And when my kids started getting up there, all those programs were disappearing from the schools. But they
At the local
always,
level, like for
yeah,
local reasons.
but they always kept the football team.
Oh yeah, that brings in a lot of money.
I never
And the
did
rodeo
understand that.
team. That brings in the money. The athletics. Those are not going anywhere.
Apparently not.
Do you want them to?
I'd rather see those go away as opposed to the other options. I mean, I don't even think they had band anymore at the school.
Do they not have bands at the football games?
No, they had a tape recorder or
What?
a
This is in
disc
Tennessee.
player. No, Illinois. This is
Oh.
Illinois, right outside of St. Louis, right across the river from St. Louis. And St. Louis ain't never bounced back from the shutdown.
It's
It's
still
in bad.
it's still dead, like a ghost town.
Yeah, my daughter said, yeah, it's just like a ghost town. Buildings are all boarded up, closed up.
Oh wow, still?
Everybody, yeah, well, all the big company names are moving out. Like AT&T moved out. There are a lot of big ones that were there before
Oh.
that had headquarters in the St. Louis area. And when the left got in there and really started getting janky, they said, we don't need this. We're going somewhere else. A couple of them went to Texas. AT&T moved from there down to either Nashville or Atlanta. I forget. Half of them went one way and the other half went down to Houston. I think it was Houston. And then the buildings would just sit there empty. Nobody wanted the building. There are two buildings that sold prior to the shutdown I forget how much they sold for, 200 million dollars, and they just turned around and sold them not too long ago for 15, 20 million. Yeah, it hit St. Louis hard. Well, the Michael Brown incident didn't help matters either.
Was that during COVID?
That was pre-COVID.
Oh,
He was the one where hands up, don't shoot came from.
but it turned out to be nothing.
It was all a big lie.
Hmm.
It,
I vaguely remember it.
well, the cop was found not guilty, and he ended up resigning and moving elsewhere. But it was the right decision, except was it back? It wasn't BLM. It was Antifa
Really?
that came in and caused a lot of trouble during that particular incident.
Was this under Trump?
No,
Under Obama?
yeah, yeah, it was under Obama. I'm trying to remember what year that was. I can't even remember. Seems like sometimes it seems like yesterday.
Yes, I know the feeling.
I was
It
saying my
do.
whole internal count got off with the lockdowns. Like every time I think I go, that was about 5 years ago. I go, well, it was probably 7.
2014.
Because my brain it just seems to skip those
2014.
2 years.
Yeah.
Okay, I knew it was a while back.
I'm still living in 2020. I haven't left. My life is
What?
exactly the same. The last 4 years have been exactly the same as when I went on under lockdown. I haven't come out of it yet.
Yeah, I
Do
haven't
you
completely.
do you ever leave your room?
Yeah, I leave to go run errands and stuff, but
Oh, okay.
I did the same thing during lockdown. But outside of that, I'm in my room all day and living on the computer. I haven't changed that
Wow.
at all since I started doing it. My social life is on the computer. My work is on the computer. I watch movies and TV on the computer.
Oh Lord.
I'm starting to read books on the computer. Like everything has moved to this device, and me sitting in front
Now,
of it all day.
now that's I have trouble. I'd rather have a physical book to be able to
Oh, me
read
too.
as
Yeah, me too. By far superior. I don't read.
I
I
get.
don't. When I say I read books, I'm talking about the free copies that are available that I don't have to go out and buy. If I have the book, I'm always going to read the print version.
Because I hate trying to read something like that off of a computer screen. You know.
They don't have water slides around here, although they do have the Alpine coaster. They just built it, and if anybody's in the area, I would like to go. Hit me up, and they have skydiving, so if you want to do that too, and hiking and camping.
Well, how far are you from what town does Talcott live in?
Way far on the other side of the state, all the way
Oh,
around on the other side of the world. Yes,
is he on the ocean side or is he over by
I'm
the
on the ocean
Dakotas?
side. He's over by Idaho, where Fatty is, in the middle of the country, where the
Oh shit.
militias and the rednecks are. Well, I guess are they rednecks in Idaho? Is that what they call them?
I don't know. Fatty calls them supremacists or whatever he calls them.
Yeah, they probably are. I mean, like from what I understand, there legitimately are a few of them. I know even in Eastern Washington, they had this guy that was. I think he won. He got elected. He wanted to kill all non-Christians. Like he was running on this really extreme Christian nationalist platform, and he wanted to kill all
Damn.
non-Christians in the state. And I'm like, damn, this guy's extreme, and he still got elected.
We got a group down here in Tennessee. They're somewhere in one of the mountains, and I can't remember the name of it, but they got a little like fort set up. But so far they keep to themselves and they don't cause any trouble, so they're okay. But they're always under constant surveillance. One of those fringe groups, if you know what I mean.
I do know what you mean. I think they all have internet connections, and I think they're all on YouTube.
As long as they don't find me, I'm all right.
Well, you're
they'll-
hiding in plain sight because you're on every panel. It's Hank and Chuck. Every
Them
time you
ain't my
go up
kind
a
of
panel.
people. Oh shit! Like I told somebody earlier, I only sleep 4 hours a day. That's all I can get. You take what you can get. There ain't no sense in laying there doing nothing.
Yeah, I mean, if you're awake, but 4 hours a day seems. I mean, I've done it before too for extended
It's
periods.
rough. It's not by choice. Trust
So,
me.
so are you saying okay? So what? That's 20 hours a day on YouTube.
I'm not always on YouTube, but I'm up about that much, 20 hours a day.
This was my AOL addiction. You have the YouTube addiction. What does
Oh,
promo call it? Digital drug addiction. That's what we have. I think we all have it.
well, I've been trapped here. I couldn't go out to do anything outside the house because of the 100+ degree weather we've been having. Today was the first day it finally broke.
Yeah, it was cool here today too. It was nice.
Is it low?
Comparatively cool.
It has to be more than just loneliness, because if it was loneliness, you would like get your little contact, your human contact, and then that would be enough. There's, to me, something that keeps you at a screen for 16 hours a day. There's some need you're trying to meet beyond just mere loneliness.
Who?
Just all of it. Whoever's doing it, like whatever's bringing people here.
Well, like I said, I'm stuck to the house.
Yeah, but there's you don't there's other things you could do throughout the day besides this. So there's something where you're choosing this over reading or gardening or cooking or watching Oprah or whatever else the options are.
Ooh, watching Oprah. I think I'd rather poke my eyeballs out.
Whatever you watch.
I'm not an Oprah fan. Oh, I do dishes. A lot of times I don't have the phone in my hand. I'll have it on a charger and I'll have my wireless headphones on and I'll go do the dishes. I'll go do the laundry.
So you have like people in your ear all day long, no matter what you do. You're not necessarily in front of a computer, but
Right.
you have an entire world of humans always
talking
in your ear.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, back in the day, that old room I was talking about, I always called them my humans in a box. It was great.
With
And there was
demons
usually
in a box?
someone, no, my humans in a box.
Oh.
It was like, hello, humans in a box. And then I had them at all kinds of times a day. You know, if I woke up in the middle of the night, I'm like, oh, go see what humans are in the box.
Like, I remember Walkman, when Walkmans came out, everybody's walking around with headphones and playing music. And now it's like, it's more than just voices. It's actual humans pumping through your headset. And you could talk back to
24/7. Non-stop, coast to coast.
Yeah. Having the ADHD, it's a lovely, source of like kind of what they call body doubling too. Me and my buddy, we used to stay up. We'd text each other like, "You gonna be on tonight?"
We have a whole body doubling channel in the Discord.
He would be like, "Yeah." And sometimes we talked, and sometimes we hardly talked at all night. But we would both be on like the voice channel together, and it helped. It worked.
Wow.
Yeah, if it quits raining by tomorrow, I'm gonna attempt to put the duck house together. Finally, I got all the wood painted. It's ready to go. I just gotta drag it out there and put it together.
I predict some kind of adventure or misadventure.
Oh, I can No, I'm good at that kind of stuff.
Okay.
Because I'm the one that built that big ass chicken coop I got out there.
Well, it's a duck house, not a goose house, so misadventure is less likely.
How many hours can we expect to not see the Trump Tennessee flag on a panel?
Well, when I was building the chicken coop, I took my phone out there with me.
I love it. Well, can you stream some of it at least?
Yeah, if I get around, yeah, I can get in the right spot and get
Because
a.
it works both ways. Not only are you getting all of these people in your ear, we're getting your
Yeah.
life
Well,
in our
you
world
got
too.
you got to see the big grass that I was cutting in the pond in the woods. I showed that before.
Yeah, I love that. I remember that day.
Speaking of
People
which,
can
that grass.
swap lives from a distance now and experience each other's lives almost 3D.
I'm telling you, who was it? Chopper Jeff used to take us around his place.
Hmm. Yep. And in the workshop, I love and Moose does all the time.
I remember a few years ago, I was on a horse like tens of 30 miles from the nearest town and 10 miles from the nearest house, but I had internet reception, and so I pulled out my phone. and I jumped in one of the rooms and visited with people.
Yeah.
Yo, horse, kick your leg up. I need some signal.
Yeah, no, it's funny. That particular place has better signal than our home place.
I know.
Like there's an antenna up on a mesa, and I remember when they put it up years ago, and there's signal in all kinds of places up there.
Well, when I
I mean,
first moved into this house 4 years ago, I had to walk out to the main road to get cell signal because my house is kind of down in a
down in a hole.
ravine.
Yeah.
Yeah. They finally installed a tower around here to where we started getting signal in the house. I felt like, what was that old show with
Green Acres.
oh yeah, where they
You
had
had
to
to go
climb the
climb
telephone
the pole.
pole.
Yeah, there's
I need to
places
make a
around here
phone
that are.
call. I'll be back in 2 days.
Yeah, there's some places around here that are all big dead zones, and I remember my sister one time took an old like 2.5 gallon oil jug, like
Yeah.
Rotella, and she took some black electrical tape and wrote 3G on it, and she stuck it on this post on the fence, because if you went, because the fence was kind of on a hump, and if you went and kind of climbed up next to that post, you could get signal.
Oh Lord, I know that feeling. And I still got back in my backyard. There's another lower spot at the end of my backyard. If I get down in there, the signal goes away.
Yeah,
So
a lot of the stuff here around where I live, it's like 2 bars is enough to do whatever, right? 2 bars is
yeah,
adequate, and I rarely, a lot of places I don't get, more than 2 bars is not super common, but
I remember them days rubbing sticks together trying to get 1 bar.
I just remember when I was a little kid, I used to walk. Oh, it's about, as the crow flies across the pasture, it's about 3 miles to my cousin's house, and I mean, when I was like 3 years old, I would like walk across the pasture by myself. No cell phones, no nothing. And knowing me as a little kid, it's entirely possible that I didn't always warn my parents I was going. Um, and my mom
Yeah,
probably
but
called her
back
sister and be like, "Is Audra at your house?"
yeah, but even when we were kids, they figured from sun up to sundown, no problem. You best be in the door though at sundown.
Where? What?
Talking about when I was a kid, from sun up to sundown.
Oh, y'all had a curfew?
Well, dark.
Oh, yeah. Well, we had it was suggested darker, but if we did come home at dark, they were going to come out and really look for us.
Oh no, we had enforced. You best be there.
No, I've never had to. We never had a curfew. I've never had to be home at a certain time ever, or even be home. I would stay away for days. Nobody
Are
would
you
notice I was gone.
are you sure you had parents?
A single mom. We had a stepdad for a while, but a single mom who worked, and everybody did their own thing. There was no
Did you live in the
authority
swamp?
structure, not the swamps, the prairies, but um, it was like 5 people all trying to raise ourselves. There was no like one person that had
Oh wow.
authority or knew what was going on. We were all trying to figure it out together, like as 5 people.
Wow.
And my mom was the type. Not only was she like busy all the time, but she was the type that as long as you left her alone, she didn't care what you did. So if you stayed out of her hair, you could do anything you wanted. She wasn't going to come and look for you.
Huh. Lack of supervision. Now
Yeah,
I
very
see.
permissive. Latchkey kids, a lot of time on our own, no supervision. We learned to take care of ourselves very early. Um,
My parents, they, I think I was one of the duck commander guys, and he, said his parenting style was not to have rules because then they would just break them. My parents were kind of like that. I'm like, if something needed to be said, we had the conversation, but they were right though. That was wise. I'm like, because
Was that the Duck
nothing makes
Dynasty
me,
guys?
yeah, the Duck Dynasty guys.
Okay.
And but yeah, like I was telling Chuck, I used to walk across pasture like 3 miles or something to my aunt's house, play with my cousin. And I don't know that when I was like 3 or 4 years old.
oh, like just wander off. Yeah, that's what we did.
Yeah. Well, there's a gate in between the pastures, and my grandparents made it a steel gate so you could swing it instead of having to like climb through the barbed wire. And it was named after me.
Uh,
'Cause that
I
was directly in my in my path, and I never, and there's rattlesnakes and whatever out there, but whatever. But then ironically, I had a cell phone younger than most people because I was working and, on a tractor or something miles away from anybody. And so my parents got me a cell phone when I was, I don't know, 12 or 13 so that I could
you were
I
like high tech out on the
be independent.
tractor.
I can
Yeah.
remember the early '80s. The wife's family all came from southern Missouri in the Boot Hill, Poplar Bluff area, and we'd go there to visit them. And their phone system was still the party line system.
Oh yeah, I remember
Yeah.
party lines. Some people had those.
Not in my generation, but there was
You pick it up and say,
some around
"Can
here.
I have 2359?" And everybody's phone would ring, but you knew by the amount of ring who was supposed to answer. Weird. The old party line.
Yeah,
What the
there's like a
kids would
several
pay
mile
you to get
line.
into fights with other kids? Not laws.
I got
What's
scolded if I got into fights with my cousins because they were all boys and they were allowed to fight each other. Yeah.
Oh no, nobody told us anything.
I was scolded when I wanted to join in, but I was honestly generally bigger than a lot of them too. I was always like I've always been like a
All right, not
I'm
laws. This is
I've kind of been
quite
like a brick and
hilarious.
always have been. So
I can't wait to. By the way, not laws. We're still recruiting for a game. If this is a sample, I can't wait to play. We're trying to get enough people together to at least make characters.
Hell, I was the fat, dumpy kid. It got to the
You
point
were fat?
I'd get off the school bus and just wait for him to beat my ass. There wasn't no sense in running.
What? Chuck, what?
I got
I
tired
was
of running because they always caught me and beat my ass anyway. So after they figured out I gave up, they thought it was no fun after that, so they left me alone.
It's not right. The minute you like stand up to the bully and or take the fun out of it, they move on to another target. I learned that very
Yep.
early too.
Oh yeah, I was a little porker for quite a while when I was
So
young.
it was it because you were fat? They singled out the fat kid.
Probably because I was socially awkward
I was.
and the quiet type. I never was a rebel rouser. That didn't happen until I started drinking. Then I turned into the rebel rouser.
Uh, yeah.
Thought I was Iron Man then. Found out though it kicked my ass. But yeah, I was a late bloomer drinking. I think I didn't start drinking until I went in the army at 17, 18,
Yeah,
18,
that was for
17.
me too. It's my last day of college. After finals, everybody was celebrating, and that they talked me into drinking, and that was the first time I'd ever gotten drunk, like really, like drunk, like real drunk. And
I remember
I was a late bloomer
yeah,
too.
I went in the army at 17 and the drinking age was 18 still. And I was just like, come on 18th birthday. And before my 18th birthday could hit, they enacted that 21 rule. We had to be 21 to drink. I'm like, well, kiss my ass. But on the army base, they didn't care. If you was in the army, you could drink on base. We had our own bars on base or bar, whatever you want to call it. NCO club, EM club,
Do they
officer
have gay
club.
bars now, or does everybody still go to just one
I
bar?
do not know if they have on army bases. I don't know.
Do they have trans? Well, I don't even think they have gay bars anymore because it's all turning into queer. What's called queer bars, where it's like all the genders and say it's not just gay anymore. And to have a bar that's now specifically gay is becoming harder and harder to find.
Well, there when I was still lived up north, when I was still working, there was a bar in the one town. It was a pretty good sized town it was in, and it was I call it a gay bar. It was a lesbian bar, but they didn't allow gays in there.
What? How is that?
It was strictly for lesbians.
Well, that's fine. If women want their own spaces, I give it to them because that's less of them in mine, and I can have mine too. Yeah, if lesbians wanted an all lesbian bar, I would respect that.
Well, that's like was it when I went 77, 78. When I was down in Georgia, I used to go to Alabama every weekend, go hang out with my buddy that I was in the service with, and there was a club in Huntsville. It was a gay bar, but it was all men, no women. It was called the Yum Yum Tree, and
And it was
to
gay, you
see,
say?
yeah, because my buddy thought it'd be funny. He goes, "Hey, I got a new club we're gonna go check out." I'm like, "Okay." So we pull up, and there's all these four-wheel drive pick 'em up trucks with the big tires and jacked way up.
They were all gay?
I didn't know it. We go
Oh,
in there.
that's
We
where's this
go up
bar
to the
called? Yum
bar,
Yum what tree?
the Yum Yum Tree, Huntsville, Alabama.
Okay.
I don't even know if it's still in business.
Oh.
But I mean, they look like regular rednecks in there. And then after my eyes got adjusted, then I realized, hey, wait a minute, those are dudes dancing with each other. Those are dudes kissing over here.
Was it
And
like a leather bar, or a biker bar, or just a normal gay bar?
It was a redneck gay bar. That's all I can call it.
Well, it was Alabama. Are there other kinds?
And I was like, oh my God. And then this big guy comes up to me. He said, oh, you're new around here. And I'm thinking, oh shit. And my buddy slides his arm around me and he looks at it. He says, he's with me. And the guy walks away. And I told my buddy, I said, you get out of here. I'm going to kick your ass.
Not laws. You are working the gay bars for the
What's he
women.
got?
I always thought, like growing up, because there were women that would come to hang out with the gays. I always thought that would be a good strategy. That if somebody wanted to pick up girls, a straight guy, they should go hang out at a gay bar. And so it's good to hear that somebody tried it out.
Now, when I was in the service girls, when they wanted to go out and not be bothered, they would get the gay guy that was in our outfit to go with them.
Klinger. No, he was the transvestite.
Well,
they don't even have those anymore. The autogynephile.
He dressed as a man and everything. He was gay, but they would take him so that no one else would bother him, so they wouldn't get hit on.
Yeah, I was in that role many a times too. Women love to use you for stuff like that.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about then. That was back when you couldn't tell them you were gay.
Oh, in the military.
Yeah, if they found out, or if you told them, you get an automatic discharge.
Yep, I remember those days. That's one of the reasons I voted for Clinton, because he was supposed to change that.
We used to have a thing called CQ duty, and it was an NCO, and then a less ranked person would have to stay up all night in the barracks to make sure there was no problems and everything. And there was one night the commander came in, and the CQ, he couldn't find the CQ. And someone said, oh, I saw him down at such and such room. So the commander goes down there and opens the door up, and here's the CQ busting the queer guy in the bunghole.
Oh, the queer guy, they like the token.
Yeah. And needless to say, that didn't go over too well. He got
because that's when you would get dishonorable discharge for it.
Yep.
Like it was a bad thing to have on your record.
Oh, well, he ended up with charges. He got charged with what do they call it? Sodomy.
Oh, because it was still illegal. Well, like military charges or actual?
Yeah,
civilian?
No, military. Oh, they put him in the military jail. Yeah.
Dang.
He got big dereliction of duty, not insubordination, fraternization, sodomy. I think that's the right word. I'm not for sure. For anal sex, whatever they used to call it.
Yeah, you didn't know what a GIMP was either. I believe you.
Yeah, I did not know what a GIMP was. I don't want to know what a GIMP in real life is. You gotta remember, I'm old.
It's pretty much the same as it is in fiction. Pulp Fiction, that is.
Well, I didn't see that movie either.
Oh, you missed out. We can watch in the Discord one day. Any day you want, let me know.
Was that the one with Samuel L. Jackson?
Yeah, John Travolta.
Yeah, I used to like John Travolta until he's a wackadoodle.
He's pretty good in this one. That's the movie. My mom came home one day and she's like, "There's a movie called Pulp Fiction, and y'all better not rent that." I'm like, "What? Don't tell us the movies to rent. We can rent where." And she's like, "They're talking about it at work, and it sounds just awful. I do not want that movie in my house. You better not come home." So of course we go out and rent the movie, and my brother has her. We put it on, and she's like, "Is that movie? I told you not to rent that movie." And she starts watching it, And a few minutes in, she's laughing her ass off. She sat there and laughed her ass off through the whole movie. She thought Samuel L. Jackson was one of the funniest characters, and she loved it. And she started telling all her friends about it. Like, oh, we saw Pulp Fiction. It's so funny. You got to see it.
That's funny.
You remember the Mod Squad? Yeah.
I
Or was that
remember
before your time.
the remake of it, and that Peggy Lipton who was Norma in Twin Peaks was she was the girl from the Mod Squad.
Yeah, she was original on the Mod Squad. Yeah.
Yeah.
Her
So
and
I know it because of
Clarence,
her, and then I know that they did like a
Clarence
movie
Williams the
remake of
third was the black guy. It was a pretty good show for its day. It was highly provocative, though. You know, two white people and one black. It was.
Oh, I didn't even know. See, I didn't even remember their race. That's how not racist I am. I forgot about that.
Didn't he just die recently?
Which one?
Samuel L. Jackson, or am I?
What?
Maybe I got the wrong.
They just had 3 that died, but I don't think it was one. He was one of them.
No.
It says is the way you know is you Google them, and Wikipedia is going to say Samuel Jackson is or was. That's what I look for.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I could tell right from the search result.
Isn't
So
there
he still is an actor.
Like a father son in Hollywood. I might have the names mixed up.
Well, we just lost Dr. Ruth and Richard Simmons and Shannon Doherty. Was there a 4th?
Oh, this would have been before these people.
Before this
I
round.
thought it was this year. God, I can't remember his name now.
Was it Bernie Mac?
Nope, not Bernie Mac. He was the comedian, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't Bernie Mac. Lou Gossett.
Oh, yeah.
I think it was Lou Gossett Jr.
He was in Watchmen. I was surprised. He was still around even for that.
I liked Morgan Freeman.
Yeah.
Wasn't he in the one that with
Hulk?
The movie about God.
Where he was God.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was funny.
He also drove Miss Daisy.
Yep. That was a good movie.
Oh yeah, I love that movie. In fact, I might watch that tonight. I haven't seen that in forever.
Now, I'll tell you how slow I am. I had to watch.
Wait, what? Hang on. Go ahead, Chuck.
Okay.
But we might be getting some breaking news.
Oh, go ahead. I love.
All right. No, it's not Lost fucking with us. That's what I thought it was. When I first saw that, I said, "Not Lost fucking with me," and then I overrode it and I said, "What? Let me check." But that's the intuition. It was right, and then my rationality kicked in, and I said, "Let me look it up and see if Bruce Willis died." Yeah, I knew that. I've already have your pattern. That's what it was. It was that it was noticing a discrepancy in the pattern that quickly.
Did he?
All right, Chuck, go ahead. Sorry.
Did Bruce Willis die?
No, there was a troll trying to distract you from telling your story.
Oh, well, he's not too far from it. That's why I asked.
Yeah, I wouldn't have been surprised.
Oh, The Color Purple. You remember the movie The Color Purple?
That's my favorite movie. Or was growing up. I have the whole thing memorized. I can recite it, and I've watched it like literally probably close to 100 times. I'm not kidding.
I had
can't
to
tell you how many
watch it
times I've watched that
4 times to understand that movie. But I finally figured it out.
Oh, well, I mean, there was a lot of themes in it, but
yes, there was.
That's when Whoopi That's what put Whoopi on the map, and Oprah did such a fine job. That's the movie to me that took Oprah from a talk show host to like a serious. She's more than just Oprah. She's quite a good actress, actually. Maybe
Wasn't
even
it
better than
her?
Whoopi.
Was it her that was in the lesbian scene in that movie?
That was Whoopi and Margaret Avery. I mean, yeah,
Whoopi,
Shug
Whoopi,
Avery.
yeah.
Yeah, the smiling lessons. Yeah. I have the soundtrack. I had the poster. I was a teenager in high school. I had the movie poster for The Color Purple hanging on my wall. Like that was my teenage poster.
Damn.
That's how into this movie I was. And it's one of
Oh,
Steven Spielberg's, but like just the artistry of it, the cinematography, the way he just weaves it together visually, just all
that
of it.
was a that
So
was a Spielberg movie.
that was a Spielberg movie.
Wow, I didn't know that. I may have, but I
Yeah, that
forgot.
was
But
like peak for in the 80s. That was probably peak cinema for me. And we watched it on VHS. I never watched it. All the black girls were talking about it at school. In fact, I was in home ec class with them. I was with the black girls, and there was this one, and they kept saying that she looks like Miss Seeley, and they would call her Miss Seeley, and it became her nickname.
oh,
And I'm
that was
like,
Cicely.
and I'm like, what's Miss Seeley? And they're like, from The Color Purple. And so I
Was
knew
that
that there was this character named Miss
Cicely
Seeley in The
Tyson?
Color Purple from home ec class.
Was that Cicely Tyson?
She wasn't in it at all. She was in the autobiography of Miss Jane Pittman, and she was in The Road to Galveston, which is another good movie with what's her face, Piper Laurie.
Well, that's like Lana Turner. You know, she was black. She's a singer from back a long time ago.
Oh yeah, I remember
But
her.
she used to hook up with many a white guy when it wasn't cool. That's how Sammy Davis Jr. ended up getting married. He was messing with Kim Novak, who was a white
Yeah,
actress.
yeah, from she was in Vertigo.
Yeah, and the mob told him he had two choices: you get married to a black girl, or nobody's going to see you again.
Y'all think y'all are under slave control now? Did you just hear this story? That was the mob.
And he ended up out of his uh a Vegas showgirl that was in his show or show he went to. He said, "You got to marry me because I don't want to be dead." And that's how they got married.
I would not have done it. Don't tell me who to marry.
They didn't tell him which one. They just told him what color.
See, that's what we were worried about during Russiagate, because that is the kind of people that we were scared was going to establish control over the world and take over all of our institutions and systems. We're
All it
people like
took was
that. So we'd be living under a
a little
mob.
research, and one found out rather quickly how much of that was debunked.
No, it's not. If only, Chuck. If only. How long have you been on these panels?
Well,
Besides, it's not even that, because we didn't have all the data at the time. They were doing investigations. Like information would come out as they do these investigations.
yeah,
So it's not like we could
drip,
Google this
yeah.
one thing and debunk it like we can today. It was happening in real time, like the shooting from the other day. So as details came out, the conspiracies would get more intricate and expand. And QAnon was happening at the same time. And we were all pointing at the QAnon people, like laughing at them for how stupid they were to believe such a ridiculous conspiracy, while we were in the middle of one ourselves and didn't even know it.
That was another Fruit Loop group. Oh my God.
Well, supposedly the Panelverse is some of the remnants of QAnon and the truthers and the fringe, like those go live out in the woods people. What did they call them today when I was talking about
Preppers?
conspiracy? Millenarian survivalist or something.
Well, you know Montegraph, don't you?
I know of him. I was on a
Okay.
panel. He was on Flo's
Well,
one night when I was on,
yeah.
but he didn't really talk.
Supposedly, he's one of the original 12 anonymous group.
Oh, I had heard that. Yeah.
Now, can I prove it?
No, because they're anonymous.
I can-
Anybody could claim that.
Exactly. I hadn't seen him since Denizen made an ass out of him.
What happened?
Oh, Monograph was spewing some high-tech computer spy talk crap. Well, Denizen knows quite a bit about different programs and how computers work and how systems work, and he started calling him on it. He was calling bullshit on him, and Monograph got so flustered that he was going to go after Dennison and try and dox him. And Dennison said, "Well, go ahead, try your best." Well, Monograph wanted him to turn his camera on so he can get a picture of him, and Dennison just kept laughing at him. And he got so mad he rage quit because Dennison wouldn't turn his camera on. And he said, "Well, I'm going to get you." And Dennison says, "Well, I'll be waiting right here."
Is that what he said? I'm going to get you?
Yeah. Dennison says, "I'll be right here waiting for you, pal." In fact, I think Dennison bet him $500 that he couldn't figure out who he was. But they've not bumped into each other since then. And I'm beginning to wonder if Flo maybe got struck or something.
Oh, he hasn't been on in a while?
No.
Do you know, Ren?
I don't know, but I can message him and find out.
Well,
because Mrs. Flo was in here a few days ago.
I messaged him the other day just to see if he was all right.
7 days ago was his last.
And he said, "Yeah, he was okay."
Oh, okay.
But I didn't push it.
I mean, he's done this before and he's come back, so I never worry when this happens.
I thought something had happened, so I texted him just to make sure. I didn't care less about the show. I just wanted to make sure he was all right. Or maybe something had happened in the family. But he said, "No, it's good."
Flo's not going anywhere. His ego is too tied into this.
I didn't pry.
You didn't pry?
No. I was just wanting to make sure he was all right.
Pry.
Yeah.
Well, I had his contact information, so
I don't feel bad asking him anything or checking in on me. So yeah, like we met on the internet many like I guess over a decade ago.
Wow, you and Flo?
Yeah.
They had a whole panelverse going before the panelverse.
It was like a proto panel. It was before you.
And it was cooler than anything I've seen on the actual panelverse.
What was you using? Hangouts?
Oh, it was before that. We had originally it was GoToMeeting, and then there was kind of a sequence of these bot programs that a guy put together. So that it was a 24-hour room, like it was always open, and then he had a automated program to upload it to YouTube.
Jeez Louise.
So yeah, before like the technology was easy, like we were going out of our way. We were, as far as I know, it was the only ones doing it. But yeah, no, I knew him, and then when he got in trouble, in fact, Katie came and stayed with me for like 4 months.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
Oh, that's where Katie went.
Yeah, she went to California, and the guy she was staying with, they would have killed each other or come close to it, I'm pretty sure. And anyway, and then Flo called me one night, real serious, and anyway, she came to stay with me for a couple of weeks, and then ended up like that. It was, we gelled just fine. She knew when to not bother me, and otherwise she gave me somebody to talk to. And there you go. In my house, so it worked out good.
A body double, a live body double.
She's like, it was so funny because we're slightly different cognitive types, me and Flo, but we're both what's called a type 8 and stuff, and I honestly hadn't interacted with her that much, but me and Flo used to stay up at late at night talking about stuff and all night, and yeah, and it would be funny because she'd be like, "Oh wait, yeah, he does that too." The commentary was pretty funny, and yeah, no, it worked out. He came down for a week or so. It was funny. I had a stack of research papers like in my bathroom, for reading material, and I come in and he's like in my living room and he's like, "Oh, I was reading this." And my mom called and she was a little worried that I had my internet friends who were in trouble.
I would be too if I watched any of these streams.
And she's like, "What are you doing?" What is that? And I couldn't help it because it was literally the truth. I'm like, "We're sitting in the living room reading research papers."
I can only imagine.
It was incredibly nefarious.
You're doing what? How stupid are you?
That's
young
how the
lady?
grievance hoaxers did too. They sat
Don't
around
you
reading
know there's
research
bad
papers.
people out there?
Well, it was one of those things that's hard to explain. It's like at that point I'd known him for, I don't know, 6
Yeah.
months or
Good
a
luck
year or
trying to
something.
explain that
I'd
to
known him
old
for a
people.
while, but it was like, I had talked to him more than I've talked to most people, and because the topic that the community we were part of was like how your brain worked, like that really opened up where it's like, deep conversations and like really getting to know people were, I don't know, there was a barrier lifted because that was the topic. And so I was like, I felt like I knew him better than, most people I'd known all my life. Still do, it was like, yeah, it's like I've had more intense conversations.
What is
Well,
his
I know.
MBTI?
He'd be like an ESTP, but he's an ESTP that hangs out in the borderlands. He lives in the borderlands closer to like ENTP land.
So
He's
the only
mid-type
difference
in
is the
ENTP,
N and the
but
A. He's a little more S focused.
yeah.
Because he to me has a really strong N. In fact, sometimes I feel like he's going more off of N than S.
Yeah, well, like I said, he mistyped, and I mean, he hung out with a community of ENTPs, and he was literally, I think it was the week he stayed with me, we talked about it, and sort of comparing ourselves in real life is when we came to he'd been considering the hypothesis that he was actually an ESTP, and I think as I recall, I think we actually sort of decided that the week he visited me.
He seems more like a J than a P.
Well, ESTPs are
He
very,
seems to get to closure very fast, very quickly, and not fully give the perception a chance to
yeah.
take
Well,
in
the thing
everything.
is ESTPs are action oriented, so they're done. They like to have already be done doing it, or. And
Well, I
my
know he
experience
has
with them
no
using like
empathy.
deconstructive logic and stuff, like they Taylor can go long. I mean, flow state can go for longer than most people, but the general example, they can only sort of like deconstruct logically for about 2 hours, and then they get bored, and then you have to like resume the conversation later.
Because of
does
the
get bored.
ADHD or one of the
No,
traits.
it's just they just kind of get tired. They're like, "That's good enough. I need to go do. I don't want to sit here and like logic rabbit hole anymore right now." They just
The
have
does
2 hour
get
mark is just when it's starting to get good. You
I
gotta go.
know.
There's like
I
you're
know.
just at the edge of that abyss where you're about to drop to the
Yeah.
next level in the trench.
Well, you can watch him on his shows. You can watch him. He'll float out mentally. You
Yeah.
can watch him float out of the conversation.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's his ADHD.
Since this is the nerdy channel, he's way more of a nerd than he plays out on his channel. I always laugh because I'm like, he's honestly, I mean, as far as like language ability and like reading and stuff, he's
Is
better
he
than most
dumbing
people I
himself
know.
down?
Yeah, to a
Yeah,
certain extent.
yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Like that. I've had all night conversations about stuff with him, and I
Why
don't do
doesn't
that
he
with all
just
the
give
people.
us that?
He'll
If he
slip
has it
up
in him.
every now and then, and you'll see that
Yeah, you'll see.
that
I've seen him
come
switch
through.
switch to it on
Yeah.
his channel. But yeah, I mean that's.
I didn't know he was
Oh,
deliberately sitting on it. Like,
now it just rang a bell. You're Audra.
Yes.
That Audra. Duh. Ding,
Is
ding,
he?
ding. The light bulb just went off.
Oh, am I a character that's known?
Excuse me?
Yeah, because he usually calls me that. When you been
Yeah.
talking about me? No.
No. It's just, I heard your name just earlier tonight in the conversation. I heard you say your name,
Oh yeah.
and it kind of was ringing around my brain anyway. I'm like, where do I know that name from? Because there's not that many that I've run into that go by
Yeah.
that name.
Yeah. Well, it's hard. Like I try to, and it's, not so much to obscure anything, just for convenience of the identifiers we're currently going by. I try to refer to him as Flow State, but you'll notice I
Yeah,
forget and call him by his name a
Taylor.
lot.
Yeah, I know. We all got his whole rap sheet now. So I mean,
Well, I was gonna say he's never been secretive about anything, so I mean, I know he doesn't
no.
care, and I'm kind of the same way. He knows I don't really care. But yeah, no,
But I
I've
try.
known him a long time.
I try. I try to respect people's whatever their wish is.
Yeah. Well, I always laugh because, like I said, the community we used to get, it
There's
was
no try.
comparing personality types, and what's funny is him and another guy that's what's funny is like me and him and this other guy I know that we're vastly different, but at the same time, like the three of us are more like each other than the rest of the group. Like we have interesting commonalities. And one of the ones that I actually ended up experimenting with was like our taste preferences in like food and stuff, which was hilariously aligned. Like when Taylor was staying with me, I think kind of in the morning, I was like, he's like, "What are you eating for breakfast?" I'm like, I had like just like a bag of like prosciutto and probably some espresso, and I don't remember what else, something else kind of random. And he just
Continental
laughed because he's
breakfast.
like, yeah, but like prosciutto is an acquired taste. And something he was all excited. He's like, I eat
Isn't
weird
that
stuff, and
that's
then my
a
other buddy,
thin
we went on a
sliced
road
meat,
trip,
right?
huh? Well,
Isn't that
it's
the
a
thin sliced meat?
yeah, but
Uh,
it's a cured meat, and so it's got a real
yeah,
strong. It's a cured ham. It's got a real strong flavor. A lot of people
yeah,
don't like it.
yeah.
Yeah, I forget what else I had, but it was so funny because he's like, I don't know anybody else that likes this. So, I didn't have to buy extra groceries. And then my other buddy, we went on a road trip, and anytime we would stop for gas. So it was my car, and so he would pump the gas and stuff, and I would go into like the gas station and get a snack. And my experience was I never asked him what he wanted. I would just whatever I felt like I wanted, I would get two of, and I'd bring it out.
It
I'm like,
seemed like he'd pretty much eat
you
anything.
wanted these two like random things, right? Like you wanted lemonade and you know Jack and this candy bar, and he's like, you know what, I did. You're like, that does hit the spot. It was funny, but
Yep, because when they say grab me something, well, you're going to get what I got then.
yeah. Well,
If
no,
you
I was
don't tell
doing it
me what you want,
as a legitimate experiment because I had started because sometimes questions come up or things come up where it's like that's an interesting correlation that I hadn't really considered before, and so then I start making it into a conscious experiment and start testing it, right? And so I was testing a hypothesis, and it was pretty funny.
well, I know he's definitely short on the empathy department.
I've seen him show it in some areas. That
I mean,
surprised me.
he's a compared to sort of the gushy normal
Person.
humans, he's
He won't let
I
Human.
mean,
people
he's
say the R.
weird.
He won't let people say
You made
retard.
Well, I
that sound
mean,
like a bad thing, human.
well, I mean, to be fair, I don't know that I mean to be perfectly honest, like I'd say I don't know that I'm any better.
Who knows,
I
to be honest.
I mean, it's one of those things. It's some people are just I don't know. It's like he's not a bad like he's a all right guy, but
Oh,
but
yeah.
he can be it's like and this is me, like, I can be pretty cold. Like, and we've had discussions about it, and stuff, and they're probably still somewhere on YouTube. But, we've talked about it that, there's some, there, like the emotion wheel, right, with all the variations. And we
Yeah.
talked about that. I think Mrs. Flo one time she would bring it up, and she's like, "Here, look at all these," and we're like, "Do you really have all of these?" Because we're like, we get these, and we're like,
Wait, y'all don't have all of those?
not really. Like, it's tends to be the more, as we experience it, it tends to be, our perception is more the base, sort of the simplified versions, right? There's not a ton of nuance.
So anger, like
Yeah.
anger,
Anger's our
sorrow.
favorite.
So you experience anger. You okay with that one?
Yeah, that's our favorite. But
And
They're
sorrow,
like
joy,
they're like
yeah,
bored,
but a lot of it's
contempt, disgust, surprise. There's supposed to be 6 basic ones, but they change
yeah.
depending on which model
But
you
kind of
use.
the, I mean, I'd honestly go with, I think of probably about 3 basic. They're sort of like angry,
Fear,
feel good, feel bad, which would be
shame,
kind of
guilt.
sorrow and joy, right?
Oh,
And
do you feel shame and guilt, or is that too nuanced?
not really.
Ooh.
yeah, he doesn't. He doesn't. No,
I
I
don't
agree
really
with
feel
that.
shame. I feel shame when I'm doing something to feel shame over, but
Yeah,
that's
some of
rare.
that, like shame and regret, stuff, that some of that I realized was programming. It turned out to be, for me at least. That's my experience of it. I kind of found it and realized, oh, that's not. I don't have to have that, so I don't, because I don't see the point. But yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. It's almost like just sort of, undeveloped emotion. The emotions are not real sophisticated.
Yeah,
But
maybe that's what I meant a while ago.
yeah, I mean, and
That's
that's kind of how I would describe it. And I wouldn't be as familiar even with my own as if I had. I mean, me and him, we talked about it a lot, and that probably helped us understand ourselves better. And then, like, Mrs. Flo is the very opposite.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
She is the emotional connoisseur, and is
Yep.
all over it. And it's weird because it's like she has those, but yet has control over them, and it's interesting because it's the very opposite. And she looks at us and goes, we can't imagine having the rainbow of variation that she experiences, and she can't imagine the rather basic versions. And like myself, I mostly exist as some state of sort of moderately bored. Is I describe it as great. It's not really good. It's not really bad. It's just kind of like whatever. And
Are you able to like get yourself out of it? Like stimulate your boredom when you need to?
it takes a lot of stimulation. Like I can, like distraction, like all the conversating that distracts me. And I mean, legit to like physically be like really out of it. I mean, it takes pretty intense situations or roller coasters or something.
Oh yeah.
That's one of the things I like about roller coasters is the way I describe it is it gives me like, it's like it meets me in the middle. It's like it gives me enough of a physical, there's enough of a physical stimulus that I can kind of, meet it halfway, and it's like, oh yeah, this is the juice.
Yep. Not all roller coasters are equal though.
No. But I try to make them as, I
I've
do
been
all the
on
little
some.
tricks I can to make them more intense.
I've been on some good ones, and I've been on some bad ones.
I went on one time, this old wooden one in Atlanta.
Yep, that's
That
exactly what I'm
The
talking
rickety
about.
ones.
okay, they were running it backwards. They were
Mm-hmm.
running the train backwards, and I went on it with the train backwards. And what crack? And it had really primitive restraints. And I would ride in the front car, and it would feel like you're gonna fall out on the back
Was that the
going up the
boss?
hill. The what?
The boss?
I don't know what it was called. It's at
Was
Six
it a
Flags.
Six Flags? Yeah, the one
Yeah,
in St. Louis had one of them. The wooden
yeah,
one. Oh, that
yeah. It was
damn thing would beat you to
it was
death.
an old
Yeah, what
like
in
it's
Texas would
a
too.
like it's considered like a historical roller coaster, I guess.
Yeah. Yep. Yep.
Yeah, and they had the train running backwards, so it felt like you'd fall out of there if you weren't trying hard enough. and it beat the heck out of you. And crazy as I am, I remember all the other people in the line. They're like, I ain't going on that again. I went on it like 3 times in a row. I was like, yes.
You ever been to Disney World?
When I was 9, went to Disney World.
Oh, okay.
So I did get to ride the old before they smoothed it up Matterhorn.
Oh
And the
yeah,
old
I
Space
remember that.
Mountain.
The
That
Matterhorn.
was that's
They went at Six Flags.
Disneyland.
Dude, they had to take out the
Yeah,
snowman
Disneyland.
because they said it scared everybody.
Really, the Yeti isn't there or whatever anymore?
Well, Astroworld had their version and it had the Yeti.
Oh.
And so I remember growing up, that was one of my favorite parts. You come out of the mountain and the Yeti kind of comes
Yeah.
out and hovers over you as you're passing
You
through.
get
And it
that
was
right.
one of
He's
the
like in
coolest
a
parts. And we
sort
went
of
one year and it
cave.
wasn't there. And they said they took it out because it was too scary for the kids.
That legitimately gave me a start. I was so excited. I rode it with my dad, and I was like, that actually kind of surprised me. I was excited, I was mostly annoyed though, because they had like the double toboggan, right, where like I rode in my dad's lap, and then there was probably like another girl and her dad, in the same toboggan with us, in the same,
Yeah.
right, and she screamed the entire time, and what I mostly remember about riding it was going, is she ever gonna shut up?
Shut up. Exactly.
that was my thoughts. I'm like, really? Yeah. And then I was scared of Splash Mountain, but my dad's like, no, you're gonna like it. We're gonna do it anyway. And so we went on Splash Mountain, and the whole time I was just like, I don't want to. I have probably had my arms crossed. I'm like, I don't want to do this. In the thing, we're already on the ride. Like, don't want to do this. And then we went down the big waterfall, and I'm like, that was great. And then I went and like grabbed him, like, let's go again. And then I just basically like rode that over and over again as much as I could. But yeah, no, I like roller coasters, but I honestly find them fascinating. It's one of my favorite, like, sort of bizarre pseudo personality testing questions I like to ask people, and out of genuine curiosity, is I like to ask people, like, do you or do you not like roller coasters, and why?
Oh, I love them. I love all the rides. I'm the one that has to ride every ride in the park. Any park I go to, I have to ride all
Yeah.
the rides.
But like, I see all those people, like the majority of the people on a train are clutching, like they legitimately look uncomfortable.
There was one at Disneyland.
And I'm not. I'm just like, I could sit here with a straight face and go through the whole ride if I cared to, like I never want to hold on to the restraints if I can help it. I like to get, like, I know that I'm, again, it's just it was always interesting because I'm like we clearly like roller coasters for different reasons, because I'm like, if I was scared of them, I don't know that I would want to go on them.
You know what the tower? You ever heard of the Tower of Terror at Disney?
Yeah, I always wanted to go on that when I was a kid.
That is fun. Other than I can't ride it no more. But that used, because of my all the metal and crap I got holding my back together.
Oh right.
I don't. The compression would not do it good. From the fall.
Yeah.
But
that always looked fun.
Last time when I was able to ride it, it would drop like 3 different times. Now when you get on it, you don't know if it's going to drop 5 times or 9 times. It's unpredictable, They mixed it up now, and they say it's a blast because it was fun before.
Yeah, I guess they still just had. Do they have a version of that in California now?
Yeah, except they changed it to it's not the
like
Tower of Terror.
Guardians of the Galaxy.
Or something like that.
Yeah, when I went to Disneyland, they were building the park in the parking lot, right? The California.
Well, they're
whatever.
getting ready to add on out there too.
Yeah, but like that, they had just started like clearing the parking lot to build the new, like, it was just announced, and it was just starting the building the big expansion. What did they call it? California
Adventure.
Yeah, that was when I was there.
I think they're getting ready to add on again, from what I was reading.
It's funny because it's like I've read about all the defunct like rides, and I got to see most of the old stuff that was still there before they sanitized most of it.
Oh, that's disgusting. I'm
You
telling
know,
you, there wasn't a damn thing wrong with the originals.
yeah. The only thing I didn't get to go on Thunder Mountain Railroad, which ironically was the one thing that I went into the whole thing wanting to ride. They had it closed down, but I got
Oh,
to see
Thunder
we got
Mountain?
to yeah, I didn't get to ride Thunder Mountain. They had it closed, but you know, like the Splash Mountain still had all the like the Brer Rabbit and stuff,
Yeah.
Brer Bear stuff, and I got to ride. I know some of the dark rides have closed places. I liked the Roger Rabbit one a lot. It may still be there.
I
And
think it
then
is.
I think that was there. The Toad one maybe is the one that I know, like Disney World or something got rid of that
Mr.
one.
Toad's Wild Ride. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I got to ride
think
We
that
I
one. I got
rode.
lost
to
that. They
I got to
closed
ride
that
the
in Florida too. They
yeah
turned it
the
into
old
Winnie the
versions of
Pooh.
Space Mountain, right? Refitted Space Mountain, the old
Yep.
Matterhorn.
Yep. Yep.
There was some. Got to see the Country Bear Jamboree.
Oh, I remember
Ain't no
that.
more. Ain't
They
no
took
more.
oh,
Yeah, yeah. Like
Well, they
most of the
got it,
stuff
but
that I
it's
remember,
called
it's not at all the same. I
it's
guess
called
these
the
days.
new Country Bear Jamboree.
Well, that sounds.
what's new about? Let me see.
The music and the
Oh, but it's the
characters.
same bears.
Well, they got rid of one of them, I think.
Which for some wokeness?
Yep. Due to
Which
wokeness.
one?
I don't remember. I just read it the
Okay, I
other
gotta find
day.
out. The new Country Bear
Because we
Jamboree.
used to go to Disney World in Florida twice a year.
Oh yeah. I used
But
to want to go to Disney World, but I still wouldn't mind if I got down there. But honestly, like today, if I had to choose between Universal Studios down there and Disney World, I think I'd go to Universal.
they're different.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're different. Now the Harry Potter stuff is cool down there
Yeah.
at Universal.
Well,
But they're getting ready. They
they
just
got a
built
bunch
a
of
Oh,
series roller
brand new.
coaster.
They just built a brand new expansion to Universal there in Florida. It's going to open up sometime soon. A whole new
Mm,
park.
yeah.
Chuck
Well, and
E.
the whole like
Cheese was
Star Wars
inspired
thing
by
down there,
the
like,
Bears.
well, little me would have
Was it?
been obsessed
Yeah,
with
I
the
didn't know
Star
that.
Wars land, but Disney's gone and ruined Star Wars, and it's very sad
Oh,
because I was a huge
isn't
Star
it?
Wars nerd.
I was going to go to the hotel thing they had
Oh yeah.
for $6,000 for 2 nights.
For kind of giggles, I like watched the downfall of that. Like there was some YouTube reporters, and I just kind of like, I just sort of watched that in like fascinated horror because it's like this is
It
not gonna go well.
failed bad.
That was a because the original. Well, what got me is I saw the pictures of it. It didn't look like Star Wars. It looked like Star Trek.
Yep.
And I found that problem like when they came out with the new Star Trek movies. Because I was kind of a Trekkie too, and so it's like, and I watched the new Star Trek movies, and I enjoyed them, but I didn't like them because my opinion is that they were more Star Warsy than Star Trekky.
I
And then what
agree.
was
I
weird,
agree.
and so I was very disappointed because J.J. Abrams managed to turn Star Trek into Star Wars, but then he managed to completely fail at actual Star Wars.
And
Because it
then
was like,
what's
oh,
her
I had
name?
great hopes. I'm like, he Star Wars. He accidentally made Star Wars when he was supposed to be doing Trek. So maybe he'll successfully do
And
new
then
Star Wars movies.
Kathleen Kennedy took over Star Wars and
Oh yeah.
really food it up.
I've basically been saving season 2 of The Mandalorian as like a treat since I think it went downhill after that.
Well, what's the new one just came out? The Accolade?
Oh, The Acolyte. Yeah.
Yeah, they said don't bother.
Well, it's funny because a lot of the stuff people complain about, it's like, oh, the witches of it, they would be. It's not Dantooine. It's what's the planet that they're from? So the thing is I've read like all the Star Wars books back before Disney, the ones that are now not canon. And Disney is like steals these concepts from those old books, but then they just like make them woke and stupid. Like it's
Mm-hmm.
like that's the thing is
Mm-hmm.
they could have taken because the whole like Force witches thing was kind of interesting, right? Because they were different than the Jedi, and they were always, because there were some stories with them in it, and they were kind of interesting. But then turning them into these like stupid whatever. I mean, it's just like,
Yeah.
I'm like, just remake the old story, but they steal stuff from the old stories and then they make it terrible, and it's just like, just leave it alone. Even the movies, right? Like what's Luke Sky? Okay, Ben Solo, right? So in the original timeline, Luke's son was named Ben, and Han and Leia had like two sons. So and their older son is the one that went to the dark side and was basically a cooler, a less dumbed down Kylo Ren,
I
right? So
thought
they took Luke's son and Han's son and like made them into one person and dumbed it down, and it's like it was so lame. Like it wasn't even an original character. It was just like it's just, yeah. I really wanted to like the new Star Wars because I was so excited for it, but I can't.
and I
I
thought
uh,
who was supposed to have been the son of Obi-Wan Kenobi originally, somewhere
I don't
along the way.
I don't think he was supposed to have any kids that I'm aware of.
Or one of their rewrites for making one of these movies. Yeah, it was totally left field. No idea where they were coming up with this idea storyline that they were going to fit. Made no sense.
Yeah, no, the whole, Disney movies were, it basically like the way they did it, it basically rendered meaningless everything that was accomplished in the original
Yep.
trilogy and stuff. I mean, it was just like a sorry reboot.
What was the one with the last one that had Mark Hamill in it of the
Well,
trilogy?
the Last Jedi.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I wanted.
they turned
I
Luke
didn't
into
know.
Lamo.
I didn't know if I wanted to cry or puke at
Maybe
that
both.
movie.
I
I was.
honestly, I
I
liked that movie better than the other two, but it was still awful. Like because
yeah.
it
Yes,
felt like
I agree. I
the
agree.
director was trying to do something original. He was trying to do something different, but he was wedged in between those other two movies and kind of stuck. And
And
and,
it was
and, and Ryan
almost
Johnson,
like,
the guy that did that, he usually
yeah.
does these kind of cerebral intellect like comedies. Like I've always enjoyed his movies in the past.
I
And
mean,
so I
the
could see
Mark
some of that
Hamill
complexity
thing.
that he was reaching for, but then there was all this garbage that he was having to deal with and wedged in between, and so
Yeah,
it ended up being kind of
there was
awful.
so much wasted storyline within the Last Jedi that could have been tackled, and it fell flat to
Yeah,
me.
well, and the things that he tried to set up, I basically, then they were like, never mind for the third one, right? They're like, oh, never mind.
Yeah,
Like what little interesting stuff he sort of set up, they just like, never mind. We're gonna dumb it down again. That was you were undumbing it too much, right? Like,
yeah, they go off in
no,
this direction,
yeah,
and they would just stop and
yeah,
go in a whole different instead of carrying the arc. And I'm like,
yeah.
oh man,
I think yeah, that was sad, but yeah, and what they did to Luke is sad because Luke's honestly always been one of my favorite characters, and he became quite the groovy badass in the books.
who?
Luke Skywalker.
Yeah,
But yeah, I literally go back and play like my old Star Wars games, and sometimes just to just to salve the hurt.
it's amazing how bad this DEI has messed things up. Everything in life.
It really is quite remarkable because
That's well,
it just
people are.
amazes me how much people are so excited to force people into roles. But the thing is the people that they get in there, regardless of the people that are going to apply for these things or want them on behalf of demographics rather than competence are always going to be the wrong people. That's just it.
Mm-hmm.
It's like it's not that it's a chick in a lot of cases, it's that it's the chick who had to be shoehorned in there, right? It's like,
Do you think there is something feminist about, like, I don't think this would have happened with a group of just men. There's some, it's the compassion, empathy, the weaponized something is allowing them to adopt those beliefs and buy into it because there's
yeah,
something.
it's like the ingrained chip on their shoulder thing. It's like I don't know what it is. There's something
It's
to
part,
it.
yeah,
I
it's
mean,
part resentment, but I think it's part sincerely feeling for the supposed suffering of these. Like they're willing to see these groups as suffering and needing this nurturing and this
well,
maternal
and I almost
protection.
feel like sometimes it's image over substance. I mean, and
Yep.
that may be my personal bias, but I feel like that is a.
On
I mean,
their
to me,
part,
that's part of. I mean, to me, that's something that I would associate, at least behaviorally. I don't know if it's inherent, but it is. It is, as far as the culture is concerned, that's something that
there's no
women go with,
rationality to it.
right?
Like just
Like the women, they're always wearing makeup, and like there is this thing about it's like to be seen properly, right? Like you're supposed to do the thing that,
oh,
right?
uh-huh.
I think there's a programming that they may have a propensity already, a vulnerability to it, but I think there's a programming too that sort of
What
doubles the emphasis that lends towards this sort of virtue signaling kind of behavior.
what is programming?
I don't know, it's anything that sort of, I mean, in what domain would you like me to use the vocabulary?
What?
People use it to me like
Oh
what,
yes.
what you just said. Like to me, women have this natural instinct, but you said there's additional layer of programming that can
Yeah,
make it go in a certain direction. But programmed by what? And when I ask this question, I get answers like
by
people
their
that watch
mothers.
TV shows are being programmed. So
Yeah,
when I hear the word program, I think of an intent. There's another consciousness on the other end, intentionally trying to create a certain outcome through a particular technique or method.
yeah. I don't know that it's highly conscious, but I mean it's just the uh another term. It's via socialization, right? Like you think of
That's a better,
socialization as,
yeah, that's a better
right, but
word for it.
socialization causes programming, right? Like it programs people.
What,
Its
that's
its
the part I
goal
want
is
to,
to
like, what
program
is the
people to be a certain way.
programming?
I
Because
mean, so like the
socialization, I
women, they're
understand.
generally traditionally,
Like
told to,
Pavlovian conditioning.
yeah. Well, I mean, it's one of those things. It's not something that is super conscious, but they're taught to behave a certain way, right? Like that's expected of them, and not
But
all of them
Man,
go
Miss
for it, but it does exist.
people don't have to listen. I just imagine this like docile sheep-like compliant society where females just do what they're told all the
No,
time. And
but it's
I
subtle. It's
I
it's
don't.
things. It's subtle comments
Mr.
from their
Canada down
mothers
there
their
don't
whole
like
life,
us.
right? It's subtle comments from their mothers about, well, this is how you do it, right? Like it's not you will do this, right? It's subtle. That's why it
But that doesn't
works.
mean they have to internalize that or listen. Like it to me, they
Yeah,
still have an
but
option to. Oh, does that resonate with me? Do
yeah,
I want to conform to
but
that,
most
etc.?
people appear to not. They're not as aware of it. Like most people are in like it would be like Freudian psychological language, like the superego, right? Like I
Uh
don't
huh.
have much of a superego. And what one I had, I've mostly like gone in and chopped up and thrown in the wood chipper. But I mean, I've had stuff like that from that left over from a kid. Just artifacts of things that I didn't know why I thought things were supposed to be that way, but it's just it's almost implicit, like because so many people around you think the same thing that you adopt these ideas, and
I guess I just
that
don't think of that as
I'm
programming.
an oddball, so I can
Yeah,
get
me
rid of most
me
stuff.
either, Jeff.
But most people are more, right. Like you're talking about feel shame, right? They're like, oh, I mean, I know women who are embarrassed to go out in public without makeup, and it's not something about like, oh, I like to be pretty. It's like, no, it's like I can't be seen without my makeup, right? And they learned it from their mother, things like that.
I understand.
know.
Okay, I think I understand that kind of stuff, but you
So
think it's
that's an example.
universal across all women, like modern women?
I mean, I think
Because it seemed like there'd be a
widespread enough.
variety of ways that women respond to that.
But I feel like there are threads that are mostly consistent,
Oh, okay.
right? Like there's little things, and it's, again, it's not 100%, but it's the subtle stuff that's the most widespread, right? It's not the obvious stuff. It's the subtle stuff that just kind of sneaks in on you. And that the
Well, it
people
definitely.
teaching it to you don't realize that it was taught to them, right? It's the subtle socializations that are hardest to notice if you're subject to it.
It definitely can't all be biology because the women from the South are completely different than
Yeah.
that. So there has to be some kind of environmental component to it. It just seems like it would be more
Well, and
fluid and
I think
individualized.
constructed, sort of not entirely artificial, but somewhat artificial, you know, infectious behaviors, sort of, or this programming that I'm talking about. I think it becomes more, people are more susceptible to it the further they are from necessity, right? So, like my family, my grandma, my mom, my sister. So me and my mom and my sister branded cattle the other day. My sister cut them. My mom, you know, and I've seen my sister do it with her toddler, slung on her hip with one hand. Like, we're all, and my sister can be quite feminine if she wants to be, and quite stylish. But she's like, we get done what needs to be done. We're rowdier and tougher than a lot of dudes these days. But but we're close. I feel like we're close. Some of that is, it's like we're in a more unforgiving environment, right? It's like I honestly, in general, I've entertained the theory. It's like the further you get from sort of the ground, where things have to be done, right? Where you don't have just options, and you're not just sort of living in this artificial society, and doing artificial jobs that are a product of the society, right? Like things that,
But that's what
those
civilization
jobs.
is.
Yeah, but it's like
Artificial.
it still gets, but the further you get from sort of the base level, the less, I think there are some sort of weird psychological things that if you've we're I think that to a certain extent, the brain is we have instincts that are designed to be afraid, to deal with, like, the tigers in the jungle or whatever, right? Like, things actually, like shit hitting the fan. And so I
Yeah.
think it's one of the reasons people get so outraged or upset over seemingly pointless, not actually dangerous things, is it's like the lack of those in their life, right? Like, they're so actually insulated from
Yeah.
real threats that they pick something in their artificial environment, which isn't really a threat, fills that gap, right? And so you get this sort of strange behavior where things are out of proportion because it's almost like there's nothing to compare it to, right? It's like they don't know what a real threat is. They've never experienced it, so their brain is
Right. They're sheltered and they
oh
haven't been
yeah, it's
desensitized to what
over.
everybody else has. So they
Yeah.
have a greater sensitivity.
And
Comfort
so more
zone.
kind of
Yeah.
like non-survival behaviors, you know, like not necessarily beneficial behaviors, I think start becoming pathological and part of cultures and spreading and things. That's
But do you think
a
it's
little personal
happening
theory.
like that dynamic is experienced more by women than men?
They seem to be a little more. I don't know. I feel like there's something, and I mean, I do think in general your uh, the plurality of the female sex is, they are, the common personality configurations and sort of brain wiring is more excitable, isn't quite maybe the right word, but it's, or more emotional. People would say more emotional. I think that is true, but people simplify that to mean something overly basic, but there's I mean there are biological behaviors, the nurturing instinct things, and then there's the but then there's also like there's a selflessness, a self-sacrificing element to some of that, and I think that can
Yeah,
get
there
really
is that
perverted,
too.
right? Like some of the activism and stuff, I think can maybe hitching a ride on some of those pathways, right? The crazy scream, just sort of the like, what is that? Like, why would you?
Or the mass meltdown scene
Yeah, the
at the
melting down over
2016.
something
Yeah,
that doesn't really affect them, right? It's like they're gonna scream and make a fool of themselves and melt down over this perceived, they're being protective over something that really isn't their
yeah.
domain, right? Right. They're projecting that, and then there's also that self-sacrificing kind of weirdness that I think that goes in there, or self-forgetfulness pathways. It's
It also
I
seems like poor boundaries, like between
yeah.
themselves and
Well, and
other
that's
people.
that's another biological, I would say, that's conducive to raising offspring, right? The low boundaries
Yeah,
thing. So that's another one that makes sense.
yeah.
Yeah.
It seems, and it's the infantilization that, for me, ties it to that maternal. It's designed to keep somebody
Right.
in the home and under the control of the mother, and not developed into an adult that can outgrow the need for that.
Right. But it's like without a useful or reasonable sort of target for some of those pathways, they end up latching on to all kinds of
Strange
strange things.
outlet. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's kind of how kink
it's kind of
works
like
too, though,
strange
like
outlets,
fetishes
right?
and stuff.
And
Once again, you're out of my department, Jeff.
Okay. Well, just for the viewers, that sounds very similar to how some of the fetishes originate.
but yeah, I mean, I do think that there's some of these, almost, it's not pure psychosis, but somewhat just strange
What?
behaviors. I think that's generally what's going on.
There's definitely an irrationality to it, or
Yes,
maybe if it has a rationality, it's not one that
it's a
I could
seemingly
discern from
non-functional
logic.
behavior, right? Like it's dysfunctional. I think that's the correct word.
Yeah, I think it is too.
It is a very dysfunctional, and there's another word, but I can't think of what it is right now that also describes it. But
We're a very dysfunctional society today.
Lou, hey Lou, I don't know why. I haven't seen you in a while, actually,
Oh,
but welcome. Oh, look at
my two
MOSSAD.
favorite my two favorite women are here. Hi, Lindsay. Hi, Lou.
Lindsay and Lou.
Yep,
yeah,
I
I
got
mean
my
it's
groupies. They're my groupies.
well, and then if you wanted to, like, you could hypothesize a sort of a what's the word, evolutionary biology kind of thing, where it's like you get these artificial environments where these artificial sort of dysfunctional behaviors start
That makes more sense to me.
becoming successful within that environment, right? To be successful within the artificial environment, it propagates behaviors, and then the psychologies and the genetics that are good at those behaviors, that are you know artificially successful in the artificial environment, those are the people that are reproductively successful, or whatever, maybe. And so you end up, or it's just, or it can, and also there's a grouping thing, right? People that don't get along, they're not going to live there, they're going to move out of the city, right? It's like,
Yeah.
I mean, I'll be straight, like, both sides of my family are very in between terms, strong T. So, like, as a kid, it was interesting, like, going out in the world, because I was homeschooled and stuff. Like, I wasn't sheltered, but most of the people I interacted with were very logical and rational and pragmatic and capable. And so going out in the world, I'm really like, not everybody's like that. Like, there are
Yes.
people who are like, emotional first. It's like what I thought of the emotional members of my extended family, like compared to the rest of the world, would be considered very rational and stable and
But you didn't know
almost
that growing
cold.
up because you didn't have anything to
Not really,
contrast it with.
because I didn't I didn't have any major encounters that really just sort of illustrated that for me.
Yeah.
And
So
again,
you were
even
sheltered.
the people out in the world, right? Like I live out in agriculture land, in dusty, sandy. The kind of people that settled here were a certain subset of personality types, right? It take what we would call grit, right? Like not everybody's gonna settle in the desert. So not just the
True.
genetics of my family, but the neighbors and the people I saw in town. Like in general, there is a bit of
A
the
gap.
people I was interacting with tended to be pretty tough, logical,
And
rational
cows
people.
are hard to talk to. I get it.
Yeah, and so it's like there was
Whoa, where the hell
revelation for
that
me
come
in my
from?
teenage
I'm
years,
talking to a
realizing
cow.
that
It was my
not only is that not
CNC.
normal, but it wasn't even common, right? Like that the sort of little
My
universe that I
Spurgeon
lived in
say.
was uncommonly sane to my perspective.
That your people were, or the
Yeah, because to me that's normal, rational, and
yeah.
thing is
Me too. It's
I'm even further, I'm on the even on like the colder, end of the spectrum. So again, the people that I found that I thought were emotional are not compared to the rest of
Humanity.
compared to sort of the whole population, right? And realizing there are people that really are controlled by their emotions and don't think things through and don't see more than one or a step or
most people.
ahead. Yeah.
The ability to think things through at that level is it's kind of advanced. And historically, it was even only a minority that was able to make that historical transition. And
Yeah.
so
So it's
the percentage of those people are always going to be smaller in relation to
yeah.
the
I've kind of
everybody
like got a
else.
double from the outside looking in perspective. I feel like I'm pretty much an outlier, just on as an individual. But you know, it was like I my first essays in college were writing about what I considered, one of my favorite terms I would use once I learned it was social construct, right? Because so much of the stuff that people just took for granted and at normal institutions, I'm like, to me, I see patterns in it that I'm like, that yeah, if I was raised in the school system, there's things that I probably would never notice about it, But to me, it was all somewhat. I was looking at most of the sort of, you know, those constructs and institutions that everybody just takes for granted, and most people are brought up in, right? Like are raised within a school system or some of these constructs. I was looking at it from the outside, and I'm like,
From the
that's
very start,
interesting.
like you never did get on the inside.
No, I mean, I never went to school until I was in college.
Oh,
I'm surprised you fit in.
I, I I was able to adapt to the ones that were presented to me. I didn't question them. I just took them as they were
Yeah,
presented. So like from the inside, but
yeah.
then
I'm sure I
I
could have
would like
adapted to them.
outgrow them and look back and see them differently once I
Right.
outgrew them. And then, but not in a bad way. I'm just like, oh, okay, that was cool for that time, but now I see kind of through it, and I don't need that
Yeah.
anymore.
Well, there was things like one of the ones that always stuck out to me was I consider it extremely artificial for the main developmental years to essentially sequester children with other children of their age, right? They're like, oh, because people would always come in, they're like, she won't be socialized. And there's a cartoon still stuck on my mom's fridge from it was like was it Mallard Fillmore, the little duck
The
cartoons.
little nerd kid.
Well, it used to come in the newspaper, a little newspaper cartoon, Mallard Fillmore, and it said, studies show that that homeschooled kids are just as able to socialize and converse with other kids of their age, so long as they remember to use smaller words and shorter sentences. But like as a kid, the people I interacted with were typically adults.
It was a joke. The comic was a joke.
I mean, it was
It
satire.
was a play. It was a play on wording.
It
Oh,
was a
Yeah.
play on words, Because okay, so when I was a kid, homeschooling was rare enough. My mom carried a laminated card in her purse
Oh, in case
that
to
had the
show that
statute,
you didn't
right?
belong
That
in
had
school.
the law that said this was legal. Because
Yeah, yeah,
if when
yeah.
we went to town, I'd be with her, and I'm, like now it's more
Currency.
accepted, and
Yeah.
Yeah, you're
about the time
truant.
I got
Yep.
done,
You had to
they
stay hidden.
loosened the laws up, and like I
Fucker.
used to have to take standardized testing every couple of years. That was mandatory. Like
Yep.
there was all this stuff that had to go on, but you know, but like when I was old, like that was the weirdest thing to me is that again, knowing what I know now about call it giftedness or whatever, is like I would have had difficulty in general probably getting along with age peers. But at the same time, that was exacerbated by the fact that it's like I was accustomed to communicating with adults since I was a little kid. So, when
So
I
you
was
was robbed
12
of your
years old,
childhood.
I'm running around going, what are, I had a great childhood. I just didn't have to, I wasn't forced to interact with other kids my own age, right? Like I could self sort,
Earthlings. I got it. Us
you know,
earthlings.
and, but, yeah, because, it was different, but I find that very strange. I find that very artificial, right? Because when you get to the real world, you don't deal with people right about your own age. You have to deal with people of all ages. But for 12 years, it's like, no, you need to socialize with people exactly your age. Like that. I've always
Yeah,
found
I
that
wasn't prepared for
interesting.
the real world at all. Nothing
Yeah, I'm like that's
pre-
not
prepared me
preparatory,
for what I
and
was going to have to interact with.
it's gonna produce weird expectations and habits, and it's it produces some interesting things that I do think are kind of artificial and not necessarily adaptive.
I know, but that's like ever since we left the jungle, even the hunter gatherers, the agrarian society, the city states, etc. That's all been artificial. Like civilization is artificial. There's everything about civilization is
Yeah,
something we constructed
some
as
things are
humans.
more adaptive than are more useful than others. It's like you
To
can improve on what's there.
survive
You
as
can
a
improve
whole,
on
yeah.
what's there, right? Or you can just come up with artificial stuff that either is moderately neither good, neither an improvement nor a reduction. But then you can also artificially come with stuff that is the opposite of improvement, right? But
Yeah,
I
I think
find
it's
that
an
what happens
experimental
is once these
evolutionary
things
process.
become so institutionalized, no one's examining them anymore, right? Like it's taken for granted, a lot of that.
I I, I always assume somebody somewhere out there is examining everything. Like everything's being examined by some. There's some spurg out there that's nerding out on something that maybe the rest of us are not paying attention to. So I think that there's enough people critically looking at things that to say that it's not happening.
It's the
It seems
lizard
like some
people.
people are invested in
I
a
guess it's not
critique of our
practically
systems and our
happening a lot,
institutions.
right? It's not people who are in control of the system or in a position to affect it a lot of times.
I
The
never
people who are in
expected.
charge of it are generally not the
I
ones
never
looking at it.
expected to be. I
I
don't
don't particularly
expect
expect it
competence
to
from
be.
the people in charge.
Oh, I
That's
don't
why I
expect
think that's why I
competence
trust
in
the government
general.
so much because I don't have high expectations of it.
I think
And the
that's
fact that
something.
it
Yeah,
works at
I
all
wondered if that
amazes
was
me.
what is that you. I was gonna guess. I've been meaning to run about that. Do you trust the government to be as expected, to be
Yes.
predictable? And that's
Yeah.
what you mean by trust the
Like when you
government.
go to
I
the
think people
library,
were taking your
you
meaning
check
a
out the
little.
books, you
I was like,
return it. It doesn't have
yeah,
to be the most exciting thing. It just has to work. Or you go to
yeah.
the DMV, you get your license renewed. All of that works.
Oh, you must have better DMVs.
It depends where you live.
It only works sometimes.
I mean, it's not the Palais Royale or anything. It's still a slog, but
Yeah,
it's not anything that like,
it's
oh my God,
reasonably
what a fucked up
predictable. Yeah,
slave system we live in. I'm going to live in the woods. I've
Exactly.
never had that
Exactly.
reaction from
yeah.
interacting with the government.
And I'm sorry, I'm not going to turn my life upside down over a simple thing like a driver's license
No,
or a
there's
license
something
plate.
deeply psychological going in there. It's not about the license at all or the
Yeah.
plates. It's
I
about
mean,
the
I
The,
idea
feel like
of
I
being
understand
ruled
the
over by
resistance
somebody
to it.
else at all. Just anyway.
No,
that you have to
I
do
think
it.
it's anti-governmental mentality.
Yeah, I think it's
If you listen to them closely, there's nobody that they're going to submit to for anything. They don't want to be ruled over by anything, and
But
that's what gave us America in the first place. But we still have to contend with that
what they
impulse.
fail to recognize is they're not here by themselves.
They don't think like that. They don't.
Society cannot
I know.
function as
I
an
don't know why they don't
individual
get that.
unit.
They were born into an existing society. That's the part I don't think they've completely
Oh,
processed
and
and accepted.
I did a little
my
more
plan is
digging,
to
Jeff.
enjoy the fruits of all this high technology until the zombie apocalypse, and then I'll be a warlord, and it'll all be good.
Wasn't we having
But
the
I'm not going to
free
preemptively go out and live in the woods, and
the
freeze off.
free
I'm
energy
like, I'm going
talk
to enjoy
the other
myself
day?
until then. That's my plan.
Oh, with who was it? Was it Lanza?
Denizen and Hank
Lanza.
Lanza
Yeah.
Lanza and Hank. I did some more research, and there's not a working archetype. It's strictly theory. It always has been theory, always will be theory. There is no such thing as a free energy machine.
No, I mean I never thought we'd have one by now. Not that there won't be in the future, but we'd have one by now. I feel like if there were one easily within reach.
And the thing from getting the electricity from the power line, that's a lot more than just sticking a pole in the ground. It's a lot more complicated, and it's a good way to get killed. Trust me. People that try to do that, steal from the electromagnetic magnetic
I don't. You have to have
field.
a certain type of brain, probably a Spurg brain, that is very hyper focused on peculiar things that are not that relevant to other people.
Well, and they're not even realistic. That's what kills me.
But I think that's good. Like from a human species point of view, it's good that we have these random humans that are exploring things that nobody else, because that's probably where we get some of the innovation from.
Well, I put them in the same category as the conspiracy theorists. I'm talking about your hardcore
Oh
conspiracy.
yeah, I know.
Whoa,
That's a real thing, though. Like conspiracy theories are too universal to just be dismissed as like an aberration or pathology or something. There's something about how the brain works that that we end up with those in the first place.
it's the unknown. It's the not knowing
I think it's part
drives
unknown, but I
people
think it's part
crazy.
fear, like some kind of strong negative emotion.
The fear of the unknown.
More, it's fear. Well, the ones I looked at today specifically were fear of a dominant group taking control and imposing their will on everybody else. So it's fear of power, of authority of others, and it's specifically some extreme outgroup that you're opposed to. But
But
it
the
really
abstract fear
kicked in for
itself
me
isn't
when
necessarily
it was like the
unreasonable.
strong emotional reaction to Trump getting elected. So I think anything that creates a strong emotional reaction in you is gonna weaken those critical thinking defenses that would normally filter that out, and will let some of those beliefs in because of you need an explanation for the emotion so that you can start to redirect it and de-escalate it or whatever.
Well, see, I
And
think that's how the Bible came about, so to speak. Books like that is because people wanted a reason, an explanation of how we got here.
Well, that's not just the Bible, that's religion, all religions.
Well, that's what I'm
not only
saying.
the fear of the unknown, Chuck, like you said, but a propensity for certainty, a seeking of certainty. That's what
Yeah,
I find,
it,
because it's not always fear. It's just a preference for certainty, which is sort of an intellectual version of like physical comfort, right?
and that's why the rules are in the Bible or the Quran or whatever to
Are y'all
give
on
people.
Bible now, or on conspiracies? Were you talking about
Well, I've just
what
He was
bounced
Red
just
just
back.
said
using
when she
he
said
was
it's
using
not?
it as an example. I think is
Because the
Yeah,
what he was
conspiracies
talking
I
about.
see today, there definitely does seem to be a strong fear element to it. It's in response to this scary evil
Well,
group that's.
but it's also,
It
I think
doesn't
it's
seem like a
discomfort.
neutral.
It's
I
a
just want to know what's
discomfort for a
going on
lack of
here.
certainty, right? Like if you have so much information, if you have enough information about these things that you're like, okay, that maybe the fed to you narrative, you have enough information to say that doesn't seem quite right. That's then you can't accept a simple certainty. So you've got, and then I think they snowball, they exacerbate each other, right? It's like, because if there was a way to be certain about it, then
But I'm saying if you're already
right,
living under fear and mistrust, you're going to be more likely to interpret. You see those discrepancies in and out. You're going to see them everywhere, where they may not actually exist at the scale that you're noticing them. If you're operating under the influence
right,
of this pre-existing fear and mistrust of
scalar
the world, the
malfunction,
future, the government, etc. Like confirmation bias, you're gonna
and a
find
proportional,
more reasons to see conspiracies.
a proportional dysfunction,
Yeah.
or incorrect proportionality. And like what you said about emotions, I think emotions are they're sort of they prompt a proportionality response, right? Like they're like, oh, this is important.
Yeah.
High proportion, and
Because the
and then
conspiracy
that can
theorists
get
on here I talked
associated
to,
with other things.
what the underlying feature of all it is, these people are really worried. They're really scared. They are really freaking out about whatever they think is going on in their mind. This is like the emotion behind it is legitimate.
Right. No, I agree.
A lot of them are off the chart with emotions in that regard.
Right. And they're attempting to make sense because that's what helps get the emotion back to like your base, some kind of baseline. But
Right.
in that attempt to make sense, it's kind of
find
flailing
sure
and
footing.
scrambling for whatever helps that
Even if
story.
the news is bad, it's more stable. They're more comfortable being sure of the bad news.
Yeah, because these conspiracy theories have this internal consistency to them. That's like this stable core that all the new facts can be fit into this closed system very elegantly, and so it provides cognitive stability too. So they have to keep that going.
Yeah.
That's the same for the flat Earth community. I put them in the
You're
same
right.
as the conspiracy. The thirst or the drive for something
Yeah.
fogs their vision, clouds their mind, something.
Yeah, but I think the psychology behind it that's going on is sincere and normal. A normal way of it's not unknown or strange to humans. You see it through like really since the beginning of history, like myth, history, religion, all that stuff.
Well, I think that the more information that has become available at one's fingertip,
Yeah,
has
that's going to
made the
overwhelm
problem
your ability to sense make too.
There's more information and more uncertainty, right? So it requires more elaborate systems in order to try to accommodate all of that.
Yes.
Unrelated information, right? It's like all this information about things close to you, things far from you, and you've got to try to fit it into a system. So it requires a complex.
I look at it as
information
overload.
Complexity of common conspiracy, what we're calling conspiracy theories.
Because I'm a firm believer too much information can be a bad thing. I'm talking about willy-nilly information. Because these people are pulling every little scrap they can find and somehow tied it all together.
Well, information without discrimination is, can have some negative effects.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Sorry, I'm not as eloquent.
It's okay. Sometimes when I hear somebody else say it, then I can say it concisely, right? And then sometimes when I'm the first one to say it, I may take me 10 minutes.
I heard that.
I didn't hear him say that, but
What did I say? I said eloquent. I didn't say. Oh my
I don't
God!
know how you got one out of the other.
Let me go open the kink kingdom up here. the the fetish basement, whatever they call it.
And
Oh
at
Lord,
AOL, it was the dungeon.
is that what they called it?
Yeah, there were chat rooms called dungeon. They had dungeon M for M, M for F, F for M, but they were all dungeon. That's where all the kinky people were. That's how I found it because I was looking at the chat rooms and I'm like, Dungeon M for M, and I was the only thing I think was Dungeons and Dragons, but it didn't make sense that they have gendered
Male for
Dungeons
male.
and
I got
Dragons
you.
groups, and so I popped in and I started reading the profiles, and I'm like, oh my god, people really do this? Wow.
Oh,
Oh, it's been the
What,
accent, eloquent, masturbate. Yeah, I can see how.
that's like when they came up with what was it? SJW stands for Social Justice Warrior now. But back in the day when there was newspapers and in the
Single Jewish
classified,
woman.
yep, back when there's newspaper, that's how they would list it.
Yeah, because I would use the
S
personals, and you paid by the letter.
SJW was a single Jewish woman, things like that. And I'm like, when they were first talking about SJW this and SJW that,
You
I'm
thought the
going,
Jays were taking over?
I know, I didn't know what the hell they were talking about. What do you mean SJW? I'm for SJW.
yeah, I love those. I've got a couple of popular, acronyms that I've usurped ones. So like BLM, right? That that now means Black Lives Matter.
Does it?
So where I come from, right, the BLM, that's the Bureau of Land Management, which
Oh
Land
yeah,
still,
that's
management.
who I know. Yeah, BLM land.
well, it's still a negative. Like, you never was
Or
a
black
BLM yourself.
large male.
But or AI. AI is my favorite one, right? Because now everybody's like, oh, artificial intelligence, and I'm like, as a kid, where I grew up, it's like I heard that acronym all the time. It stands for artificial insemination.
Oh,
Good
because
point.
yeah,
Good point.
with cattle and stuff. That one still
Yep.
makes me
and
laugh.
now with humans, we're inseminating ourselves with it.
Uh,
I like Lou. What accent? He sounds normal to me.
Jesus was the first SJW, I think, fighting for the oppressed. Oppression Jesus.
yeah, but it's like people that fight for the oppressed and people that scream for the oppressed, and they're not the same thing.
Yes. Not to mention, if I saw someone in a situation of oppression, I would assist them by helping to empower themselves to get out of it, so that they could, if it happens again in the future, and I'm not around, they wouldn't need me. Like I would teach them to not need
Right,
someone to come and rescue all the time.
right. No, like I have an instinct to, save the underdogs and rescue people when, they're smelling strongly of damsel or whatever. But it's like,
Do you have that?
yeah, like
Oh,
it's an interesting instinct, but yeah. I mean, if you want to get into this, like I would almost describe it as it's like a sense, like I call it people that are, smelling strongly of damsel, but I mean it's almost like a spot the victim kind of sense, right? But my
is it a
directive
neediness,
is to protect them. No, or
or you can
them.
tell like the group dynamics, or
Honestly,
work
sometimes it can just be a person, and they're just, you can tell they're
independent
just
of a group? So it's not a group situation, just them
not
as a
always.
person.
No, yeah, no, it's a that if you ever, like, the only times I have ever been like actually sort of like self-sustaining angry, which is kind of, I wouldn't, luckily none of the perpetrators were ever within my grasp or easy reach, because I don't know what I would have done. But when I get mad like that, like it lasts for a couple of days, and it's
Damn.
interesting. But it's always because it's somebody who has
That,
really worked
but
somebody over, and it may
that
just be
takes so
emotionally.
much
Like
energy out of you to
Oh,
I
carry
it
know
that
does.
anger.
it's
It can drive you, but it also can drain you in the
oh
process.
it's great. I'm like Superman when I'm like that, but
But on the
I go
other
and
hand, some people are like a vampire, energy vampires. They
Yeah, I've got
absorb it.
some of them show
They
up
get
on
a
panels.
dopamine rush or something off of it.
I
Recharges their batteries.
I get drained really quickly, really early when I'm around them. My energy will do this in like
yeah.
seconds or minutes when I'm around them.
No, there's people like that. I always thought it interesting. I can process a certain sort of juice. Like when it was one of the things when I was politicking because I do tend to be a low energy person and without a lot of stimulus. But like speaking in front of a crowd and getting all the the juice off of that, I can like process that. But it's a secondary fuel. But yeah, there's people that are like energy vampires, emotional
I
vampires.
firmly believe that. And there's people that will I don't know why, there's certain people that if you say black, they're gonna say white every time. Just
Yeah.
to be in total opposition of whatever another person says.
Okay, to be fair, when I'm really bored, then causing conflict is sometimes on the table just for its own sake.
Oh, she's one of them
She's,
people.
I'm telling you, we're all troll. We all have troll in us.
Oh, I I'm not what's a I discriminate in my trolling, but I always
Well, I
laugh at people who
hired
used to
a
come try
troll
to
today.
troll
I
us
just have to
in those
I
old
just have to
rooms
Contrarians,
because
yes.
I'd be
broadcast.
like amateurs. I'm like, you're gonna have to try harder to troll this group of people. Like,
Ornery contrarians.
but
Is that what a Discordian is?
uh, well, I end up doing the
No.
devil's advocate thing a lot too, right? Like, not necessarily to cause like a high
Yeah, but
intensity
you're not
conflict,
looking
but just
for
to pick the other side.
you're not looking for a conflict when you're playing devil's advocate
Yeah,
most of
it's
the
not. But
time.
no, I mean in general. I mean, but admittedly, I do like conflict. I I tend to go straight at things and you know tell
Yeah, I don't
people
mind conflict
that.
either.
I mean,
I'll jump
honestly,
right
it's one
into
of
it.
if you want a psychological analysis, it's one of the things that I do to test people to see if I'm gonna be friends with them or whatever, right? Like I throw some jabs
To see how they
to
fight.
yeah to see how they respond to them because
Yeah. I mean, I
and
don't do it on purpose, but I definitely
yeah. Well,
I
it's
learn
something
from
I'm
it when it
aware of
happens. It
now
tells me a
more,
lot about the
right? It's
future of
something that
that
I've
person.
always done that I didn't understand. Now I'm aware of it. So I probably do it less because I'm aware of it. But um, yeah. But again, I do like conflict. I love fighting. I love like I'm rarely more comfortable than or at least I'm not rarely more relaxed than when I like walk into a sparring ring or something. Or
When
I'm
you're
in like
watching
a
what?
critical situation when I walk into a sparring ring, like I relax. Some
Oh,
people get wound up or angry or like upset, like they go up in intensity or whatever when they get in a fight. I mean, most people do. I actually relax when I like because I've always fought. Um, I mean, I've done that for most of my life, competition fighting, and yeah, I relax when I walk into the ring.
unless
But
I'm
yeah.
getting big money, you're not going to thump me. I'm a lover, not a fighter.
Uh, but I honestly think, looking back, the fact that I got into martial arts early is probably was very healthy for me because it gave me a lot of people I know with similar propensities got in less organized fights and more trouble. But I always had that outlet.
All right, MOSSAD, I see you in the back. I don't know what you're watching. I'm worried about copyright, but I'll bring you on.
Well, he said he had a dress on earlier. So.
Oh, he has that microphone too. The phantom
Whoa.
mic. You're coming in very thin and crackly.
I didn't even say anything yet.
Oh, there's something.
What?
Is that the TV? That might be the TV background.
Something was coming through your mic.
Yeah, it might have been picking up dialogue.
Oh, that's weird because the TV was at 0. It's old.
That's why we thought you were talking.
It's at least crackling. We could hear you, but it's crackling.
You can hear me tonight.
We need to start a mic fund for all these streamers with these old janky mics. They could apply for a mic and we just send it to them.
It's only like
I have a good mic. I need a new
I don't
computer.
understand.
Whoa.
Huh? What's that? Huh?
It's only a 1 month old phone. I don't get it.
Oh,
It makes it.
Is it the Are you like on a headset or is it the phone mic, the built-in?
Built-in
Speakerphone.
Well, I guess this would be considered speakerphone for StreamYards, but I didn't like put speakerphone on like a regular phone call because regular phone calls work fine. So I don't know what the problem is.
Let me check your StreamYard settings.
He might be calling from Mars too. You know, that is a long distance.
I'm not that high yet.
It makes it rough on me too because I only got one ear I'm listening with because the other one it hasn't healed up all the way.
What's up, MOSSAD?
Nothing, brother. How you been?
Oh, pretty good. Just
man,
up
are
here
you
masturbating.
No, dude. I don't remember the word. You said a word that you said a word that rhymes with that. And I guess because I heard that I was doing other things.
Okay.
You said a word that rhymes.
Well, you can hear his connection too. So.
Well, but you guys sound fine when I'm just listening to you like, without StreamYard. So you think it's StreamYard?
Do you use it on other apps and it works?
No, just for YouTube panels. That's it.
I don't know. I checked your settings and they
I've tried
my end.
I've tried using just my speakerphone of my phone, and I finally gave up and went to a headset. Whoa, he went way underwater that time. When he comes back, Audra, I think he was asking you something about your martial arts.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I didn't go anywhere. I'm here. I'm listening. I didn't want to interrupt.
Well, we're getting strange voices coming through your mic.
That's not me. It's just me. There's nothing going on here.
Do you have a TV on or anything? Do you have YouTube playing in the background?
That's weird.
Just I don't know. Nothing. Just you guys.
Was it me or was there voices coming through there a while ago?
Yeah, no, it sounded like something.
Okay, I'm just making sure I wasn't losing my mind. Not that I had any to lose anyway. It's already gone.
Yeah, I was asking about martial arts. Are you a Taekwondo chick?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool.
I do ITF Taekwondo.
Do you do any? What's your belt?
I'm a 5th Dan, and if I ever get my health back in shape, I'm about ready to test for my 6th someday.
6th degree, you said?
Yeah. Well, I have a 5th degree. I have the years in to get a 6th, but
6th degree black belt.
I'm currently having health issues, so until I get those squared away, I won't get my 6th. But I've been a 5th for quite a few years now.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
My
Do you do any
martial arts
BJJ training?
consists of Smith & Wesson.
Sorry, say that again.
Do you do any BJJ training? Or I mean, in the past, obviously.
I have. I know the basics, but
Cool.
I've never formally trained in it. I've done BJJ. I've done some little bit of Hapkido. Complementary. My instructor, he was really good about bringing in complementary techniques and stuff. from other styles.
Do you think
And then
is your taekwondo sufficient to break a BJJ guard?
Yeah, I mean, if somebody got me to the ground and, and I didn't, but I mean, the idea is not to go to the ground for me, but I
Yes,
know
ma'am.
the basics, I
Yes.
mean, it's one of those things. It's not like I'm unaware of what somebody's going to be, what kind of lock somebody's going to be trying to get me into.
Cool. Groovy.
And if somebody presented an opportunity for a ground lock or something, I'm familiar with most of the essentials of that.
How about any Krav Maga?
I haven't done any Krav Maga, but I don't. From what I've seen of it, I don't know that there's a whole lot of it that's outside the realm of what I already know from my Taekwondo training.
Cool.
And like we do a lot of board breaking. That's actually my specialty. Is what they call in other countries, and sounds much cooler, the destruction. But so power delivery and efficiency and stuff is. And then eventually, I'm kind of the belief with martial arts. It's like it's like a big pyramid. It's like you can, no matter where you start at the base, if you train long enough, it all starts to look a lot the same. Like and some of it may be me in the way I end up looking at things intuitively, but there came a point where it's like particular techniques don't matter, right? It's like I used to have a guy who was a sheriff's deputy that we were friends, and he would go to these trainings and he would always come back with whatever they taught him, right? And he'd be like, does this make sense? How to like disarm someone. And I'd be like, no. I'd be like, I'd do it like this. They'd teach him these 3 moves where you sweep yourself and stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, to me at a certain point, you understand your own body and the mechanics of it all, that in general you can handle most things, because
Yeah,
you just know what to do because you understand how it all interacts.
Cool.
I just use the Smith and Wesson method.
Oh.
Well, there's escalation of force, though, brother.
Yeah, I have to, I'm pretty good at that too, but I've always laughed at people. I'm like, honestly, my martial arts training is enough that general humans I'm not particularly scared of. And they're like, well, why do you carry? I'm like, I carry that for like, big cats and mountain lions and bears and things, or large groups. I'm like, if there's more than 3 or 4 people, then it's like, okay, then we'll switch.
That's when it's Smith and Wesson time.
That's when Smith and Wesson comes out.
Yep.
I wonder what gender is Smith and Wesson these days.
I would have to say male.
Biological
Both of them.
But Taurus is definitely female.
Pink.
Oh, huh?
Pink.
Yeah, Taurus guns. Did you ever see the Taurus curve? That's like
the Taurus
silliest
curve.
Yeah, it had it was this little plastic, and it had a curve in the handle, right? It was supposed to, be easier to conceal in front of you. It was the goofiest little gun ever.
Oh no, I don't think I ever saw that.
Oh my goodness.
Do you follow UFC since you're into fighting?
I mean, a little bit. I knew so a guy that one of the guys that I trained with when I was younger, he went into the military and then he came out. That's where I learned my first Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu stuff, because that was the only thing he could find to train in when he was in the Army. And then he came back and taught me some stuff. And then he went and trained with Militex in Iowa. And he had a pretty good record, kind of in the early days. And then he figured out there was more money in promoting fights than actually being in them. But in that day, it was kind of cool because there weren't a lot of like high-end kick artists, and he cleaned house for a while there. And then they, generally they learn to adapt. But I have a hard time with the commentary. I like watching it I had another guy that I helped train and his first pro fight, it wasn't UFC, but it was another one of the promotional organizations, but it was a pro fight. I went, it was only a few hours away, and I went and watched that in person. So I enjoyed that. I liked watching it in person, but I have a hard time watching on TV. It's just they're not always showing what it is that I want to be looking at.
Well, and you don't get the energy off of the venue as if you're really there either.
Yeah, well, it's just I don't get the fight isn't. I don't mind watching it, but it's just I don't know. It's different, and I generally do prefer watching people who are stand-up fighters. Like I enjoyed watching Holly Holm fight. That was lovely the way she hit Rousey's leg, but
is that MMA?
yeah.
I think that's the dumbest sport I ever saw.
Well, the best MMA fighters you will ever find had a solid will have a solid foundation in some other art, right? Like the guy I helped train, he had a background in before he started training with us, it may have been kung fu or something and some boxing. And then there was another guy who was a boxer. That's the only time I've ever gotten tired of being hit was by a guy who was a trained boxer and had wrapped hands. You learn real fast how to not get hit in the face by that. But yeah, I mean, I think the best MMA fighters, what it is it's like you need it, but they need a foundation in something. And then what you do by the mixed martial arts is you add on you fill in the gaps from other places, right? Like if I got into MMA, I would probably do a little extra training in ground fighting and some of that, right? But I would intend to make my fight stand up, right? Like that's always going to be my strong suit is and I do prefer watching stand up fights. I think they're more entertaining too. But no, it's the last round of fights I watch. It's funny because all I watch is their feet. That's what I find when I watch MMA fights. I can usually tell all I want to know from watching their footwork.
Do you have any
even a regular? Whoops. Go ahead. Say that again, MOSSAD.
I forgot I was gonna. Favorites. Do you have any favorites that you pay specifically attention to?
Not really. It was a few years ago, and I remember Holly Holm had a fight. Then another guy from New Mexico was fighting. He was he didn't win or anything. And then I think maybe Conor McGregor was on that ticket. And I happened to be in Albuquerque, and I was looking for something to do that night. And I think it was I actually called a guy I know in Albuquerque. And I'm like, you would know where I could go to watch this fight. And I ended up at like Dave & Buster's, and I watched the fight. And, it's all right, but I don't go out of my way to watch him.
So you're Breaking Bad country.
Yeah.
Groovy.
More or less. But yeah, I mean, I enjoyed Holly Holm's fighting style. I don't mind Conor McGregor, what I've seen him fight. He's fights exactly like I would expect him to. But
how about boxing? Since you're stand-up into stand-up.
I have a real hard time watching boxing because my brain is so programmed. Like I see openings for kicks, and it fries my brain.
But
right?
You can't kick in boxing.
Exactly. That's why it's hard for me to watch boxing. Is because my brain is sitting there going, missed opportunity, right? Like my thing went opening, take the shot, and then it's like, wait, no, they can't take that shot. That sort of thing. So, yeah, cool. I'd rather box a boxer than watch boxing, probably.
So you're a violent lady?
Maybe.
Must be the tomboy. It's the tomboy in her.
But I do like fighting. I will not deny that.
Damn, so does Flo. You guys are sick.
Like what?
Fighting.
Viking?
fist fighting.
Fighting? Oh, like Fight Club?
Yeah.
Yeah, conflict is I can't imagine humans without it. So if we have it, I'm gonna like make it useful at least. Like try to put it to use, learn from it.
Yeah, I can admit to, my hobby collection includes quite a few violent skills. Because my other big competition hobby was competitive shooting. I got into that after I had some health issues, and I was, the thing is I was top of my game in martial arts. Like I was winning world champion titles, and then I got sick, and I had a huge fatigue and muscle weakness, and so it was honestly too much to go do martial arts because I went from the top to barely able to do it. So I do like competitions, so I started doing competitive shooting then. And,
so since you're into that, what do you think of the Saturday night? What do you think about that particular incident and the dynamics of shooting?
Interesting.
Generally speaking, it's first of all, it's insane that someone was allowed to get that close, because that is at that range,
that was a kill shot.
The important point at that range is you don't have a lot of environmental factors to deal with. The wind's not going to be a big issue.
Nope.
The firearm, a cheap firearm, like that. It's not, barring a major equipment malfunction because you didn't take care of the firearm, or some major flaw. It's all human error at that range.
Yeah, even a simple 22 LR, a squirrel gun, you could have made that shot.
I mean, I've taken shots further than that with a pistol.
Yeah, exactly.
So some of the experts that said it was like a 4-degree wind going on, you don't think that 4 mile an hour wind threw it off enough?
4 mile an hour?
No.
Not at that range. I mean, if it was a 40 mile an hour wind, it might move it a little, but not enough to miss a target if you were on target of that size. Not with a rifle bullet. I mean, maybe with a 22. Okay, if you use it in your squirrel gun, maybe, but it wasn't. So, like that particular round, its outside effectiveness is about 600 yards, and you're stretching its capacity, but it can be fired at an 8-inch target, no problem, like out to 350 is, in my experience, about 350 is where I starts going downhill as far as, and that just has to do with how easy it is to see the target and that sort of thing at that range.
I think nerves had a lot
and
to
you
do with.
have to deal with a lot of drop past that, but
I think it was more nerves than anything that caused all the miss.
No, he didn't miss though. Like if you look at the analyses, that was maybe not perfect center, but that was a sufficient. What was aimed at was sufficient, but he.
Oh yeah.
When Trump turned and moved his head, he moved it about 2 inches.
So you think if
the original trajectory where his head was a moment before, that would have.
He'd have been gone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So then he really didn't miss it. Was some kind of...
So that's one of my opinions, is that it is almost absurd that someone was allowed to get that close, because at that range, you're not talking about, like, I don't even want to call the guy a sniper, because that's not sniper range. That's whatever.
Point blank. That's point blank.
That doesn't require a sniper. And again, there's not a lot of mechanical factors at that range. It's absurd to let anyone get within that range and not to have that secured. My other thought is that I do believe a bullet was fired and it was intended for Donald Tanagan. Beyond that, I don't have any certainties.
Definitely a lapse in security, I'll say that much.
Did they confirm the caliber of the bullet yet?
I believe it was either a 223 or 5.56,
They haven't said.
which is marginally the same thing. Well, I've heard from multiple sources that it was like the model of the rifle, that it was just basically a DPMS AR, which is a
Well, one report had it as
common
a
stamped out.
22 LR.
It wasn't a 22 LR.
Yeah, I
I'm
found
sure they
that.
got confused because it was a 22 caliber bullet, but it was not a 22 LR.
It wasn't a standard 22. Yeah,
It wasn't what people would call a 22, but it was a 22 caliber bullet. Yeah.
I know what you're talking about. I know the
I'm
difference.
sure that was how that came about, but I'm pretty sure it was just a standard 5.56 round.
Now somebody said he was shooting with just iron sights.
I've heard that he actually had an EOTech, which is interesting because I shot competition with just an EOTech on an AR platform for years before, because of I actually got good enough that I had to move up to semi-pro status, and I had to compete against people with scopes, so that's when I went up to a scope. But I mean, if it's sighted in out to 250, no problem with.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, I have outshot people with a scope. If it's inside 300, I can shoot more effectively and faster with an EOTech than people with a scope can.
It's my understanding the guy that died, that was a headshot that killed him.
Yes, I believe so.
So if, like you said, if Trump hadn't have turned his head, I don't think he'd be attending the convention.
No, I mean that at that range, even though that is a seemingly small round, that it is highly effective anti-personnel at that, perfectly effective anti-personnel at that range. I mean, that round at 600, you're at that would be the outside of its sort of like anti-personnel effective range.
Why do you think you go for center mass? Much easier.
Ignorance, or I mean, if I had to come with a reason,
Too much Call of Duty.
I would also consider it reasonable to assume. I mean, I would assume that there's a reasonable probability that he's wearing some sort of body armor. But
yes, he had chest protection on.
I would assume that he's wearing a bulletproof vest, because that would be.
He did. They said he did.
Yeah. So that would be the logical reason. Or bring a bigger rifle with a, if you're not going to bring a bigger rifle, then that may have been the only reasonable option. But
well, apparently, I know I read today that the Secret Service Inspector General has immediately opened up his own investigation into the Secret Service over this.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think they need to, but like I said, fundamentally, the most absurd thing is that perfect of that sort of a perch, right? Like an elevated line of sight position within that distance is crazy, I mean, if somebody told me, okay, we've secured it out to 500 yards, to me, it's like, okay, that's still well within the range of a skilled sniper, but that's reasonable, because I would say most average people, most average.
That's 5 football fields.
Your common shooter is not familiar with and is not effective outside of 400 or 500 yards. Very few people shoot that far away with anything. And also at that range, you're starting to get into mechanical factors, environmental factors that you have to account for.
And what do you think about the head of Secret Service saying the roof was too steep to place a sniper team up there?
That's so dumb that it hurts my head.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but it makes for great memes, though. I'm soaking in the memes from that particular statement. Oh yeah, that's just ridiculous. And also the thing is not only it works the other way too. Like if you it makes that a better position to shoot from as well, right? Shooting from the backside of a sloped roof is a very comfortable position. And it's a it's the sort of position you don't need a bipod, you don't just like it's a very comfortable position. Front side of a roof is a very awkward position, but it can be done if you want to.
Yeah, and it's my understanding the reason he got the headshot. I'm talking about the shooter ended up with a headshot was that was the only thing they could see.
Right. It gives you cover, right? If you're the in that position, it gives you cover. And it's very easy to achieve a stable position. One of the sort of subtle things, honestly, that the flatness of that roof, I look at that it wouldn't. I would prefer probably a slightly more incline if I was, picking out an ideal shooting position, because one of the things that with that particular platform of a firearm, if you're shooting a standard mag, it hangs down quite a bit.
Yep.
And so that's the thing, and a just in a nicely angled, slant like that, you're able to put the guard up on the crest, and then there's plenty of room for your magazine to go down. And if it's perfect, you can actually brace with your magazine and then the barrel shroud, and then you have a 2-point brace, which is nice. But yeah, I mean, in general, I'm just like, all the reasons they said they weren't up there were the exact reasons they should have been up there.
Did you say brace the mag? Use the mag as a brace?
Yeah, you can use the mag as a brace.
Oh, that's fascinating because in the military they said never do that. So, but
well, you don't want to brace hard against it, but you can rest it, I guess, would be the way I would describe it. Allows you to control a little bit. You don't want to pull out of pressure, but
even at my age, I could have made that shot still.
Yeah, I mean, it's
even with a standard M16
who aren't great outside of 100 yards, but because a lot of people just don't practice outside that range. But again, it's in my experience, it's not. Again, that's why I find that range so absurd. I mean, basically, I would look at it as like unless somebody's just for whatever reason just has some sort of weird issue that does not allow them to be taught. It wouldn't be that hard. It's not that hard to.
I think it was
to shoot
nerve
accurately at that range. Well, like I said, what the analyses I saw that this thing is that first shot was not, or whichever shot it was that got the ear was not a bad shot. It was.
Yeah, just Trump turned his head at the right time was
let's
all.
put it this way: if you calculated a center shot on the head, from what I've seen, so assuming say 1 minute of angle, right, accuracy, which at that range is, say an inch or two. That was within your minute of angle margin of error of center of the target, where that shot was about to go before he moved his head.
Have they said broken down the order of the shots yet?
I have not seen a
No, I haven't seen one.
Yeah, an accurate one. I've seen some speculation. I do think there's some rapid shots after a pause that I think may be one of the counter snipers. It's hard to tell though.
That's the story I heard. The first little barrage was from the sniper, and then they were just had somebody firing at him to draw his attention away from to keep him from keep firing at the president. Busy fire.
I've seen that, and I haven't seen some of those theories. Most of them don't actually quite line up. I mean, my best guess right now, like if I had to guess, I think the first 3 shots were the shooter.
Yeah, I agree.
And then there was a sequence of, I don't know, approximately 5 shots very fast but the signature sounded different. I think that was probably a counter sniper.
The very last one was definitely the counter sniper because it had that.
And then
I
think that, and then there was a pause and a last shot. So, and the thing is with, if is those first, essentially suppressing fire / reasonably well aimed shots. That's reasonable as a counter sniper, in my opinion. That's one of the things I learned in competition is that you can fire, say, 3 well aimed shots and usually hit your target a lot faster than you can aim 1 perfectly aimed shot. And the thing is you want the shooter to stop firing. You want to disrupt them. So being like, oh, got him close enough, few rapid shots, and then you're like, okay, make sure it's, then take your, after the target's out of the way, right out of the line of fire and stuff, then like, okay.
Have you guys seen the reports that all the sniper team we keep seeing on
that they didn't take
on the videos wasn't the actual team that did the shooting? It was the second team. Do you know anything about that?
I've heard that. Okay, so there
second
were
team was in a building.
Teams. Okay,
but that was another team I read.
There were 2 sets on those red buildings.
Oh, was there?
I believe there was. So there was like 3 buildings right
behind
the stage, and I think on both of the outer 2
the first
of
and
those
third
2 buildings. Yeah, the first and third, I believe there was a sniper team. So the one that we can see in cam may have been the other one, or the one that, but I do believe there were 2 sets, there were 2 teams behind him there.
That's what I read.
And then I've heard that the saddest part, like the most embarrassing, is I have heard now that the third team was stationed in that building
that the shooter was on.
Yeah.
They were in that building, set up, to look outside
for the rear of the crowd. Yep.
Yeah, and like, oh, that's not.
Now I
fun to
do
write
know
home about.
the third team was made up of police, of a police unit. They wasn't Secret Service.
Yeah.
I don't know about the other 2.
I'll be honest, like I have only heard for most of the time I was only certain that there was 1 real Secret Service agent there, and what I'm hearing now is maybe 2 actual, like, full-time dedicated Secret Service agents.
Yeah, the rest were on loan from the Treasury and from the IRS.
Right. Treasury, DHS, whatever, and local. And again, some of the locals may have been state, may have been county sheriffs, that sort of stuff, because, I don't think the local little small town had a SWAT team.
Which group was in the building that they were supposed to be on the roof of?
I don't know.
Local police is what I heard.
Well, I don't know that they were local police, because what I've heard is there was only like 7 of like the local township police there, and they were all on traffic duty.
Have you heard anything about the IED that was in his car and he had the detonator on him?
No details.
In his house. Yeah, one in his house and his car.
And then supposedly he was driving a
van.
Tacoma or something. Or I don't know. It was a smaller vehicle. But then they towed away a van.
A conversion van.
Yeah, like a big white van with Arizona plates was towed away. And there's like no given information on that one. Just that. So there's a lot of conflicting information about vehicles and such, which is.
But no information about the ID that was in the car and he had the detonator on him.
I've heard no detailed information other than they existed, and I saw a picture supposedly of his cell phone and the remote on the roof. Just looked like
remote.
For the remote detonator.
On the car?
Presumably that it went to the car. They had the battery. They had a battery taken out of it. There's there's a little remote, there's a phone, and a battery. Like, well, good on them. Took the battery out. But yeah, like I said, no serious details or any details to speak of. Just the general it existed is all I've heard.
Well, I heard Israel provided the program to crack his phone open because they couldn't crack it for some reason. I don't know what kind of phone it was.
That's what I heard.
Did it have anything to do with the USS Liberty?
The USS Liberty. Why do I know that name?
When a bunch of Navy guys during the Israel War, like a long time ago, got blown up by Israel. Shot up the Navy destroyer, intelligence.
That's right. That's right. I knew I remembered that name from somewhere.
Yeah, I was like, reference failed to connect.
Plug it in, woman. Plug it in. Are we boring you, Jeff?
No, but I am getting sleepy. I think I'm gonna.
Jeff, you need
Time
some
to call it
energy
a
drinks.
night.
Energy drinks.
I don't do energy. I've been drinking coffee.
You need a
But
double
coffee never
espresso.
works. Huh?
You need a double espresso. That'll wake you
No.
up.
I mean, I've been. It's after midnight. I've been going 6 hours.
Well, but it's 3:11 here.
Let's see who's streaming.
Yeah, it's only
Metalhead Hippie. Jamie is streaming. Machine. Speakeasy. Let's see
Machine's
what's going
still
on.
going.
Machines. You
From
know,
this
Machine
morning.
goes till like 5 or 6 in the morning. He goes all night every
Damn.
time he streams. That's been his norm. He's
No, I
just
didn't
getting
realize
started.
that.
He's at 7.5 hours, and he's probably going to go 7.5 more.
Well, according to this, you got 6 hours on this one.
It's amazing how it adds up. Once it gets going, it's hard to stop.
Time flies when you're having fun.
But does time really fly?
Well, it's about to fly right now.
Jeff, what is time?
I'm taking this question way too seriously.
What is time, though? What is time?
It's
The
a
dimension-
measure of them.
I can ask the AI.
It's a dimension
no.
it's a dimension that allows for change, or the perception of change.
I'll take that as a starting point.
Can you put time in
It's
a
a
bottle?
complex concept, and philosophers and scientists have been debating it for centuries. It's a
What
measurement
time is?
system. It's just a way to measure. And it's also a fundamental aspect of reality. It's more than just a measurement system. It's an intrinsic part of the universe. Time is intertwined with space as part of space-time. Everything happens in space-time. And the laws of physics dictate how things move and change through it. So it's it's not a separate thing. It's like electromagnetism. And it's part of a thing called space-time. And we just experience it as time.
Do you mean like the space-time continuum in Star Trek, or
In real life.
That's what I was
In real
thinking.
life, except not in Star Trek. Just.
I thought it was supposed to tell me. It says if you'd like to learn more, you can search philosophical theories of time online. I thought you're supposed to have a conversation with me. I have to go Google now.
I read a really interesting guy's theory on time on Quora one time. I need to find that again. Back when it was a little less, before it kind of
GPT
had as much garbage on there.
that's Ren? It's funny. I have another account, and its name is Ren's Uterus, and there's a lot of lore behind it from channel to channel. And I'm not really the Ren's Uterus, like original one.
Right.
I don't know if you were hanging around the other places. It's funny if you were there.
Yeah. Well, I've been known by a few handles in these realms, but
Wait, so you're the real Ren's Uterus?
no.
Okay.
I'm the Renaissance rogue. Just talking
Oh,
about
did you?
aliases and multiples ones, but
So you do Renaissance festivals?
no, it's a play on the phrase like Renaissance man, like
Oh,
a
okay, gotcha.
polymath or a multi-potentiate or whatever they call it. There's many words for it. I liked the alliteration. And I don't know, I don't like the phrase Renaissance woman. It just doesn't go off the tongue. I don't like the shape of it. So.
Alrighty, I'll be the first. I'm going to jump.
All right.
Appreciate it, folks.
Don't do it. There's help. There's
All right, Chuck.
Veterans Crisis Line, Chuck.
Do you need a push?
Do I need a push? I got one man wanting to save me and one man wanting to push.
Well, maybe
Holy
pushing
shit.
you is my way of saving you.
I was just going to ask how high.
All right, people. Have a good one.
All right. I'll see you tomorrow. All right. Anybody else? Last words?
Well, thanks for sharing,
that was
Ms.
pretty good.
Red Rogue. Nice to meet you
Yeah,
again.
nice to visit with you. You'll have to maybe when you have a better mic, we can have another conversation. Or this one. A more flowing conversation.
I need a tech guy to help me with this because this should not happen. It's a brand new phone.
Huh. Are you just out of curiosity, are you using is it a Apple phone or a Android?
Android.
Yeah, Android. Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
Android on Wi-Fi. I don't know either.
And I guess you're just using you're just coming in through the browser.
Yeah, hit StreamYards and then come in and that's it. I don't
You
know.
could try the app. I mean,
yeah, if I'm using the guest app for when I bop in on my mobile devices, which might change something. And then my other question would be, what is it did you start a fresh instance, or do you have like, have you restarted your browser in a while?
When's the last time I tried to come up, Jeff? Do you remember? Was that yesterday?
I'm not sure, but it does this pretty much every time, so it's a persistent issue.
Because I know on some of the platforms I used to use, it just had to do with the protocols and the APIs and stuff. Sometimes the sound would just get sideways. There would be sound issues, and you could restart close out the windows and restart the browser app and kind of clean it all, reset everything, and it would fix the sound issues. So I haven't had as much experience with StreamYard to know what it is prone or not prone to do, but it sounds just, I mean, it almost sounds like digital artifacts. It's probably
I don't know. I am a Russian.
You could try the app
Yeah.
just to see if it makes a difference.
Yeah.
So what? I gotta
If you
go
download the app, you could try it.
Is it in the Google Store or whatever, Play Store?
Yeah, it should be. Most people prefer the browser, but the app may fix the sound issue.
What I like about the app on the phone is I've noticed on the browser, like when I go to try to like view the chat or something, sometimes it ends up like refreshing the window or going back or whatever. Like it's touchy because I have to zoom in and out on things. But with the app, I don't risk like falling out and ending up backstage as much.
Oh.
On accident.
How you hear me now?
No. I mean, we can. We hear you the same.
Is it still crappy?
Yeah.
Okay, because I didn't know. Somebody said in chat, I just closed out of YouTube, so I guess that didn't work. Thanks, though.
Yeah, like I said, it sounds like some sort of digital artifact stuff.
I don't even know what a digital artifact is.
Do you restart your phone?
That it's probably not your microphone, that it is in the connection somehow. Like I've had it happen on cell connections where suddenly somebody starts roboting out. And again, I've had it happen on not this platform, not StreamYard specifically, but another everybody a peer-to-peer video chat type thing in the past.
Okay. Thanks for the info. I appreciate it. I am a Russian bot.
All right. Well, are we calling it a night then? I guess so.
I think I am gonna call it a night, so I can get
All
some
right.
rest.
Yeah, I need to finalize my set list tomorrow. So. And figure out, I found out I may be playing 2 sets instead of 1, so I need to call the guy and find out tomorrow.
Oh, you're a drummer?
No, I'm a singer and a guitar player mostly. I play other things occasionally. I beat on drums in the barn when I have them set up, but
So
I can play drums to a lot of Eagles songs because I had a DVD of the Eagles in the barn with me, and I haven't played them in a couple of years, but I'm not to where I would go on stage with drums yet. But
fly like an eagle.
That's
That's not the Eagles.
Is that Steve Miller? Who's Fly Like an Eagle?
That's a song about an eagle.
Oh, it's not the Eagles? Oh, jeez.
No, the Eagles is Hotel California.
Oh, duh, yeah, okay. Cannabis kicking in.
Yeah, but no, I had a band, and then my guitar player is in jail now, so that my lead guitarist, and so that's I've sort of downsized. I'm doing like tomorrow. I played a gig the other day with me, and then an extra, like a rhythm guitarist, and then a bass player, and that's what I'm going to play with this weekend.
So your barn is the dungeon?
I don't know. I haven't captured any alive yet, so. Barns are great places. It is definitely a good place to go. Learn to play the drums. All right. Well, I guess I will go next.
Okay, jump.
I'll follow Chuck off the press.
Okay.
Jump is a good song. I forgot who sings that. Jump.
Van Halen.
Thank you.
Van Halen.
1984. Recorded in 1983, but released in
George Orwell.
1984. Titled 1984. Okay.
What's the other guy? Yeah, it was the original Van Halen.
All right. Well, until next time.
Adios.
I'll be out sometime tomorrow.
Well, Jeff, it's just going to be me and you, and I can hit on you.
No, actually, it's hit on me. Actually, it's no. You're gonna have to get a better microphone for that, or figure out your sound issue.
All right, brother.
Okay. All right. Next time, I'll be around tomorrow. So I'll see y'all probably at this point whenever I wake up. So I'm not no promises. Sometime tomorrow during the day, I will pop on and do a stream. Oh yeah, and Trump's speech is tomorrow, so we'll probably watch that too tomorrow evening. All right, we'll have fun. Like I said, machine streaming. Whoever else those other people were. There's several people streaming right now, so enjoy and take care. And we will see you tomorrow, or hopefully we'll see you tomorrow. I will. I'll be here. Hang on. What link? Hang on. Peace link. For tomorrow, you mean? I usually set it up like half an hour or so before, because I never know what time I'm going to stream. Eventually, once I get my life organized, I'm going to be able to go back to a stable streaming time. But right now, I need the flexibility. So it's just going to be whenever I can get it in. Usually mid-morning, late morning, maybe early afternoon. Who's ever link? Oh, to machine. I see. Okay. Well, you could find TMLs. The machine lies, but I'll go ahead and throw it in. Let me see who else. There was other people streaming. So let's see. Speakeasy, machine lies. Oh, it looks like Jamie finished. Let's see what they're doing. They're still going over some document. Here, there you go. All right, enjoy. I'm duck it out again. Take care. Bye.